at Willow City's second Spirit Master Academy. This young man, along with his classmates today, will undergo the Spirit Awakening ceremony to formally awaken their contract spirits. 15 years ago, Lin Feng lived at the bottom of society because he had chosen a contract spirit with weak spiritual power. As he grew older, Lin Feng continued to be bullied by his classmates. It was practically a daily occurrence simply because his contract spirit was useless. From then on, he understood that he had to become stronger to avoid being looked down upon and bullied again. At this moment, all the students were waiting for the Spirit Awakening ceremony to begin, and the person in charge of the ceremony was the leader of the Spirit Master Guild. This person looked very strange. The students weren't even sure if he was human or a ghost. They could only vaguely follow this man's instructions, take out their contract spirits, and then focus their minds on them. Lin Feng's contract spirit was ridiculously weak to begin with. He himself was convinced that at most, he could only summon nothing under the stimulation of spiritual power. Some students' contract spirits had already begun to react, indicating they had awakened. Those who didn't react meant they had failed and would only become useless commoners or reproductive tools existing solely for the birth of the next generation of spirit masters. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's contract spirit still showed no reaction. He began to worry. Not only that, but he was even mocked by a fat guy below him, who poked his head out to taunt him. "Ha ha! What else did you expect, you abandoned waste? I told you long ago, trash will always be trash. You'll never summon anything." Lin Feng looked at him, his eyes filled with hatred. But that crab-headed fat guy showed no fear at all, because he was currently in a superior position. His contract spirit's awakening ceremony was already complete. Right nearby, another student also became resentful due to awakening failure and started causing trouble. However, he was quickly dealt with by the guild leader. Lin Feng knew that the leader standing before them was just a paper effigy, merely possessed by the true body. But even as just a paper effigy, that guy's power was so overwhelming. He didn't want to provoke such a powerful individual. Lin Feng reluctantly had no choice but to take his contract spirit and walk out. The remaining students in the class began to be instructed on how to summon their spirit ghosts by dripping blood onto their contract spirits. They quickly summoned their own spirit ghosts. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until the fat guy who had just mocked Lin Feng summoned an evil spirit. His body was quickly controlled, and he charged at his classmates, attacking them. The children scattered in terror, but the guild leader still just stood there. Through a glass window, Lin Feng, out of curiosity, remained to observe. He found the situation very strange. Was the leader not going to do anything? Or was he planning to use the evil spirit to test the new students? He was so caught up in his thoughts. By the time he snapped back to reality, danger was already approaching. That guy had already locked onto Lin Feng as his target. Just as danger loomed, a strange simulation window suddenly appeared before him. Spiritual energy fluctuations detected, system initiating. Before Lin Feng could even understand what was happening, a spirit ghost had already appeared before him, created by the system. And most importantly, Lin Feng's spirit ghost was surprisingly beautiful. This spirit ghost, in the form of a little devil girl dressed in white, appeared before him. So sudden, it left him utterly astonished. Time suddenly slowed down. The simulation window before Lin Feng changed again. The system just granted him 50 experience points. A spatial ghost pellet with 1 cubic meter of item storage space. All granted items will automatically be transferred here. The spirit ghost for Lin Feng had just been generated by the system. Has 2-star potential. The only skill that can be strengthened is tier. Current bond level with you is 60 points. Currently, the spirit ghost has enough experience to advance. It requires 1 ghost pill to do so. Even though just now, this little one was able to block an attack from the evil spirit, Frank is still too weak. Lin Feng immediately agreed. He successfully strengthened his spirit ghost to a rank, and also gained an additional 30 bonus in physical strength. Lin Feng didn't expect that with his spirit ghost's power increase, he as its master would also benefit. Even his hearing and vision were enhanced. Task. The system's next task for him is to name the spirit ghost to increase its bond level. The reward is 20 experience points, and 10 bond points between the spirit ghost and the spirit master. Lin Feng then named his spirit ghost Tong Tong, quickly completing the task. Currently, Tong Tong's power is a rank, which is the second rank from the bottom. Usually a trainee spirit master starts with an S rank spirit ghost. Afterward the ranks gradually increase, with the highest being 3 ranks, SSS and SSS. The corresponding Spirit Master ranks are similar. Among them, the 2 highest ranks are Earth Fiend corresponding to S rank Spirit Ghosts, and Heavenly Dipper corresponding to SS rank Spirit Ghosts. But the evil spirit in front of him just erupted, and its power is drank. As for Tongtong's ability, it's still an unknown, but for some reason, Lin Feng felt she could totally handle it. What's more, even if he's just a Spirit Master, he can still take care of himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng casually grabbed a wooden chair nearby and charged towards the evil spirit. After advancing Tongtong, his senses were also enhanced, becoming much sharper. So Lin Feng could easily dodge his opponent's attacks. He then even used the chair to smash it hard. Even so, it wasn't enough to defeat the opponent. The evil spirit turned to attack Lin Feng. He couldn't dodge because the distance was too close. Fortunately, Tongtong came to his rescue just in time, blocking the opponent's sword with her bare hands. The damage she took immediately put her into a berserk state. Tongtong transformed from a cute little girl into a female ghost. Somewhat terrifying. But precisely because of this, Tongtong's power quickly overwhelmed her opponent. The battle became a one-sided domination. She was almost exclusively attacking while the evil spirit was being beaten. Tongtong's first battle ended in a complete victory. Lin Feng also received a reward for defeating a drank evil spirit. He gained 80 experience points, 10 bond points with his spirit ghost, and 1 ghost pill. This method of advancement was far different from what he had learned before, but the rewards were very generous. This line is combined into L173 for better flow in translation. Lin Feng finally felt that his life was finally achieving something. After being looked down upon for so many years, and being bullied as for Tongtong because she had just now unleashed too much spiritual power. After the battle, she returned to her contracted spirit state. After this battle, many classmates looked at Lin Feng with new respect. Even some fawning individuals now wanted to curry favor with him. Even the guild leader felt he had underestimated Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng expected, the evil spirit was merely a form of test. After it was eliminated by him, the spirit ghost summoning ritual officially ended. Those trainees who successfully summoned a spirit ghost were recognized as spirit masters, trainees, and would report to the outer city the next day. After the leader finished his announcement, he snapped his fingers. The paper figure he possessed immediately burst into flames. But before it was completely burned, the paper figure's gaze was still fixed on, staring at Lin Feng, because it was his first time summoning, and he had summoned an E-rank spirit ghost. That was 1 rank higher than other interns. And that spirit ghost even had power beyond its rank. Lin Feng's true identity had already attracted special attention from that person. Meanwhile, Lin Feng now felt a burning desire in his heart. A fire was burning within his body and soul. Lin Feng wanted to properly nurture Tongtong, then rely on the special system he possessed to gradually climb to the peak, becoming the #1 spirit master, surpassing everyone else. That night, Lin Feng returned to his home in the old apartment building. He lay on his bed observing his contracted spirit for a long time. Then he called out a few times. Tongtong immediately appeared. She was indeed a spirit ghost. As soon as she appeared, the room temperature dropped significantly. It dropped a lot. Tongtong, your performance today was amazing. Lin Feng didn't know what to say, so he might as well praise his spirit ghost to make it happy. Despite this, Tongtong merely remained silent. She didn't even have any expression on her face. Lin Feng seriously observed her for a moment. It seems this little one doesn't have consciousness. Or perhaps it's because she's too weak. Does she need to reach a higher rank to gain consciousness? He wasn't sure. Suddenly the system window popped up again, notifying him that he had just gained 5 experience points and 1 point of connection. This was because he chatted with the spirit ghost, Tongtong. Lin Feng didn't expect that just casually saying a few words could also earn points. Although it was a small amount, it was still worth being happy about. Furthermore, after that battle just now, Tongtong's ghost art had also unlocked. It was actually a berserk ghost art. This ghost art sounded very special. Lin Feng had never heard of it before. And normally, E-rank spirit ghosts haven't unlocked ghost arts yet. Perhaps this was the unique aspect of his system. Now this little one's experience points were already sufficient. But Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to use them to raise Tongtong to rank. Primarily it was to avoid unnecessary attention. First, he should first understand the various functions of the system. such as how to gain experience points. So Lin Feng began using various methods to gain experience points, starting from stroking Tong Tong's head. Even though he couldn't physically touch her body, he still gained experience points. This continued until he taught her the alphabet, watched ghost stories together and brushed teeth and washed faces together. After a whole night of hard work, Lin Feng gained 50 experience points and 10 points of connection with the spirit ghost. He was also exhausted and planned to get some sleep, because he had to wake up early tomorrow morning for the intern spirit master assessment. After Lin Feng lay down, Tong Tong continued to stare at him. Although she was a spirit ghost and didn't need to sleep, Lin Feng still felt immense pressure. The next day he arrived early at the meeting point. Lin Feng was now quite famous because he had just summoned a spirit ghost successfully and defeated a drank evil spirit, completely shaking off the good-for-nothing label. Many other intern spirit masters even wanted to invite him to join their teams. Lin Feng ignored their gazes and whispers and directly boarded the vehicle. There were a few ghosts on the bus scaring the students into a panic, but Lin Feng still maintained astonishing composure, even though there was an ugly ghost right next to him. Because Tong Tong showed no reaction, he was relieved that these ghosts were harmless. Shortly after an official boarded the vehicle, as soon as he appeared he loudly commanded quiet twice. Why are you panicking? In the suburbs spirit ghosts are as numerous as Free Fire players. These ghosts have no evil aura whatsoever. Just ignore them. They are ghosts that are useful to you. You need to learn to coexist with them, to adapt to the external environment. The students were reprimanded by the official, getting a complete dressing down. No one dared to speak again. The vehicles slowly began to move on the road until they passed the main traffic arteries and left the inner city. All the new interns clamored, looking out of the car windows. It was their first time seeing the legendary Golden Wall, which guarded Willow City's inner district. The wall was covered with a layer of gold, 1 millimeter thick, to protect the inner city from evil spirits. Gold has the effect of deterring evil spirits, making it an indispensable part of Willow City's defense system. The vehicles traveled a bit further before stopping. The person in charge motioned for the trainees to get off. The assembly point was at an unfinished statue under construction. They hadn't seen any spirits yet, but they had already seen many workers. It was worth noting that all of them were middle-aged. Everyone felt very confused, but Lin Feng, having lived at the bottom of society, was used to such things and instantly saw what was wrong. Usually those who fail to awaken their spirits have their contract spirits become tools for reproduction, only able to constantly bear children. The purpose is to produce children who might become spirit masters. However, by middle age, they no longer possess that ability. They can only come here to do physical labor. After getting off the car, many recognized Lin Feng, including trainees from other schools. They all wanted to team up with Lin Feng. However, before they could successfully approach him, the paper man, the father of yesterday's leader, appeared again. He brought an announcement. The spirit master interns here would undergo 3 months of training to earn the title of spirit master. After officially becoming spirit masters, each of them would receive a map, a positioning device, and find a house to live in. However, each house contained an evil spirit. Only by defeating it could they own the house. There were houses in 3 areas: the commoner district, the advanced district, and the villa district. The larger the house, the stronger the evil spirit. These interns could team up or deal with the evil spirits alone, as long as they completed the task. The deadline to complete this first trial was 1 day. After the man announced the assessment, the system immediately turned it into Lin Feng's new quest. Upon completion, he could earn 100 to 1,000 experience points, depending on the size of the house. He would also receive a ghost core. No sooner had the leader finished his announcement than a beautiful girl walked up, pestering Lin Feng, wanting him to join her team. But unfortunately, Lin Feng directly refused her. His reason was that he wanted to have a house of his own. The girl looked a bit awkward, as it was her first time being refused so directly. Some young people, fueled by jealousy, began to feel annoyed with Lin Feng. Later they discovered he had already headed straight for the villa district. The spiritual energy here was very dense. Lin Feng saw an old man lying on a stone bench outside the villa district. He walked up and asked, "Uncle, how can I get into that villa? A newcomer, eh?" The man retorted, "Take my advice, turn back while you still can. That's right, these villas are meant to test rookies like you. But it's been 15 years and no one has been able to move in yet. Are they too timid to go in? Of course not. Many have come to challenge it. But they were all completely wiped out. The man's tone was full of disdain. Because those villas were guarded by great evil spirits. He believed that even official spirit masters couldn't defeat them. As for a greenhorn rookie like Linfeng, even if he managed to escape by luck, his contract spirit would be beaten half to death. He'd have to obediently go back to being a breeding machine. Hearing him say that, Linfeng also started to ponder internally. The evil spirit was class while Tongtong was only a class. There was a full 2-rank difference. It was indeed a bit risky. However, he had accumulated some experience before. Now it could come in handy. Linfeng then gave the experience points and ghost pills to Tongtong. After evolving, her rank had already risen to class. Linfeng also received an additional 80 physical strength bonus. Afterwards he ignored the old man's advice. Linfeng then chose the villa he liked most and walked in. He had already calculated everything. Tongtong was class. And with Ghost Arts Berserk, her true combat power would be able to face class evil spirits and match them. Linfeng pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he stepped into the hall, the main door slammed shut. It was eerie here, filled with a dense ghostly aura. Linfeng saw a shadow quickly flash past on the second floor and climbed up. But when he got there, he didn't see the shadow of the evil spirit. Instead, he heard the sound of chopping coming from the kitchen. However, when he rushed to the kitchen, Linfeng only saw a mess. There was absolutely no one there. The evil spirit appeared at that moment, wearing a server's uniform and carrying a sharp knife, intending to ambush him from behind. Tongtong quickly appeared, blocking the opponent. This evil spirit's movement style was unusual. It moved by leaping. It looked very strange. The battle-hungry Tongtong immediately gave chase. Linfeng originally wanted to pursue, but at that moment in the kitchen, a full 3 more evil spirits appeared. It was then that Linfeng felt a chill down his spine. That leader. Didn't they say there was only one evil spirit in each house? Is that right? So why were there several appearing at once here? Furthermore, he couldn't recall his spirit ghost. In this kind of battle, Linfeng had to rely on himself. He quickly ran out of the kitchen first. Luckily, his physique had already improved, so his speed was much faster. However, strangely enough, after Linfeng left the kitchen area, the 3 evil spirits also vanished, turning into 3 sets of clothes on the floor. He tried going in again, and as a result, he saw the 3 sets of clothes gradually transform into the evil spirits' forms. More precisely, perhaps these were just a group of puppets, created by the evil spirit's ability. Because its range of activity was limited, it tried every possible way to lure Linfeng to the second floor. When he realized this, he immediately became tense, because that also meant Tongtong was in danger. Linfeng quickly ran out of the kitchen, only to find Tongtong surrounded by a group of puppets. In the center of the second floor living room. Tongtong, that's a trap, get out! Linfeng shouted. Just then he saw the evil spirit in the server's uniform again. The one that had just ambushed him. It seemed to be the only evil spirit capable of moving freely. Linfeng immediately believed this was its true form. He immediately drew his weapon, a gilded dagger, and launched an active attack. However, this thing had no effect on the opponent at all. Linfeng took a few steps back and realized it was also a puppet. After entering the living room, he attracted the attention of those puppets, and they immediately swarmed towards Linfeng. Seizing this opportunity, he recalled Tongtong to his soul-packed space. Then he jumped over the second floor railing and rushed towards the first floor. However, because the floor was rotten, Linfeng fell directly into the basement. Down below, waves of sharp pain surged, making him uncomfortable. This truly was a class evil spirit. He only probed a little and already knew it was not to be trifled with. But there was an even bigger problem. That was Tongtong had just been summoned by you. And once again she emerged from the contract spirit realm. And she was standing right in front of you, blocking the way. Linfeng's eyes hadn't fully recovered yet, but he could already see the evil spirit's true form. It was standing right in front of him. After seeing the opponent's true form, Linfeng felt even more troubled now. Because it was a soul eater, an evil spirit, that could devour souls to grow stronger. The soul eater couldn't move, so it continuously injected spirit power into surrounding objects and manipulated them. Standing before this monster, Tongtong and you were utterly tiny. The soul eater began its attack. Tongtong fought very bravely, but ultimately she was still a level below. There was a gap in their strength. Tongtong was quickly struck by the opponent's tentacles until her body went limp. Lin Feng immediately drew his dagger and rushed forward to rescue her. But he himself was also entangled by the Soul Eater's tentacles and pulled back. This time it was Tong Tong's turn to rush forward and save her master. But Lin Feng had already been pulled very close by the Soul Eater. All the strength in his body seemed to have been drained. And at this very moment, outside the villa, the leader had also arrived on the scene. After hearing the old man say that Lin Feng had been inside for 10 minutes, he hurriedly rushed in. The Soul Eater was currently greedily gnawing at Lin Feng's soul. Precisely because of this, it triggered Tong Tong's berserk state. She rushed forward, grabbed her master's hand and pulled him away. Then hugged him tightly and transferred spirit power. With one arm around Lin Feng, Tong Tong began brutally pummeling the Soul Eater with the other. The fight in the basement was so intense that the entire villa trembled. When the leader of the Spirit Master Guild found them, he thought Lin Feng was finished this time. But when the commotion subsided, he saw Lin Feng being held tightly by Tong Tong. And the Soul Eater had vanished. A crank evil spirit had thus been swiftly defeated by a Drank spirit. After resolving the crisis, Tong Tong was almost completely out of spirit power. And just like last time, she immediately returned to the contract. Spirit Realm Lin Feng, having received some spirit power from this little one, also woke up. The paper figure, upon seeing this situation, immediately burned up and disappeared. What was surprising was that the one possessing the paper figure was a beautiful woman. She was the true leader of the Spirit Master Guild's Luching branch. Her given name was Yen, her surname was still unknown. It's just that after this incident she had her eyes on Lin Feng. More precisely, Yen was interested in Lin Feng because of Tong Tong's unique nature. She possessed two forms, and the second form allowed her strength to become incredibly powerful, something even a guild leader like her had never witnessed. Furthermore, Lin Feng's combat potential also shocked Yen. She believed he might even be a spirit-attuned individual. But spirit-attuned individuals at birth were already sent to headquarters. How could Luching possibly have the ability to cultivate them? Could he have been overlooked? The butler standing next to Yen was somewhat confused. A spirit-attuned individual is a special existence belonging to those with extraordinary talent, capable of taming multiple spirits. In the early stages of this era, only those with a spirit-attuned constitution could become true spirit masters. However, their lifespans were also limited. Some were devoured by stronger spirits, while others were consumed by evil spirits. Many even turned themselves into spirits after a century of hard work, sweat, tears, and even blood. Humanity finally found a way to cultivate spirit-attuned individuals. Therefore, as soon as these individuals were born, they were sent to the guild headquarters. So these people from birth were sent to the guild headquarters. He's a spirit master. Meanwhile, in the villa district in the suburbs, at this time Lin Feng had already walked out of the villa. The gatekeeper old man's attitude had done a complete 180 compared to before. He kept praising Lin Feng as an outstanding talent to own his own villa at only 15 years old. Afterward, he gave Lin Feng a key. This was a clear proof demonstrating that Lin Feng had passed the first round of assessment. He took the key and came to the registration area. Quite a few people were already queuing here. Most of them were successful individuals who had conquered houses. In the ordinary district, there was a young team that had conquered a high-class apartment, and it was said that among this group there was also a girl who had independently conquered a high-class apartment. Like so, strength like that girl's was already being touted as very powerful, until it was Lin Feng's turn to register. His key was from the villa district. The crowd behind him immediately started buzzing. I thought it was already amazing to single-handedly conquer a place in the high-class district. This guy actually defeated an evil spirit by himself, and in the villa district, the person in charge of registration quickly completed the procedures for Lin Feng. They didn't forget to congratulate him on being a spirit master, the first person under 20 years old to own a villa. That person gave Lin Feng a proof item, a spirit master's identification. It could be used to exchange for items and accept missions. Currently, in this proof item there were already 10,000 points as living expenses. After 3 months he could earn points himself by accepting missions. The people behind him again felt a wave of envy and resentment, because Lin Feng had actually received 10,000 points, while they only had 3,000 points, and they also had to cover the expenses of the entire team. After leaving the registration desk, Lin Feng summoned Tong Tong. Luckily you unleashed your power in time just now. Otherwise my life would have been in danger too. Lin Feng gently ruffled her head with all his tenderness. Little one, you did a great job just now. We've already received our deserved reward. Let's go shopping together. Tong Tong still didn't respond, but unlike last time, this time she nodded. Such a reaction from the spirit ghost made Lin Feng very surprised. Could it be Tong Tong? Has she developed her own consciousness? Lin Feng brought Tong Tong to Vermilion Bird City. Not far from there. Before shopping, Lin Feng had already set a very clear spending limit. Although he already had a villa and 10,000 points. But because he was a novice spirit master, he should still be a bit thrifty. Therefore he would only spend about 1,000 points today. Lin Feng originally only wanted to buy some daily necessities like bed sheets, bath towels, food and such. But he didn't expect that here. A single blanket would cost as much as 800 points. The salesperson explained that the city was lacking raw materials, so everything had such prices. After hearing this, Lin Feng immediately became furious. Suddenly he didn't need a blanket anymore. However, besides this blanket, Tong Tong was following behind carrying a huge pile of things. There were already several packs of toilet paper alone. Although Lin Feng didn't need that much, but his simple nature prompted him. As long as it was something in Tong Tong's hands, he would buy it. So he gritted his teeth and paid 613 points. Afterward, Tong Tong continued to sweep through the food section, even though spirit ghosts didn't need to eat. Next was the clothing section. Finally, not even the weapon cabinets were spared. In fact, she bought so much that Lin Feng's storage space was full too, because there weren't enough upgrade points to use. So in the end, he had no choice but to use a cart to pull all these things back to his villa. Because of his nature. Expenses. This afternoon's spending has completely spiraled out of control. Lin Feng's. Specifically, he spent a total of 9,174 points. Although it was quite a painful expense, Tong Tong was very happy. And the bond points between him and that little girl increased by a full 30 points. So Lin Feng was still grudgingly satisfied. It seems the teachers didn't tell the students the most important thing to be cautious about when raising a spirit ghost. It's easy to drain your wallet. And so that afternoon Lin Feng lay in his villa, thinking for a long time. He felt that he should go out and find missions to earn some money. Otherwise both he and his spirit would starve and get moldy. Besides, the association requires interns to complete 12 missions within 3 months to become an official spirit master. However, beginner missions are all against E-rank evil spirits, or frank, and the rewards are only around 2,000 points. Lin Feng wanted to eliminate stronger evil spirits. Firstly, to earn more money, and secondly, to help Tong Tong advance quickly. Without further ado, Lin Feng immediately started browsing intermediate missions. All missions were in the suburbs, conveniently located, and the rewards were quite high. The minimum was 15,000 points. Rank evil spirits were a bit too risky. So he clicked and selected a mission to deal with a crank evil spirit. The mission location was Granary number 2, located on the first defense line, about 3 kilometers outside Luchang. For about a month now, there had been frequent food thefts at this granary. According to the staff, they had seen a spirit ghost appear and steal food. It was likely a crank-hungry ghost. If he successfully eliminated it, Lin Feng would receive 15,000 points and 150 kilograms of rice. The next day the two of them arrived at the granary. Although this was the first defense line, Lin Feng found that it was sparsely populated. Luchang had several defense lines in total, each extremely vast in scale with countless spirit masters stationed there. This defense line had so few people, so it was normal for some problems to arise. That's why there was a mission for him to do. When Lin Feng went to take on the mission, a few workers seemed skeptical of him. Are you a spirit master? Are you here to investigate the food theft case? Are you sure you can handle it? Of course, Lin Feng said confidently. Then go this way to the marked spot here. You'll find a cave. The food is stored inside. That ghost is very cunning. You might have to stay here for several days. Lin Feng took the map handed to him by the uncle, and after carefully observing the terrain he left. After he left, the two men seemed even more doubtful. After all, a 15-year-old boy daring to confront an evil spirit was simply unprecedented. Lin Feng went deep into the forest according to the map. In this world it was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, and sunlight couldn't penetrate. Fog dispellers were usually used in the city, but during the day there were 2 precious hours of sunlight. So during this period spirit ghosts would seek hiding places. Thus it was called the safe period. Lin Feng took advantage of this time to cross a large forest and find the cave where food was stored. The cave looked a bit small, which made Lin Feng a bit puzzled. The guards explained that this was just an illusion, and it would be much larger inside. It was said that this place could also isolate the aura of living beings, so if the city were invaded by evil spirits, the cave entrance would be immediately sealed with a barrier and a gilded door, turning it into a shelter. Lin Feng went in and checked it out. Inside, it was indeed as large as the two guards had described. They had also been complaining about that hungry ghost. Although it didn't seem to intend to harm anyone, it had indeed stolen a lot of food previously. Lin Feng also learned that another spirit master had been here before, but this person never returned. They couldn't even find his body. Lin Feng immediately summoned Tong Tong. This little one was very beautiful, but for some reason, it made the two guards extremely frightened. Lin Feng had Tong Tong walk around to see if she could sense any ghostly aura. However, Tong Tong suddenly turned her head to look outside. Her second state was also immediately activated. This time Lin Feng also saw on Tong Tong's forehead a third eye grow out. Is this another new ability of this little one? Now Tong Tong was facing the direction of the entrance. Lin Feng thought the hungry ghost was hiding there. Anxiously he asked, "Is it outside?" As usual, the little one did not answer. But instead, Tong Tong raised her hand, pointing directly at one of the guards. Immediately after, his pocket began to move. Something inside was constantly roaring. Such a twist even Lin Feng had not anticipated. Who would have thought that the hungry ghost was actually hidden in that guard's pocket? That person's body was quickly drained by it, turning into a mummified corpse. The remaining guard saw this scene and was utterly terrified, saying in horror, "Old Chi, what in the world are you doing?" The one called Old Chi had now been devoured by the evil spirit. He then rushed towards them, but Lin Feng kicked him. This kick was neither light nor heavy, but it sent the evil spirit flying nearly 10 meters away. However, it was still able to get up and charged forward again. Lin Feng's physique had already been greatly enhanced. An ordinary person would have long died after taking that hit, yet the opponent could still stand up. This made Lin Feng even more certain that he had been devoured by a ghost. Furthermore, the opponent seemed to have his strength enhanced after being possessed by the ghost, because his kick didn't injure it at all. Not even a little. However, just because Lin Feng couldn't defeat it, didn't mean Tong Tong couldn't either. Especially when she was still in her berserk state. After all, the spirit ghost was the main power of a beast master. Tong Tong fiercely plunged her hand directly into the opponent's throat, then pulled the hungry ghost out. Its roaring echoed throughout the entire cave. Lin Feng and the gatekeeper rapidly fell into a dark space. That person thought he had been sucked into the hungry ghost's stomach. But Lin Feng felt that this place was more like a ghost domain. One must know that a ghost domain is an independent area created by an evil spirit, freely controlled by that ghost. Once pulled inside, people outside would see the Pulatin person disappear from reality. Moreover, only high-level ghosts can open a ghost domain. Sure enough, outside, Tong Tong saw that Lin Feng and that fellow had both disappeared. Meanwhile, within the ghost domain, it was filled with the hungry ghost's disgusting mouths. That fellow had already been caught by its tentacles and stuffed into a mouth being chewed with gusto. Lin Feng originally wanted to pull him away, but his own foot was also being tightly gripped. Lin Feng quickly took out his gilded blade, continuously stabbing at that mouth. While cursing, he didn't even realize that the ghost domain was trying to devour his foot, because he felt absolutely nothing. Lin Feng still thought his foot was about to be crippled. At this moment, the surrounding space was torn apart again. Somehow, Tong Tong found the rift in the ghost domain and forcibly crushed it. Her power was growing stronger and stronger, so much so that even her master Lin Feng couldn't help but blurt out, "Amazing, well done." This time Tong Tong had saved his life again. Her consciousness also seemed to have made significant progress. Lin Feng could clearly see the worried expression on the little one's face. When he patted Tong Tong's head and said he was fine, the little one smiled. Their mission was completed faster than expected. Lin Feng gained 800 experience points and 10 bond points. As for Tong Tong, she unlocked a new skill called Devour. The two of them returned to the processing area. The two workers saw Lin Feng. "He's back so soon, I thought he got scared," and had run back with his tail between his legs. Unexpectedly, someone came in shortly after to report that the evil spirit had been purged. There was no more ghostly aura left in the storage warehouse. Upon hearing this, the two men immediately dropped their arrogant demeanor. They no longer dared to look down on Lin Feng. Of course they also promised to immediately deposit the reward shares into his account. It was already dark by the time Lin Feng returned home. The money should have arrived, making him even happier. Just then the system sent a new task. If Lin Feng could cultivate his spirit ghost to crank within 3 days, he would receive a reward and learn Ghost Domain. Currently Tong Tong still needed 1,200 experience points to reach crank. Ever since her potential increased to 3 stars, her development cap had also been expanded. Right now he also needed to earn some more ghost orbs to help her advance. However, deciding which tasks to accept was something that gave Lin Feng a big headache. Although that hungry ghost was weak, it had also activated a ghost domain. If they were to just take on a difficult task now, and then encounter an even stronger evil spirit that also possessed a ghost domain, they would surely be dead. It seems that to complete the advancement task, they could only accept rank tasks. Once Tong Tong had enough experience for enhancement, they could then continue taking crank tasks. And so for the entire next day, Lin Feng was continuously doing tasks, one after another. This caused the other students from his cohort to not be able to get any rank tasks. It left them very perplexed. Who exactly was this divine being that snatched up all the tasks? Because if it was someone from their cohort, then the speed at which they completed tasks was simply too fast. The true culprit was currently busy with an Orimura Ning Drank task. The reward was 300 experience points and 6,000 shares. Afterwards he quickly moved on to the task Alley Girl. The reward was 400 experience points and 8,000 shares. They worked overtime like this for an entire day. Finally they accumulated enough experience for Tong Tong. She advanced. Lin Feng used a ghost orb to raise her to crank. Now, Tong Tong could activate her own ghost domain. Lin Feng was very curious, wondering what her ghost domain would be like. Moreover, he had always been a bold person, so as soon as he thought of it he wanted to act immediately. Thus Lin Feng asked Tong Tong to immediately open her ghost domain right here, at Willow City's second defense line. Unexpectedly, besides Tong Tong, there was also another evil spirit that simultaneously activated a ghost domain. It was near the defense line. This quickly attracted the spirit masters guarding the area. The 3 of them discovered it immediately and quickly approached the ghost domain to set up an ambush. Is this evil spirit high on drugs or something? How dare it activate a ghost domain here at the defense line? Is this a trap? What are you afraid of? So what if it's a brank evil spirit? The 3 of us are brank spirit masters too. Are you still afraid of losing? This might actually be an opportunity. If we can defeat it, the dropped items alone could be worth millions of points. The 3 spirit masters were gathered together, discussing their plan. They finally decided to let the bald uncle initiate the main attack. The other 2 would be responsible for breaking the ghost domain. After the division of labor is complete, then provide support. They quickly entered the ghost domain. The ghost domain that this evil spirit had activated was a traditional courtyard house. However, every room inside was empty. There was nothing of value. Until they opened the last room's door. They almost screamed in fright, because inside hung a wedding dress. The bald spirit master felt that this outfit seemed not quite right. However, the youngest member of the group didn't believe it was a ghost, because if it truly were a ghost, their spirit familiars should have reacted by now. Could it be hiding outside the campus? Another person in the group asked. The other 2 thought it made sense and were about to go out to search for the evil spirit. However, as soon as the young man turned his head, his gaze happened to fall upon a mirror placed in the room. In the mirror he saw an image, a young girl looking into the mirror. It's in the mirror, he cried out in horror. However, none of their 3 spirit familiars reacted, nor could they be summoned. The bald man, being the most experienced, immediately realized they had encountered a rare ghost domain, one that could block the senses of spirit familiars. From the very beginning, they shouldn't have stepped in here, but in this situation, there was only one solution: run. However, before the 3 of them could act, the room door slammed shut, and since they couldn't summon their spirit familiars, fighting a brank evil spirit was an impossible task. Soon after, President Yen and her subordinates found the bodies of the 3 brank spirit masters. They had died a miserable death. At first I thought that was a ghost domain activated by Tong Tong. I didn't expect this to be the evil spirit that the Lucheng Spirit Master Guild branch had been tracking for over half a month. It's been half a month now. President Yen observed the situation and could only conclude That it was looking for something, most likely in the inner city. President, what exactly is it looking for? Her subordinate asked. In fact, President Yen wasn't entirely sure. She only knew that this evil spirit was very good at escaping, and never attacked proactively. It must be looking for something, which is why it traveled all the way from Haicheng to the outskirts of Lucheng. Next, Yen sent people to take the bodies of the 3 victims back for analysis. If we can find out what that evil spirit is looking for, then in turn, we can use that item to ambush it. We can also use that item to ambush it. Afterwards, she created 3 paper doppelgangers of herself, splitting them to search in 3 different directions. She also issued a special notice to all official spirit masters in the city. The official spirit masters in the city, Lucheng, was officially locked down, and until this matter was resolved, they were not allowed to go out on missions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng suddenly discovered something unusual. Crank missions had suddenly skyrocketed. He just found it a bit strange, but had no interest in investigating the reason. Anyway, Lin Feng was also looking to earn more money, so more missions were a good thing. So he quickly took on the task of clearing the murderous evil spirit in the forest with a reward of 22,000 ancient coins. The mission location was Taiping Villages, Orchard number 3, approximately 55 kilometers from the 2nd defense line. 2 days ago, an extremely brutal crank evil spirit appeared here, and had already killed 4 innocent civilians. Lin Feng cautiously entered the forest. Soon he saw the first victim's body. However, the person's death was gruesome. Their tongue was pulled out very long, and their hair was braided then hung from a tree. The other 3 bodies were in similar conditions. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a hanged ghost. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had been wandering aimlessly, but found nothing new, until he saw again the first body he had seen when he entered the forest. At this point, Lin Feng's intuition told him something bad was happening. He turned his head and found countless bodies hanging from the trees, clearly more than 4. Lin Feng immediately entered battle-ready mode. He thought to himself, this orchard is so large. I must have strayed into a ghost domain long ago. Behind him, the evil spirit ambushed Lin Feng with a braid. He sensed it but couldn't touch it. Soon after, Lin Feng's neck was constricted by the evil spirit. However, Tong Tong was already anxious. She immediately materialized. She used her bare hands to untangle the braid from Lin Feng. He breathed a sigh of relief. His opponent was indeed a hanged ghost. It attacked with a braid materialized from spiritual energy, making it impossible to touch. Yet it could still strangle someone. For ordinary people, this move was simply irresistible. What's worse, within this ghost domain, the corpses were all controlled by evil spirits. At Lin Feng's urging, Tong Tong quickly entered her berserk state. In this form, she was more aggressive than any other evil spirit. As a result, the tide of battle quickly turned in Lin Feng's favor. In the end, he secured the victory. After this mission, he gained 600 experience points, 5 bond points, and 1 ghost core. In addition, there was a strange item, unfinished rope. Because it was unfinished, its method of use could not be determined for now. Although he won, Lin Feng was a bit disappointed, because these crank evil spirits died too quickly. He hadn't even had a chance to let Tong Tong activate her ghost domain, but he was also very lucky to have obtained that rope. He guessed it might be a spirit bonding material, something money couldn't easily buy. For now, Lin Feng put it into his storage space. He could certainly sell it for a good sum later. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, news of a super strong evil spirit appearing, which led to Lu City being locked down, began to spread among the spirit masters. Furthermore, another piece of news also spread: the emergence of Lin Feng, a rookie full of potential, who somehow acquired a villa. During his very first assessment, it wasn't just President Yen. Many people, upon hearing this news, believed he was a spirit body. However, the news about Lin Feng reached the ears of 2 bad guys. They thought that if Lin Feng wasn't a spirit body, then there was another possibility. His spirit companion's aptitude was extremely high. So these 2 scoundrels began to hatch a plan, which was to kill Lin Feng and seize his spirit companion. If successful, they would surely become rich. Without further ado, that very night, these 2 scoundrels crept into the intern spirit master's dormitory area. They didn't look suspicious, so as soon as they inquired about Lin Feng's residence, an intern quickly and enthusiastically gave them directions. But the lights were out in the room and it was pitch black. The intern said Lin Feng had likely gone out of the city for a mission. This happened to be exactly what those 2 guys wanted. It was currently the period when Lu City was locked down. and spirit masters were returning to the city one after another. If they went out to ambush Lin Feng and eliminate him in the suburbs, it would be even harder to be discovered. They even prepared a containment bag to trap his spirit companion. That night Lin Feng had a good sleep, because Tong Tong had been on watch all night outside. He wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but it seemed the more missions she completed, the stronger her own consciousness became. Tong Tong looked as if she was waiting for him to praise her. So Lin Feng decided to risk his life and pat her head. Thank you, Tong Tong. After a good night's sleep, Lin Feng began looking for new missions, but instead of a mission, he received a new message. It was a notice about Lu City being locked down, because a very strong evil spirit was appearing in the suburbs, near defense line number 2. In addition, Lin Feng also received a message from Ping'an, who was the spirit master, who gave him directions. Brother Lin, just now 2 spirit masters, around 30 years old, were asking about you. I don't think they're good people at all, and they left the town in a very unusual manner. I heard just yesterday that some guys like to snatch other people's spirit companions. You'd better be careful. They had no reason to deceive Lin Feng for no reason. He began to deduce based on the information from the other party. If they were around 30 years old, then they were likely Brank or Crank spirit masters. But the area outside the city is so vast. How would they find Lin Feng? At first he also thought that the other party shouldn't be able to find him. But upon closer thought, it didn't seem impossible either. Because there was a powerful evil spirit outside the city. All the spirit masters were returning to the city, so they would definitely look for Lin Feng through the quest board, because besides him, in the past few days, no one had accepted a quest of a rank or higher. Moreover, according to the rules of the spirit master system, once a quest is accepted, it will disappear from the quest board. If they took turns observing the devices for information updates, then they could also pinpoint his location based on the disappearing quest descriptions. If that were the case, Lin Feng didn't intend to sit around and wait for death, waiting for the other party to come and take his life. He studied the quest board, and then decided to choose the mission to eliminate the mysterious evil spirit of Xiaofeng Mountain. This evil spirit had killed countless loggers who passed through this mountain. However, after selecting that quest, Lin Feng did not go to Xiaofeng Mountain, but instead turned halfway to the quarry. There was also a crank quest here, which was to eliminate a giant stone ghoul spirit that had been haunting the quarry for several days. The system did not stipulate that a quest could not be completed without being accepted. Lin Feng could just use this to exploit a loophole. As for the quest at Xiaofeng Mountain, he could use it to lure his opponents in turn. Indeed, at the same time, those 2 scoundrels discovered that Lin Feng had already accepted the quest for Xiaofeng Mountain. Coincidentally, they weren't too far from there either, so they rushed to get there before him. When they arrived and were well hidden in ambush, Lin Feng was still busy eliminating the evil spirit in the quarry. After successfully eliminating it, he then clicked to accept the quest and claim the reward. The 2 spirit masters, the villains ambushing at the deserted temple on Xiaofeng Mountain, quickly discovered this as well. At first they thought maybe some naive youngster went outside the city to earn money despite the danger. But since they had already waited there for an hour, and Lin Feng hadn't arrived yet, they decided to split up. One staying to guard this place, and the other going to the quarry to check. A short while later, the one who went to the quarry confirmed that the evil spirit here had just been eliminated by a boy around 15 years old. He immediately threatened the old man who had just issued the reward to find out Lin Feng's location. Then he immediately ran in the direction he pointed. However, just as that scoundrel left, the old man revealed a look of extreme disgust, continuously cursing, "Trash like you don't deserve to be spirit masters." After that he sent a message to Lin Feng. It turned out that earlier, Lin Feng had already explained his situation, and agreed to pay 5,000 portions to ask him to keep an eye out for suspicious individuals. Indeed, after that scoundrel found this place, Lin Feng was certain that he had become a target. That scoundrel was chasing him from the quarry. That meant the other person must still be ambushing at the deserted temple. They thought he had left the quarry to do a quest, so they must also be closely watching the quest board for updates. Since that was the case, he didn't mind playing along to the end. So Lin Feng opened the quest board and accepted the quest to eliminate the Yin Water Ghost of Water Tunnel Room number 2. The Yin Water Cave of Water Tunnel number 2 was quite far from the quarry, quite far. This way, he could further delay the person who was chasing him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Tong Tong immediately set off for Xiaofeng Mountain to pursue the other person. Lin Feng quickly hurried towards Xiaofeng Mountain, expecting to arrive by evening. However, along the way, suddenly his contracted spirit reacted. Tong Tong wasn't summoned yet, she suddenly appeared. And she appeared in a berserk state. She hugged Lin Feng from behind. She wrapped herself around him with her red veil, forming a cocoon, protecting him within. Through the thin silk veil, Lin Feng could see a ray of light. A red one streaking past above his head. After that ray of light flew away, Tong Tong slowly let go of him. Then she returned to her usual appearance. It seems what just passed was an enemy, which is why she hid Lin Feng like that. And this ghost art ability, concealment, was also something Tong Tong had just awakened. It can help her create an isolating barrier, without needing to fully expand her spirit domain. To commemorate Tong Tong awakening, a new skill the system also specially gave Lin Feng a chance to play the lucky wheel. This time he drew the ghost tool repair skill. With this ability, Lin Feng can, with the aid of spirit ghosts, repair the ghost energy of all items. He can also use other ghost items to upgrade the equipment he owns. Lin Feng then held Tong Tong's hand and took out the unfinished rope. He had her release a portion of her ghost energy to infuse the rope. With the combination of their two skills, the unfinished rope was successfully repaired, becoming a ghost rope capable of binding evil spirits or other spirit ghosts. Lin Feng was very happy to see that his newly acquired ability was so miraculous. "Hey, you kid with the weird hair. You hadn't been smiling for long," when a voice suddenly called out from behind him. It was one of President Yan's subordinates. Of course, Lin Feng didn't recognize this person, and that person also didn't seem to have any hostility towards him. You're a novice spirit master, right? Just now. Did you see any blood red light fly past here?" Never mind. If you had, you'd already be dead. It's very dangerous outside the city right now. If you don't want to die young, hurry up and get back into the city." Although there was no malice, this person's attitude was extremely arrogant, which Lin Feng found very disagreeable. Therefore, even though he had indeed seen that blood red light, he couldn't be bothered to report it. Even Tong Tong hated that evil spirit. Lin Feng began to suspect that it had been targeted by the Lucheng Spirit Master Guild, and started to wonder if it might be the reason the entire Lucheng was under lockdown. Meanwhile, at Liacheng's first line of defense, a subordinate had already submitted the analysis report of the three rank spirit masters' bodies to President Yan. It was worth noting that they found no spiritual energy fluctuations on the three corpses. This meant that the spirit ghost hadn't even had a chance to emerge, and the people were already dead. However, even in a rank evil spirit couldn't simultaneously deal with three rank spirit masters. Just then, President Yan also received a report from her subordinate, saying that he had discovered traces of the evil spirit, and that it was heading towards Xiaofeng Mountain in the southwest. Furthermore, that person also mentioned that he had just encountered a spirit master approximately in their teens who hadn't returned to the city yet, and he requested President Yan to send out notices to all academies for an emergency assembly of interns. Emergency assembly. Upon hearing this, a name immediately popped into her mind. President Yan was a little excited, wondering if she would be able to see Lin Feng next. That night, Lin Feng returned to Xiaofeng Mountain as expected. He acted very cautiously. After all, he was now being watched by at least two people. Lin Feng had already seen the abandoned temple. If the opponent wanted to ambush him, they would definitely choose a location with a good vantage point. And in this Xiaofeng Mountain, there was no better place than that. Lin Feng was therefore almost certain that the enemy was hiding there. And that guy was indeed still waiting there. His hands were itching terribly from the wait. "Big bro, why hasn't that kid come to his death yet? My hands are really itching. I've already run to Yinshui Cave and found that the mission was already completed." Annoyed complaints came from the other end of the phone. "Alright, let's stick to the original plan. I've already contacted someone." The buyer offered 7 million even before seeing the goods. But just as they were making contact, Lin Feng had quietly approached the temple from behind. He simply couldn't believe that these two guys, who had no grudge against him, were actually plotting to kill and betray his spirit ghost. If he didn't have the system, if they took his life, he wouldn't get anything. But now Lin Feng had the system. How could he let others bully him as they pleased? He immediately summoned Tong Tong. Although the opponent was ambushed, they still managed to summon their spirit ghost in time. It was Ghost Old Catface that came to fight. While the two spirit ghosts maneuvered, Lin Feng noticed the opponent was distracted. And like a phantom he circled behind them. He pulled out his gilded knife. Ghost Old Catface saw its master was attacked and immediately turned back to threaten Lin Feng. Then it activated its ghost domain. Its ghost domain was full of wild cats, each one more warlike than the last. Tong Tong showed no fear. The little girl began forming hand seals, with herself and Lin Feng at the center, creating a huge fireball. Lin Feng realized this was no ordinary attack. It was Tong Tong's ghost domain, and the fireball continuously expanded and grew, then swallowed Ghost Old Catface's ghost domain, turning the enemy's home ground into her own. It's just that even her ghost domain mimicked the appearance of an amusement park. Tong Tong really is just a child after all. But this child is too strong. Tong Tong simply waved her hand, and the animals on the carousel suddenly came to life, then rushed towards the opponent as if they were living creatures. The opponent's Ghost Old Catface was also fighting fiercely. He took this opportunity to gradually retreat, thinking he was out of danger. But behind him, a giant clown under Tong Tong's control had already intercepted him before the opponent could escape. It opened its toothy mouth and took a fierce bite. After its master croaked, Ghost Old Catface's ghost domain quickly collapsed, and Tong Tong's ghost domain gradually dissipated. However, Lin Feng did not return to the dilapidated temple on Xiaofeng Mountain. Instead, he arrived in an unfamiliar space. The continuous sound of a wooden fish resonated within the space. Ghost Old Catface suddenly appeared behind them, then lunged forward following the direction of the wooden fish sound. Tong Tong immediately gave chase, ignoring Lin Feng's warnings. He didn't know why the little girl wasn't obeying his orders. Perhaps it was that ghost. The sound of the wooden fish was controlling this space. At the end of the path was a large gate, with two large hand-shaped stone platforms outside. Ghost Old Catface passed through there and immediately vanished. Lin Feng only saw a pair of shoes on the ground. Lin Feng looked at the shoes, which seemed to want to escape, but were sealed within. Following closely behind Ghost Old Catface was Tong Tong. Lin Feng was scared out of his wits. Just then he suddenly remembered the demon binding rope he had just successfully repaired. I just successfully repaired this. It has the effect of binding spirit ghosts. So Lin Feng took it out and flung it with all his might, binding Tong Tong. He then pulled her back. After saving Tong Tong, they finally returned to the dilapidated temple on Xiaofeng Mountain. Tong Tong also seemed startled by her earlier loss of control. Startled. But as compensation, Tong Tong picked up a pair of red wedding shoes. It's very likely related to the evil spirit the guild is currently looking for. Meanwhile, on Guild Master Yan's subordinate side, they were still hotly pursuing that streak of blood-red light. Hi! That thing flew very fast and suddenly changed direction. At first they thought it was aiming at them, so they prepared for battle. But in the end, its target still wasn't them. It just flew in the opposite direction. The entire team quickly reported this news to President Yan. Then they hurried to pursue it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had just given Tong Tong a ghost elixir to help her advance. For Tong Tong, now she was already a rank spirit ghost. She could now activate a mid-level ghost domain. To commemorate Tong Tong's growth this time, the system issued Lin Feng a brand new task. That was to find a second wife. It might sound a bit funny, but that's the basic premise. He had to find a new spirit ghost and cultivate feelings with it until they married. Lin Feng could barely contain his excitement. Ever since he got the system, not only did he level up quickly, but he could also acquire more spirit ghosts. If it were an ordinary person, the whole process would probably take decades. Now Lin Feng had quite a few contracted spirits to choose from, and he hoped that his second spirit ghost would be the strongest among them. Therefore Lin Feng chose the one Tong Tong had just picked up the pair of red embroidered shoes, because he had a premonition that whatever was inside the shoes was the most dangerous. After confirming his choice of the red shoes as his second spirit ghost, the system activated a new task. Lin Feng had to return these shoes to their owner, which was the bride's dowry. Most importantly, this evil spirit had a special connection to these shoes, and it would attack anyone holding them. Lin Feng had to return the shoes, and also save his life. And just in case, he had to prepare his will beforehand transferring Tong Tong's custody. Lin Feng also noticed something strange. That was he couldn't find the body of the spirit master, who tried to ambush him, even though he had found the opponent's signal emitter. Perhaps he, like his own cat-faced ghost hag, had already been sucked into that forbidden zone. But he didn't have time to worry about that. The most urgent matter right now was to proactively prepare the battlefield. The bride's dowry had a special connection to those embroidered shoes. It would probably come knocking soon, and it was an evil spirit powerful enough to threaten, causing Lu Cheng to be locked down. So Lin Feng dared not take it lightly. 10 minutes later Lin Feng left the desolate temple. He arrived at the cliff edge on the highest peak of Xiaofeng Mountain. This position allowed him to overlook the entire terrain. Afterwards Lin Feng took out the signal emitter of the guy he had dealt with. He used it to send a message to someone else. Bro, I found Lin Feng. He's just resting. It seems he's preparing to go up the mountain to get rid of ghosts tomorrow morning. With this fake message, Lin Feng was confident he could lure his accomplice. Here, sure enough, it wasn't long before the other party replied. That kid actually went to Xiaofeng Mountain. I'm coming now, let's team up and make it impossible for him to escape. After receiving this message, Lin Feng went to sleep peacefully, because he had already calculated the journey. While the other party was traveling tirelessly all night, he could get a good rest and recuperate. On his way to Xiaofeng Mountain, that guy slaughtered many low-level evil spirits along the way. Even his conspiracy to harm Lin Feng was already discovered by President Yan's informants. Planted in the outer city, she immediately showed concern. After all, Lin Feng was also a genius worth protecting. Now someone who wanted to harm him had appeared. How could President Yan just stand by and do nothing? Especially when she heard Lin Feng was on Xiaofeng Mountain. They grew more anxious and restless, because the evil spirit bride was also heading in that direction. They were still some distance from Shao Fengshan. With no other choice, President Yan decided to warn Lin Feng first. She sent the message through a paper person. Just like the two paper persons Lin Feng had encountered before, it took a lot of effort for her paper person to awaken the soundly sleeping General Lin. Lin Feng, I'm here to warn you, danger is approaching. You mean that dowry spirit bride? Lin Feng asked back, still not fully awake. You've already seen it. Even though it was just a paper person, its surprised expression was still hard to hide. Yes, I saw it from afar. Lin Feng replied, carefully choosing his words. After all, he couldn't just say directly that he already knew about it, because he had an alarm system. Also, not just that evil spirit. There's also a Brank spirit master heading this way to take your life. He's not far now. I already knew that. President Yan grew even more surprised, because Lin Feng knew everything, yet he was still here, even peacefully sleeping on a tree branch. Could this kid possibly think he could handle his opponent? You should run quickly. My true body is still on its way. I can't protect you. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to President Yan's warning, because at this moment, the evil spirit master had already sent a message, reporting that he had reached the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng then jumped down from the tree branch and began to descend. His calmness even impressed President Yan. She asked tentatively, has Lin Feng's spirit ghost become stronger again? He didn't hide it, simply nodding. Although this was within President Yan's expectations, she still couldn't hide her surprise, because not long ago, Lin Feng's strength was only a rank. Such astonishing development speed. It's probably not just an ordinary spirit, but rather a rarely seen invisible spirit in 100 years. Alright then. Tell me, what's your next plan? Everything is already in place. All that's left is to sit back and wait for the prey. Lin Feng seemed to enjoy this feeling. He took out a signal emitter and disguised himself again to send a message to that scoundrel, saying he was still lying down and sleeping on the big tree at the peak of East Mountain. The guy immediately believed him and found the location. But when he got there, he didn't see Lin Feng, nor did he see his companions. There was only an embroidered shoe placed beneath the tree. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and President Yan's eyes and ears were hiding behind the bushes, secretly observing the situation. She quickly understood Lin Feng's plan, estimating the time. The dowry spirit bride would soon find this place. This way her target had shifted from Lin Feng to that fool. If the evil spirit's strength far surpassed this scoundrel's, then it would be perfect to help Lin Feng cleanly dispose of him. And if both sides were evenly matched, they could weaken each other's strength, and he could then reap the benefits. Lin Feng's calculations were so meticulous that President Yan couldn't even believe this was just a 15-year-old kid. As the two were talking, Tong Tong suddenly appeared. Then it activated its ghost concealment ability, hiding Lin Feng and President Yan's eyes and ears within a barrier. This also meant that The dowry spirit bride had arrived. Sure enough, not long after, a streak of blood-red light streaked across the sky, flying towards them. The spirit master immediately drew his blade, ready for battle. But as soon as the evil spirit landed, he could already feel that he was no match for this battle. Soon that thing would extend its ghost domain and trap the spirit master within it. Compared to Tong Tong, her ghost domain looked much more terrifying. Lin Feng gulped, carefully observing the situation. A little while later, he noticed that the paper airplane, President Yan's eyes and ears had disappeared. As he was still looking around in confusion searching, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. Lin Feng were here. President Yan and several of her subordinates had already landed nearby. She casually retrieved the paper airplane. Are you the president? Lin Feng asked, bewildered. His confusion was understandable, because before this, Lin Feng had always seen the president appear in the form of a paper figure. He had therefore assumed it was a middle-aged uncle, around 40 years old. But looking at President Yan, she was not only beautiful, but also seemed quite young. Thanks to you, the evil spirit has appeared. We can go and eliminate it now. Lin Feng eagerly volunteered to accompany them. The association's people. The spirit master's arrival was perfectly timed. The dowry bride was not easy to deal with. He could let them restrain her power, while he himself smoothly completed the mission of returning the shoes. So Lin Feng and the association's team of spirit masters entered the dowry bride's ghost domain together. Inside, lanterns and colorful decorations hung everywhere. Clearly a wedding scene, yet so eerie it sent shivers down their spines. They did not go deep inside. Instead, President Yan folded a paper crane to scout ahead. But that paper crane shattered after only 2 flaps of its wings. Realizing something was wrong, President Yan quickly told her subordinates to summon their spirits. But unfortunately, they were also like the 3 Brank spirit masters. They couldn't sense their own spirits anymore. A sense of panic quickly enveloped the group. Realizing the situation was bad, President Yan immediately ordered the entire team to retreat. However, just like last time, the gate of the ghost domain had closed at some unknown point. 2 strong spirit masters used their spiritual power, but couldn't open it. Just then they heard a terrifying scream. The owner of the scream was precisely that evil spirit master who had wanted Lin Feng's life. He was sent flying out of a room, his body slamming heavily against a wooden door, then slowly sliding down, his blood staining the entire door. Subsequently, the dowry bride also appeared. It was indeed only a Brank evil spirit. However, its ghost domain was very unique. It could isolate other spirits. That's why it was able to gain the upper hand against spirit masters of the same rank. The only 2 who could still remain calm here were perhaps President Yan and Lin Feng. President Yan wanted to burn her own lifespan to forcibly summon her spirit. As for Lin Feng, he had another method. If within a short period we can isolate the dowry bride's ghost domain, then will you be able to summon your spirits? He asked. Theoretically, yes. But what do we do now? Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he summoned Tong Tong. Everyone present at that moment was greatly surprised that he could still summon his spirit. This was the difference between having a bug cheat and being an ordinary person. Thanks to the system, Lin Feng was completely unaffected by the restriction on spirit sensing, which was caused by the dowry bride. Subsequently, Tong Tong began to expand her own ghost domain. Although it was only a very small space, it completely separated itself from the dowry bride's ghost domain. President Yan and her subordinates immediately seized this opportunity to summon their spirits, and they succeeded. President Yan's spirit, her Brank spirit ghost, and 2 Crank spirit ghosts. These spirit ghosts joined forces, formed a situation where they were evenly matched with the wedding dress bride. If another Brank spirit ghost appeared, it would make her completely fall into a disadvantage. This was Lin Feng's perfect opportunity to return the shoes. Thinking this, he took out the wedding dress bride's other shoe from his storage space. Afterward, he asked everyone around him to immediately stop attacking. President Yan thought she had misheard, but Lin Feng's words were resolute. So they obeyed him and did not continue attacking, but still maintained a state of readiness to attack at any moment, forming a battle formation that suppressed the wedding dress bride. Sure enough, she stood still. Then Lin Feng, holding the embroidered shoe, walked up to her and asked, feigning good intentions, "Is this yours?" The wedding dress bride did not answer. Instead, she used 2 red threads from her body to retrieve the pair of shoes. His task of returning the shoes was a complete success, and President Yan also sensed something amiss. In this situation, Lin Feng, you wouldn't be thinking of turning her into your second spirit ghost, would you? My second one, huh? That's right, Lin Feng immediately replied. But President Yan was not very encouraging of this. Usually spirit masters subdue benevolent spirits as their spirit ghosts. However, the wedding dress bride is a malevolent spirit. Moreover, her ghost domain is also very strange. This matter carries too great a risk. Lin Feng brushed these words aside, because subduing this woman as his second spirit ghost was a task he absolutely had to complete. Meanwhile, the other party, after retrieving the shoes from Lin Feng's hands, had finally gathered her pair of embroidered shoes. After putting on the shoes, from where she stood, a powerful ghostly aura emanated. After a massive tremor, the wedding dress bride had already recovered her complete form and had advanced to become an rank malevolent spirit. The other party's transformation made President Yan's face turn pale as well, because the wedding dress bride's current ghostly aura was approximately twice as strong. At this moment, the threat had also increased several-fold. Lin Feng also began to break out in a cold sweat. If the other party had already advanced, then the process of subduing her to become a spirit ghost seemed to have become even more difficult, hadn't it? The wedding dress bride took a few steps forward. President Yan and her subordinate spirit ghosts immediately became alert, ready to fight again. However, after that, there was no bloodshed. The surrounding space changed again in the blink of an eye. They had already left the ghost domain and returned to the outside before they could even be happy. President Yan noticed something was wrong, because everyone had been pushed out of the ghost domain, but Lin Feng alone was left inside. This made her even more worried, because Lin Feng was a genius the guild wanted to protect. On the contrary, her subordinates appeared much calmer. After what had just happened, it was clear that thanks to him, they had managed to escape disaster. It was evident from this that Lin Feng was no ordinary person. Moreover, she believed that he could completely subdue the wedding dress bride. President Yan pondered repeatedly and felt that her words were not without reason. Therefore, she let everyone return to the city to rest first, while she stayed here to wait for Lin Feng. Before that, she didn't forget to instruct them not to allow anyone to reveal the special abilities of the wedding dress bride's ghost domain, the bride's dowry. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was left alone in the ghost domain. He couldn't help but feel a little lost. Just then the system issued a second quest. However, the quest content was somewhat indescribable. Lin Feng was not supposed to fight the wedding dress bride, bridal gown spirit. Instead, you must enter her boudoir and comb her hair. The reward is 15 points of connection with this evil spirit. Lin Feng walked into the boudoir. The bridal gown was indeed sitting on the chair, but it was truly just a set of clothes. As for the bridal gown spirit's body, it was nowhere to be seen. To have someone comb its hair like this, is this some kind of ability test? However, Lin Feng's doubts were soon resolved, because through the mirror on the table, he saw the image of the bridal gown spirit. This evil spirit was surprisingly a beautiful girl, and she was crying. Lin Feng picked up the comb on the table, and following the image in the mirror, began to comb her hair. After several strokes, the bridal gown spirit stopped crying. Instead, she revealed a satisfied smile. The second task has been completed. You have gained 15 points of connection, adding the previous 15 points of connection from the shoe return task, and the shoes from earlier. That makes a total of 30 points, it seems. One more task is needed to reach 50 points of connection and subdue this evil spirit indeed. Just as Lin Feng thought this, the system sent him the third task. The task is to prevent the bridal gown spirit from getting married. The reward is 20 points of connection. But prevent her? How was he supposed to prevent her from getting married? As Lin Feng racked his brain suddenly, the bridal gown spirit in the mirror blew out a puff of smoke. This smoke quickly enveloped the entire room, blurring Lin Feng's vision. He struggled to push through the smoke and walked out. When the blur dissipated, the surroundings had already changed. The room's layout remained the same, but it seemed much brighter. Sitting in front of the dressing table was no longer just the bridal gown, but a beautiful girl. It seemed this was the time and space where the bridal gown spirit lived when she was alive. My lord, does this bridal gown look good? I sewed it myself, you know. The girl sitting in front of the mirror suddenly turned and spoke to Lin Feng. He was stunned for a moment. Who are you? In Manhua, who else would I be? Zimo, why are you spacing out? The bridal gown spirit chuckled softly, covering her mouth. It seemed that in her lifetime, she was also a vibrant and beautiful young woman. and the daughter of a wealthy family in Yanzhou. Afterwards, Xianhua gave Lin Feng half a comb, saying it was a token of their affection, and that they should not forget each other even after marriage. Wait, what did you just call me? Lin Feng took the half comb, still completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hey, we're not married yet, Xianhua replied playfully. My lord isn't just any casual address. Young Master Lin Zimo. At this moment, through the mirror placed on the table, Lin Feng finally saw his appearance at that time. He was reluctantly playing the role of 18-year-old Lin Zimo, the third young master of the Lin family, who was also a childhood sweetheart, and the bridal gown spirit's fiancé. But if she wanted to marry him, then how could Lin Feng prevent her from getting married? Lin Feng returned to the Lin family with this confusion. He possessed Lin Zimo's memories, so he also knew his relationship with Xuanwu was close. Xuanwu, the eldest son of the Xian family, was also Xuanhua's elder brother. From Xuanwu, Lin Feng learned that he was not actually that girl's fiancé. That girl Xianhua. The Xian family had already agreed to General Guangwai's betrothal gift, and she would be married on the 8th day of this month. And although the other party had distinguished military achievements, he was a 48-year-old old man, while Xianhua was only 17. Lin Feng only understood at this point why his task was to prevent her from getting married. Clearly, Xianhua was forced for family interests to marry an old widower. This time, Xuanwu also brought Xianhua's handwritten invitation for Lin Zimo. The letter read, Zimo, I apologize for not being able to reply to your letters multiple times. Please forgive me. 7 days ago I learned that Father has already accepted General Song's marriage proposal. The wedding will be held on the 8th. As this concerns an alliance between families, I tried to dissuade them several times but was refused. I also tried to escape from home, but my birth parents locked me in my chambers, day and night without end. Thinking of the wedding dress I personally sewed, and now having to wear it to marry someone else, it's truly hard to avoid despair. I have no other choice. I only wish for you and me to live peacefully in this life. We shall meet again in the next life. General Song holds high rank and great power, so please do not attempt to obstruct this, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Please remember my words written by Xianhua. Lin Feng carefully read the letter sent by Xianhua, and couldn't help but sigh. Master Xian and Madame Xian, his parents, surprisingly in their greed for power and influence, did not hesitate to sacrifice their youngest daughter. This was no different from when he was a child, abandoned by his parents on the street. It seems that no matter the era, human selfishness is the same across all social strata. Children are merely tools for parents to satisfy their vanity. Lin Feng vowed he would never let this tragedy happen. And so on the 8th day of that month, General Guangwei arrived at the Xian Manor in a luxurious carriage to marry Xianhua. At that time, Lin Feng, who was Lin Zimo, had successfully infiltrated the wedding procession. He, on the contrary, wanted to see what this general, who forcibly married young maidens, looked like. However, along the way, Lin Feng did not see the groom. Instead, inside the carriage was a set of empty armor. Out of curiosity, he asked someone nearby. He received this reply. General Song had already died in battle 3 days ago, yet the wedding was still proceeding. Xianhua was only 17 years old, and was surprisingly being forced into a ghost marriage. Lin Feng had only ever heard of ghost marriages between two families, where children had passed away. He never expected Xianhua, a living person, to be forced to marry a deceased old man. She was currently being forced to drink a bowl of red bean porridge before the wedding, which symbolized giving birth to many noble sons early. Lin Feng rushed out of the procession, wanting to find Xianhua as quickly as possible, and she had already been brought out at that moment. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Xianhua seemed very surprised. Zimo, what are you doing here? I'm taking you away now. Just a simple sentence. Yet it brought tears to Xianhua's eyes. Although he said so, it was actually not easy to take her away, because he encountered obstacles. First, there was Master Xian. He loudly scolded Lin Feng for ruining his daughter's wedding, but he didn't bother to respond directly, grabbing Xianhua's hand and leaving immediately. Before carrying out this abduction, Lin Feng had already dispatched members of the Lin family to guard the back gate and prepare a carriage. Now they just needed to jump into the carriage to escape. However, after only a few steps, Xianhua let go of Lin Feng's hand, then collapsed to the ground, continuously spitting blood from her mouth. It turned out that the bowl of red bean porridge she drank before the wedding was poisoned. Her parents knew this. Yet not one of them stopped her. Because General Song had already died in battle. And only departed souls could become husband and wife. Therefore they cruelly pushed their only daughter into the jaws of death. If it weren't for your mother's soft heart. If that were the case, I wouldn't have waited until now. Elder Xian said, stroking his beard. Lin Feng felt utterly disgusted and repulsed by this old man. He then roared, "Are you insane? What right do you have to decide Xian Hua's life and death?" With that he lunged forward and grabbed Elder Xian's collar. "Where's the antidote? Hand it over, save her quick. That's your daughter." Not only did Elder Xian not soften, nor did he feel ashamed of his actions. Instead he ordered his family to seize Lin Feng. He was pinned to the ground by two burly men, utterly unable to move. And the poison Elder Xian had put in his daughter's porridge was arrow poison flower, which had no antidote whatsoever. Xian Hua, utterly exhausted, still struggled to crawl towards Lin Feng. From childhood until now, she had never received true care from her family. Even her own parents were forcing her to die for wealth and glory. Lin Feng was the only light in her life. Xian Hua was still struggling at this moment. But the Xian family had even prepared a coffin. Lin Feng roared. "For power you didn't hesitate to poison your own daughter. And the entire Xian family. All of you have turned a blind eye and let this happen because of it. What kind of prestigious family are you? You're clearly a den of beasts." However, Elder Xian, being cursed by a young man decades his junior, felt no shame whatsoever. Instead he replied with a smirk. "It's only natural for children to sacrifice for the family, that's just how it is. You'll understand if you live another 25 years. It's just a shame that this matter cannot be known by outsiders." At this he again instructed his family to deal with it quickly. Even a fool would understand that Elder Xian intended to silence them permanently. Lin Feng was dragged to a nearby well. He struggled desperately but couldn't break free. And Xian Hua on her deathbed was also forced to witness all of this, suffering immensely. Lin Feng was mercilessly thrown into the well by the Xian family's servants. And Xian Hua, who hadn't yet passed away, was probably forcibly dragged into the coffin. The Xian family announced to the public that their eldest daughter had died of a sudden illness 2 days prior, and General Guangwei 3 days prior had fallen in battle. This fortuitously allowed the two to have a ghost marriage today. When the coffin was carried out the main gate, people saw a figure in red atop it. Xian Hua, having died of injustice, transformed into a vengeful spirit to claim the lives of the entire Xian family. Meanwhile, Lin Feng thrown into the dry well. His body shattered, his strength slowly fading. His vision had already begun to blur. The last thing he saw was a dim, reddish sky, just like the wedding gown Xian Hua had sewn. A cute face with a hint of mischief came into view as he just woke up, accompanied by a shout of "Wake up!" Lin Feng was only 6 years old at this time. The child happily introduced herself. "My name is Tong Tong. What about you?" Without waiting for his answer, the little girl had already handed him some bread. Lin Feng stuffed the bread into his mouth greedily, causing Tong Tong to have to caution him. "Eat slower, haha, you'll choke." The little girl also pestered charmingly. "Can I keep him?" the man roared. "Do you think he's a stray cat? Absolutely not." About half an hour later, when Lin Feng was led to a cleaner place, Tong Tong asked curiously, "So were you also abandoned here by your mommy and daddy?" Lin Feng replied sadly. "Mommy said I was a useless child to society, born just to waste resources." The man sighed, lamenting. "Who said a person has to be useful?" He stroked his head comfortingly and said, "Cry if you're sad." Lin Feng then sobbed, "Mommy and daddy are bad people. I hate them, but I still miss mommy, boo-hoo." A fair hand gently caressed Tong Tong's cheek. Tong Tong hugged Lin Feng tightly, encouraging him. "Don't be sad, I'll be your mother from now on." Lin Feng felt immense gratitude in his heart, silently thanking her. Tong Tong returned to reality. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself aided by the system. At the same time, Lin Feng also realized, had the illusion vanished? He cautiously approached the red wedding dress. Then he silently drew a conclusion. Ghost Xian. The flower Xianhua no longer has human consciousness. Lin Feng gravely signaled Tong Tong not to worry. "She won't harm us." Watching the figure in the wedding dress gradually approach the main gate, Lin Feng wondered, where is the bride going? He called Tong Tong. "Let's follow her and see." A corner of her sleeve fluttered in the wind. The bridal veil suddenly slipped off. The path ahead suddenly opened up. Lin Feng whispered. "The sound of the ghost realm has changed." He suddenly widened his eyes, utterly astonished. Are these the ancient shamanic spirits from the wedding procession? Could it be that? The wooden door was slightly ajar, revealing an object already prepared. Ghost Palanquin is expected, the one being wedded is Ghost Zuanhua's inner demon. Even after becoming a ghost, it will be reenacted repeatedly within the ghost realm. He didn't want to delay any longer. Lin Feng and the system rushed over immediately. Then it's time to break this cycle. He roared, Tong Tong, go destroy the Ghost Palanquin first. Tong Tong gritted her teeth. Immediately Lin Feng placed his hand on the convection zone. Guessing this wall. Could it be that only Xianhua can pass through? He quickly dismissed the thought. No, it's not just a barrier. Even the courtyard is distorted. It must be some kind of ghost spell. The Ghost Palanquin emitted a noisy, chaotic sound. Lin Feng frowned. Right, it's this creaking sound. It can control ghost spirits, inducing Xianhua to get into the palanquin. He turned his eyes to observe. She's still walking this way. If it's an inner demon, the key point is still with Xianhua. Lin Feng changed direction, attempting to stop her. Xianhua can't go any further. He spread his arms. Have you forgotten everything that happened in the past? Zuanhua's body suddenly flickered strangely. She simply passed right through Lin Feng. He worried that with his current restraining power, he still wouldn't be able to subdue her. A thought flashed through his mind, that's right. There's still one method worth trying. Lin Feng took out a rope and tied it tightly around his waist. He jumped into the deep well without hesitation. Tong Tong looked blankly at her master from above. Safe landing. Lin Feng approached the already dried up skeleton. He slowly recognized it as Lin Zimo. Lin Feng choked up slightly. I'm afraid you never imagined that Xianhua would become an evil spirit wandering the world. The skeleton's hand tightly clutched an ivory comb. You two can never meet again in this life or the next. Lin Feng returned to Zuanhua's room with the item. He said coldly, that's right. This is the other half. He picked up the two halves of the ivory comb and put them together. Tong Tong stood by watching curiously. Watching the current of air spinning, and it was surging very intensely, causing the surrounding space to be significantly affected as well. The bride Xianhua suddenly stopped while moving in the palanquin. She looked back. Lin Feng walked over. He brought the comb closer and asked softly, do you still remember this token? Lin Zimo's figure clearly appeared in her bloodshot eyes. Lin Feng was startled in surprise. Her hand is reaching out, I can feel it. The bride gently touched the comb. When the veil flew up, it was clear she was crying. Lin Feng said happily, Xianhua, you've finally woken up. Her right hand clenched tightly. Lin Feng cried out in alarm, wait. Xianhua. She rapidly rushed towards the path ahead and violently broke through the restraining magical barrier. Xianhua, like a beast, smashed the ghost palanquin to pieces. This speed astonished Lin Feng so fast. But then the fragments began to reassemble. He wondered in confusion, has it recovered? The properties of this ghost palanquin are truly bizarre. Red cloth strips rapidly grew in succession. The ghost palanquin's eyes, nose and mouth turned into living things. Or more precisely, monsters. It had 4 pitch-black legs and sharp hands. Lin Feng raised his hand, dodging in front of him. At the same time, he thanked Tong Tong for blocking an attack for him. The ghost palanquin was actually able to recover. Lin Feng's lower limbs tensed, thinking, crap. This thing isn't afraid of physical attacks. Right, the palanquin is made of paper. He rushed towards the ghost palanquin without hesitation. Lin Feng waved his hand, pulling out a flame projectile. He threw it inside while the curtain was open. Lin Feng moved to a safe position. He loudly warned everyone to get clear. He secretly sighed to himself, it really can burn. Lin Feng looked at the wreckage, wondering, is it dealt with? Some cloth pieces suddenly fell off. The ghost palanquin became even larger, and its exterior turned white. Lin Feng said in surprise. Sure enough, it's not that simple. He glanced at the bride-crap Xianhua. After observing her expression, Lin Feng realized. It's the flame ghost. I didn't expect Xianhua to have this skill. A hand with sharp claws extended from the ghost palanquin. It attacked. Then the bride Xianhua quickly created a shield to block the attack, and she could even counterattack. Lin Feng happily concluded, it's really useful, great. He sternly ordered Tong Tong, help her control the ghost palanquin's movements. Xianhua controlled the flame ghost with silk threads. Both obediently complied. The monster's legs were tightly entangled with red threads. The ghost palanquin swayed precariously, losing its balance as if it were about to fall. Xianhua forcefully tightened countless red threads. Demonic sparks burst forth from her hands, relying on the thin threads as guidance. It gradually spread downwards, burning the ghost palanquin. The system then sent a notification. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task binding the wedding dress bride. Lin Feng immediately let out a sigh of relief. Phew. It's over. The bride gently knelt. At this moment, an option finally appeared. Your binding with the wedding dress bride has reached 50. She can become your second ghost spirit, do you agree? Lin Feng immediately agreed. The condition was to take a drop of fresh blood and give it to the wedding dress bride to drink. He thought to himself, if I'm using blood, I guess I have to show my face. Her beautiful face held a trace of tenderness. Lin Feng gently called out to Xianhua, we meet again. He bit his skin with his teeth. But there was no container for the blood. Xianhua suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's arm. She brought the bleeding part to her mouth and gently sucked. This made him let out a surprised ha. And there was a physical sensation. Lin Feng stared at Ghost Xianhua thinking, she wouldn't think of me as her husband, would she? The system prompted binding successful. Congratulations host, you have acquired a second ghost spirit and completed the task. You gained 1000 experience. You received a lottery chance. Below is Xuanhua's remaining information. Returning to the sanctuary. Lin Feng slowly studied it. He stroked his chin, a calculating look on his face. Lin Feng thought to himself. As expected of a high-tier spirit, it starts with 3-star potential right away. Its experience potential is also good. Teleportation can move at divine speed with the ghost domain, coupled with short range. It can then be used for combat routes. And the combination of teleportation and excellent perception abilities will produce incredibly strong escape capabilities. Even if I can't win, I can run first. Her ghost domain is definitely the most formidable. Not only can it sever the connection between a ghost spirit and a ghost master, but it's also a rare dual ghost domain. Used correctly, it can completely suppress higher-level ghost spirits. He gently pressed the button, agreeing to draw a prize on the smart screen. The pointer spun a few times and finally stopped. The system congratulated the host on acquiring a new ability. Lin Feng said, oh, curiously, what's a ghost tattoo? Never mind, I'll just accept it for now. Just as he was about to accept the item, a strange sound suddenly came from outside, leaving him puzzled. What could that sound be? Something was speeding along the gravel road. Lin Feng was puzzled. Why are hooves approaching? Is it human or ghost? He muttered to himself, I'll go out and see. But when he saw the ghostly spirit's worried gaze, he paused. Lin Feng softly called Xianhua's name, but the scene gradually faded away. What happened? The ghost realm is gone and he found himself in a new place. Lin Feng frowned, speculating, I see. Xianhua must have used her teleportation ability. After hearing the hoofbeats, that means the sound came from her hostile evil spirit, or the controller behind the ghost sedan. He directly threw the comb into the storage compartment. Lin Feng formulated a plan. However, since Xianhua chose to flee, it seems that to deal with, it'll still need to gather more information. The previous place was very close to Luqing, so let's go back and rest first. Exclamations of surprise echoed through the Ghost Tamer Association. Oh my god, you actually survived. President Yan choked up. There's been no news from you for 3 days. I thought you had all right. What about that bride's wedding dress? Lin Feng chuckled softly and announced. It's already taken care of. President Yan's eyes widened in surprise. What, you can really control a high-level evil spirit? She suddenly recalled, oh my god. Even if there were geniuses before, at 15 years old, they were cultivated by the headquarters, pouring all their resources into them to be able to control evil spirits. How could anyone self-teach that? Is this a side effect of his hidden constitution? Lin Feng lightly coughed. President Yan. President Yan. This is also largely thanks to your cooperation back then. President Yan happily said, enduring a chill. No need to say thanks. Why don't you give sis some practical benefits? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. What do you want? President Yan squinted her eyes and smiled. It's simple, you join the Ghost Tamer Alliance. Just take on one task within my jurisdiction. That's all. Help sis manage things. Lin Feng looked perplexed and said, joining the alliance isn't just like going to work, is it? President Yan solemnly reassured him, don't worry. The position assigned to you is called Special Commissioner. It offers a lot of freedom. The association will only occasionally invite you to participate in important missions, but it's not mandatory. Furthermore, you'll have internal access, allowing you to gather more confidential information. You'll also be the first to know where powerful ghosts appear. Lin Feng mused to himself. Having internal investigation access sounds pretty good. Maybe I can find information about Xianhua's enemy and that mysterious Jichaoan. President Yan placed a hand on his shoulder and pressed on. So what do you say, join me? She stretched languidly, showing off her alluring figure. She praised herself. Isn't it great? President Yan looked at Lin Feng with a seductive glance. Pretty, he stammered, blushing. President Yan boldly moved closer to Lin Feng, giggling. I'm so happy. If it's pretty, why don't you look a bit longer? You've never enjoyed perks like these before. A subordinate suddenly appeared from Watnoshire quite out of place. He respectfully called out, "President, your coffee." Then immediately vanished, sorry to interrupt. President Yen gently smoothed her hair and said, "All right. Let's get back to business. To join the alliance, there's also an indispensable condition for a ghost tamer. Level certification," she explained. "Right now you're still in your probationary period. Even if you have enough strength, you won't be officially recognized by the state. Coincidentally, the Lucheng Level Assessment Conference is the day after tomorrow." President Yen excitedly raised her hand. "Get ready to participate, sis, we'll be cheering you on." That night in the villa area, Lin Feng was drying his hair after a shower. He thought to himself, tomorrow is the level assessment conference. Xianhua is still recovering, but with Tong Tong there she should be fine. He quickly fell into a deep sleep. The bride's veil suddenly appeared, hovering in midair in the dead of night. Lin Feng was startled awake. He froze when he saw the figure beside him. "Xianhua Yu." Guiling's cheeks were flushed crimson. This left Lin Feng utterly bewildered, thinking, "What kind of expression is that?" She moved closer to Lin Feng. He froze, utterly confused. She lay down quite naturally. Guiling didn't close her eyes. She just kept staring at Lin Feng. "How am I supposed to sleep like this?" The next morning, as the dazzling sunlight began to stream into the small room, Lin Feng groggily woke up with a start. Realized he was running late. The bride gently handed him his clothes. Lin Feng awkwardly thanked her with a smile, marveling inwardly. "It seems she really is taking care of me as her husband." Her next action surprised him greatly. "I have to refuse. I'll do it myself," the host announced loudly through the microphone. "Welcome everyone to the Ghost Master rank assessment." Raising her arm, she introduced. "Over 3,000 people are participating in this assessment. Truly an unprecedented event. Without further ado, our first round of assessment will begin with our adorable students." The host chuckled, covering her mouth. "They are mainly last year's graduates, though there are some from this year's class as well, to come for a rank assessment after only a month of internship. How naive." Miss Zhang Shuang, pointing, looked quickly. "It's Lin Feng, the guy who got the villa." Two boys next to them quickly chimed in. "Haha, I told you brother Lin would come. If he gets assessed as a class 3 master later, it'll scare those seniors senseless." However, the criteria for assessing rank, besides the ghost's power, involve many comprehensive evaluations. "It's hard to say." A few people whispered, "Who's that guy? He's not from this year's class, is he? We've been testing for a year, and the pass rate is only 30. Someone like him who just graduated. What's he doing here trying to compete for rank? Just wait, I'll show him how I'll humiliate him later." Round 1. Ghost Spirit Knowledge Written Exam. The assessment content covers only the basic knowledge required by interns. There are many options, 20 possible answers, 10 question numbers. Each question will be displayed on the big screen for 60 seconds. Incorrect answers will result in elimination. Time flew by, reaching the 23rd question. Some of the students present had already been eliminated. That boy looked at the question, trembling like a leaf. This year's questions are truly abnormal. The proctor quickly issued an announcement. The final answering time has arrived. Students who answered incorrectly, please leave the venue. Congratulations to the remaining 50 students who passed the written exam. Lin Feng commented. It was indeed very simple." Round 2, the host explained. During actual combat, ghost masters facing stronger enemies also need to remain calm. Therefore, in this assessment, 3 examiners will successively release the demonic aura of evil spirits to test the students' composure. First up is the witch named Mandragora. Groans immediately arose from the space below. What powerful pressure, it's so unbearable. Next, Xing Tian, the evil spirit, appeared and encouraged them. "Come on, don't fall in the second round." The host was thrilled. "Look quickly. Many students have fallen due to the influence of the ghostly aura, including a genius from this year's class." The blonde little girl gritted her teeth in pain. "Damn it. So close." The boys meanwhile exclaimed in unison. "Ah, that's this year's genius girl, they must be mistaken. Everyone thought she would definitely pass. Go brother Lin. You are the hope of our entire school." The host smiled and said. Finally appearing is the ancient, highly respected elder. What kind of evil spirit will he bring? The entire venue immediately erupted in commotion. "Oh my god. He and the evil spirit are in a symbiotic state. He can actually control a brank monster." As expected of Elder Gu, Long Feng listened quietly. Sure enough, many students were eliminated again. "Then congratulations to student number 9. You've entered the final round," the host announced excitedly. The exciting moment has arrived. Students, please step onto the platform one by one. To evaluate the ghost spirits you've summoned, the equipment will automatically detect their ranks. First up, Qian 2. His ghost spirits evaluation was very low. Apologies, you did not pass. Please keep up the good work. Next student, Gao Shang. This student was directly rated as Drank. The third examinee, Lin Feng. He's also the only student left from this year's batch. Someone voiced a doubt. He's a student from this batch. His internship hasn't even ended yet. How could he make it this far? Another person replied, I've heard of Lin Feng. He must be a high spiritualist. A look of disdain on his face. Humph, if you can meet the standard. I'll eat this armored vehicle. Lin Feng thought to himself. It's just a formality, no need to be too ostentatious. Calling Tong Tong should be enough. 3 skull-patterned bows in the middle lit up. The host exclaimed, how unexpected. Student Lin Feng's ghost spirit. It's actually emitting powerful demonic energy. What rank could it be? The student with the mushroom haircut clasped his hands and prayed crank. The indicator kept spinning. When the big screen displayed the letter, the crowd simultaneously burst into an uproar. Is there a mistake? Isn't Brank the level of the vice president? The other 3 people had various expressions. How is that possible? Brother Lin is awesome. The female host shouted excitedly. That's right, everyone, you saw correctly. It really is Brank. This is also a rank that has never appeared during the evaluation phase. For a student, so congratulations, student Lin Feng. He was suddenly attacked from behind. Right on the grandstand. A dark figure held a knife and stabbed towards Lin Feng's back. It was Qian 2, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Haha, Lin Feng, I finally got you. Tong Tong has already been suppressed. Lin Feng's eyes widened and he asked, bewildered, why even her? Qian 2 removed his mask with his hand, revealing a familiar figure. Didn't think I was still alive, did you? The vengeance for my brother's death is irreconcilable. Today is the day you die. At this moment, that man had also mutated, transforming into a Brank corpse poison goo evil spirit. The monster's mouth continuously emitted terrifying sounds. He, kill. Lin Feng painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking it's Xia Shan. He didn't die back then. He escaped in the chaos. How did he turn into this state now? The stand saw everything and immediately fell into chaos. A murder run, it's a Brank evil spirit. An emergency situation on site. A freakish man disguised himself as a student and stabbed student Lin Feng. Elder Gu said gravely. This fellow forcibly symbiotically bonded with a high-level evil spirit. He won't live much longer. But right now he's extremely dangerous. Ensure the safety of the students and audience. Mandala shouted a signal. Everyone please leave here in an orderly fashion. The examiners quickly unleashed the Xing Tian Phantom from the throat of the monster on Xia Shan's back. Violent poisonous gas spewed out and simultaneously knocked down everyone inside the arena. Xing Tian weakly coughed up blood. Not good, it's corpse poison. Xia Shan grinned sinisterly upon hearing the words revenge. He controlled the monster to attack this way. Lin Feng mused to himself, Xia Shan, you're really trying hard for revenge. But today you're the one who's going to die. Before the evil spirit could attack, it was blocked by countless red threads, and they formed a restraint suppressing Xia Shan. The crowd exclaimed, look. What is that? The man gnashed his teeth in anger. His body then exploded into fragments. Emerald green blood splattered everywhere. Mandarava asked in surprise, was the evil spirit killed? Xingtian, however, retorted with a bewildered expression. No, the red one is also one of them. Elder Gu looked confused. It was killed before the ghost domain was even activated. Who exactly is that red evil spirit? Wait, isn't this something the association reported? Upon recognizing it, everyone turned pale with fright. It was the wedding dress ghost, which led to Willow City being locked down. How is she here? I heard the Ghost Master Association is helpless against this thing too. One wasn't enough and now there's another. Is heaven trying to destroy us? Zhang Shuang and his friends hugged each other, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh my god, I don't want to die. I haven't even been in love yet, boo-hoo. Ghost Xianhua danced lightly in midair. Tong Tong also broke free from the encirclement. System notification: Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed a Brank evil beast. Gained 3,000 experience points. 10 restraints obtained. Great exam lock. Lin Feng smiled gently and whispered, by the way, Xianhua. The space was eerily silent. Zhang Shuang and his friends were speechless. Why didn't that rank evil spirit attack Lin Feng? Unless Elder Gu was puzzled. At this moment the host forced a smile. Haha, student Lin, could it be that? He slowly brought the microphone closer, stuttering as he asked. Is she your second evil spirit? Lin Feng covered his face helplessly, thinking couldn't keep it hidden after all. He answered softly yes. The surroundings remained silent. A few excited screams came from below. Lin Feng is amazing, he's the light of our future. Brother Lin saved everyone. He's my hero. The other side was even more boisterous. Lin Feng is so young yet he's already mastered 2 ghost spirits. And one of them is an evil spirit. What a genius teacher. Even the principal doesn't have a rank strength, I'm so proud of him. A rank, I propose Lin Feng as principal. The host joyfully announced. Then I announce. Student Lin Feng is officially designated as an A-rank ghost master. Lin Feng's name was continuously praised like this. Even sitting in his room he couldn't escape it. Lin Feng, are you there? I'm here to become your disciple. If you don't come out I'll keep kneeling here. He complained in despair. I haven't had a good night's sleep in 7 days. It seems I can't stay in Willow City anymore. Deep in thought. As the saying goes, men fear fame like pigs fear getting fat. Ever since the rank assessment conference ended, this villa had been treated as a tourist attraction. Every day it was surrounded to the point where not even an ant could squeeze through. Lin Feng pondered, although I can rest in the ghost domain. The problem is, he realized how chaotic the situation truly was. Lin Feng mused, if I go out for a stroll I'll be mobbed. With nothing to do. I'm getting paid by the association but have nowhere to spend it. He said with a long face, I really want to spend some money. Outside it was exceptionally lively, full of shouts. I heard Lin Feng subdued a terrifying evil spirit, which caused the entire city to be locked down. Of course now he's the youngest rank ghost master. Come and see. This is his legendary former residence. Pfft, he's not dead yet. Who dares curse my brother Lin? Get out here. President Yen stood in the center of the campus, concluding worriedly. It seems he can no longer stay in Willow City. A surprised voice rang out from the main house. Go to Haicheng. President Yen said calmly, that's right. I am about to go to the Haicheng Alliance branch for work and you can come with me. It'll be a good opportunity for some training. As one of the 5 major centers, it's much more bustling there than here. Lin Feng asked curiously, is the southern city center big? She replied softly, yes. The Ghost Master Alliance has a total of 5 branches. Haicheng is the eastern branch. President Yen explained, west, north, south, central. Each region has a branch. Located in the largest central city, Haicheng is the center of the eastern region. There are countless ghost masters of rank and above. If you bring a high-level ghost spirit token, you can also trade at the auctions there. Lin Feng excitedly exclaimed, oh. Listening, he secretly guessed just right. Xuanhua's ghost domain still has quite a few ghost master's spirit tokens, must be quite valuable. President Yen chuckled. It's settled then, hurry back and pack your things. Well, depart early tomorrow morning. Lin Feng asked in confusion, hi, your expression. Why do you look so smug? 2 days later Lin Feng sat steadily in the car pressing his question. How far is it from here to High City? President Yen calmly replied. A few hundred kilometers. And we'll be passing through a no man's land. Ghosts there usually set traps to kill people. Even rank ghost masters usually aren't willing to venture alone. However, the association has special safe routes. This also shows the advantage of being a member. Lin Feng looked bored. I see. He thought to himself. The knowledge taught in school is indeed limited. There's still so much I don't know about this world. 3 cars drove towards the glow of High City. I'm here 5 hours later. At the edge of the no man's land, President Yen instructed them to stop. She reported via the locator 0349 has arrived at the ferry. A black submarine surfaced from the deep sea. This is the Ghost Master Association's specialized equipment. The Reaper. President Yen said sternly, let's go. Well, take the waterway. Lin Feng carefully walked down the stairs. He mused internally, as expected it's relatively safer underwater. Even if there are ghosts, there certainly won't be more of them than on land. President Yen crossed her arms and said coldly, although the land distance is short, the waterway is more concealed and safer. The cabin has already been painted with yellow coating to prevent ghosts from sensing the aura of living people. You can rest assured. The huge propeller began to turn. The submarine moved slowly, passing through the obstacles ahead. By this time it was almost midnight. An announcement sounded. Approaching High City Westport. The weather here is clear and the temperature is 21 degrees Celsius. Please prepare to disembark. President Yen gracefully rested her chin in her hand, gently reminding Lin Feng. Have you had enough sleep? His sleepy face flushed. Sorry. She gestured lightly. We're here. High City West District Satellite 2. President Yen happily introduced. High City has a population of 8 million. It also has a large number of powerful ghost masters. Most of the psychics from the eastern region are basically here. The association also issues more missions here than in Loose City. She paused. This is my station. You can temporarily stay in the guest room here. Sometime later, President Yen brewed tea and at the same time suggested, by the way, you said you wanted to sell some spirit tokens. Can I take a look? Lin Feng readily replied, okay, Don Don. Bring out this ghost spirit. First was the little brain tiger Brank benevolent spirit. President Yen cried out in surprise. A Brank ghost unowned and a benevolent spirit. Where did you get it? Lin Feng said excitedly. I found them all in the bridal gown bride's ghost domain. I have 5 more like this. How much can they sell for? She gaped in shock. 5 more. Such unowned benevolent spirits are extremely rare out there. They're usually cultivated by ghost masters from a young age. This is my first time seeing one of such high quality. President Yen appraised the ghost spirit. It should be worth at least $1 million. Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow I'll help you contact an auction house. Lin Feng replied with a happy smile, okay, thank you for your trouble. His feet stepped into the warm water. Lin Feng looked comfortable. Phew. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a comfortable night. He looked at the locator and sighed, oh. As expected, High City has so many high-level missions. And special missions only accessible with association authority. It seems that before long, Dong Dong and Xianhua will be able to level up. Lin Feng was suddenly surprised. Letting out a ha. A red figure flew in, puzzling him. Xianhua, why is she here? I clearly locked the door. Lin Feng was on the verge of tears. Is locking the door useful against ghosts? To keep her out, had have to paint the entire bathroom with a thick layer of gold. He crossed his arms, wondering worriedly. Xianhua, what exactly do you want to do? She gently rubbed a thin bath towel on Lin Feng's back. His cheeks flushed hot. He thought to himself, is this another one of our special ways of interacting? Stepping out of the bathroom was when he received a system notification. You and the spirit. Xianhua interacted while bathing. Experience 50. President Yen leaned in, puzzled. She looked up at Lin Feng, then called him. She was very confused. What's with that dazed expression? The two of them slept together in a large bed. Lin Feng concluded. Xianhua had indeed climbed onto the bed again. Then he thought again, but being able to see such a beautiful face right when you open your eyes isn't bad at all. Lin Feng gently kissed her forehead. Good night, Xianhua. The system prompted an increase in experience. This surprised him. This works too. Meanwhile, near the Haicheng defense line, the rustling sound of burning flames was heard. The rogue praised with satisfaction, well done. We finally dealt with this troublesome Brank evil spirit. Uncle Dory frowned in confusion, meaning, listen, it sounds like hooves. Who would be riding a horse in a place like this in the middle of the night? They sensed something was wrong and immediately assumed defensive positions. It's definitely not human. Quickly set up a spirit domain and prepare for battle. Everyone simultaneously formed a barrier of power. The dark figure in front grew closer, then appeared. It was the Shrank spirit, the headless general. The rogues cried out in panic, oh no. This evil spirit's rank is higher than ours, don't be afraid. Our 5-layered spirit domain won't collapse. No sooner had he spoken than the barrier was shattered. The general's pale hand gripped his long sword tightly. He decisively swung his sword several times. Finally he departed, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. Lin Feng rubbed his aching head, thinking, whoa. It's rare for me to sleep until I wake up naturally. Is it afternoon already? President Yen and the two spirits suddenly appeared. And happily said, you're finally awake. Lin Feng shivered from the fright, making President Yen laugh aloud. Haha, did I scare you? She said happily. Seeing you sleep so soundly. We didn't wake you for this morning's auction. But if you don't get up soon, your Xianhua will be making breakfast for the 5th time. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the lavish dining table. Then he asked Xianhua, did you really make all this? President Yen commented with a happy face, It's delicious. Women from that era truly have power. She suddenly remembered, oh right, I have good news for you. The auction was incredibly popular. Those unowned Brank spirits were fought over fiercely. They ultimately sold for 20 million contribution points. Lin Feng was so shocked that he spat out water with no time to stop himself. President Yen suggested, the auction service deducts a 10 tax. Then deduct my 6 agent fee. Even 20 isn't too much, right? I'll transfer a total of 128 million to you. Lin Feng replied hesitantly, you've worked hard, he thought to himself. She calculates so precisely. She truly deserves to be the president. President Yen raised the router. Indicating the transfer was done, she instructed, all right. Eat slowly, I need to go handle association matters. Lin Feng was puzzled. Has something happened? She replied gloomily. Yesterday a small squad of ghost tamers near Luchang was beheaded by an evil spirit. This morning a similar massacre site was discovered again, at Sanfanghai. The deceased was even a rank veteran. Very strange, a voice suddenly rang out interrupting the conversation. This matter needs not trouble everyone. President Yan has graced Haichang with her presence. I fear I was unable to properly welcome you, she asked in surprise. What brings you here? President Su replied amiably. I came to inform you. If the decapitating demon appears in Haichang, I'll handle it. But President, you should just rest well. President Su sighed sternly. I didn't come to Haichang for a vacation. What does President Su mean? He said straightforwardly. You have no information about that ghost. So how can you deal with it? President Su showed a determined attitude. Regardless, I've already made arrangements. Let me open your eyes. This is a recording, saved through a ghost exorcist communication tool. It's of the ghost exorcist who was decapitated last night. A black figure flickered faintly, not very clear. Lin Feng vaguely recalled the sound of hooves. Isn't that the ghost that pursued Xianhua to her ghost domain? Its lower body was visible, but it disappeared after a few seconds. Lin Feng was very surprised. That's it, is the person on horseback a ghost exorcist? Not much was captured. I'll get it for you to see later when we go back. Play it back. See no head. President Su said sternly. That's right. We call it the Headless General. We've also gathered 10 related clues. It's perfect for training my 2 daughters' tracking abilities. President Su seemed impatient. Never mind, this time it's yours. Lin Feng speculated. The Headless General's attire is identical to the general who was marrying Xianhua. As expected, he's the evil spirit behind the ghost palanquin. Furthermore, the crime scene shifted from Lucheng to Haicheng, clearly targeting Xianhua. But how does he sense her location? System notification: new mission, annul the marriage contract. Lin Feng's eyes widened in thought. That's right. How could I not have thought of that? In the ghost domain, Xianhua was forced into bridal mode, and it was indeed dependent on this marriage contract. Looks like he'll have to go there in search. He quickly ordered Xianhua to activate her ghost domain. Let's search together. Tonton rummaged through a pile of books. Ghost Xianhua checked a clothes chest. Lin Feng, standing by, finally found an item. He couldn't help but feel confused. What kind of writing is this? Is it ghost script? Lin Feng directly tore the paper. But this mission only requires destruction. He then said in surprise, even the contract regenerates just like the ghost palanquin. How about you do it, Xianhua? She burned it with sacred fire. System hint: mission completed 50. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, muttering, what's going on? I get it. There's still another marriage contract in the Headless General's possession. Only by killing him can Xianhua truly gain her freedom. He stood at the cave entrance with Ji Su. Now that the bride's marriage contract is lost, it won't be as easy to find her. But if the Headless General has previously killed an rank ghost exorcist, then the top priority is. Both prepared their demonic energy. Lin Feng frowned and said sternly, are we going to clear out the ranks? Just then in northern Haicheng, President Su sighed another body. He cleared his throat and called out, So Ling. Su, what do you two think? The short-haired girl hastily replied. This ghost exorcist died half an hour ago. The decapitation cut is the same as before. The other person continued. Although the rain has obscured it, I can track its hoof prints through the residual demonic energy. President Su smiled with satisfaction and instructed, excellent. Let's pursue. About an hour later, the team was still moving with difficulty in the pouring rain. So you suddenly requested to stop the vehicle. The ghostly aura is getting denser. It should be in that mountain up ahead. President Su coldly commanded, turn off the headlights. Everyone must adapt to the moonlight to fight at night. He said, we will execute plan. 3 teams disperse and surround. Just set the traps and wait for the right moment. All troops quickly obeyed the order, shouting in unison, understood. Confirmed. Ghost Butterfly will scout ahead first. The butterfly swarm fluttered and danced, flying deep into the cold dark forest. The rain started to get heavier. Chairman Zhou suddenly revealed a smug smile. Weapons shimmered dazzlingly in his hand. It's here. This time, our primary objective is to capture the ghost horse alive. The butterfly swarm gathered, flying around the bushes. One of them suddenly broke away from the swarm. Before it could react, it was trampled to dust by a horse's hoof. Zhuo Lin nervously called out to her sister. I have a very uneasy feeling. The little girl replied mischievously. What's there to be afraid of this time? Dad has already mobilized over 30 people. Plus he also has several rank ghost tamers. Nothing will happen. I hope so. The sound of hooves is getting closer and closer. Someone whispered, it's here. Chairman Zhua said gravely. All squads use your ghost domain to hide and seal it up, understood. Countless energy orbs activated and appeared, attempting to block the general's path. Observing its movements, Chairman Zhua cried out in surprise. It actually didn't dodge. First squad, prepare to engage. Two men said to each other in a panic. How is that possible? The ghost domain was shattered. How terrifying. Chairman Zhua gestured. This guy's ability is highly unusual. They can't hold on, take action. In utter panic, he surveyed the scene. A team of 7 Branks actually collapsed in an instant. Even the ghost spirits vanished. Chairman Zhua no longer hesitated. Quickly summon Golden Bird and intercept him with the ghost domain. By Ming Ade. Use both of your abilities to overlay it. That horse gently tapped the barrier with its front hoof. Seeing this, one person immediately roared, the ghost domain is still intact. And it can't get out. Chairman Zhua sighed in relief, thinking to himself. As expected, a 3-layered rank ghost domain can trap it. It's truly mindless. Now it's like catching a turtle in a jar. It can only be toyed with until death. He growled. By Ming Ade. All 3 ranks attacked together, kill the general. But don't harm the ghost horse. The monster fiercely slashed out a beam of swordlight. A subordinate warned, it's accelerating, be careful. Someone worriedly suggested to the chairman. How about we go find reinforcements first? Another fellow started crying out in despair, why am I 8 hands? There was a stir among the people because they discovered more ghost spirits were unleashed from the red robe. Not only that, it was actually the ghost spirits of those from first squad. They had just been subdued. The general waved his hand and countless energy orbs flew up, aiming. Then they all activated their ghost domains. Chairman Zhua turned ghastly pale with fright. Oh no! Our composite ghost domain is formed through intricate calculations. Stability. If multiple ghost domains are activated simultaneously inside, it won't hold up. He hastily commanded, quickly withdraw. Loud chaotic noises echoed through the forest. Drive, it's too late. Zhuo Lin nervously called out to Dad. The other team members haven't gotten in the car yet. He roared, there's no time to wait. A terrifying sight. 2 subordinates hurriedly said to each other, this is bad. 3rd squad's vehicle has been targeted. Ade accelerating won't help anymore. It's going to overturn. The man in the hat watched the general charging over. Utter panic. It's over. A loud bang was heard and the car was flipped 90 degrees. A large chunk of metal smashed directly towards Zhua's chairman's car's front. He desperately tried to stabilize it and said through gritted teeth. The engine is broken, brace yourselves. The vehicle violently crashed into a tree. Finally it came to a complete stop. Zhuo Lin asked worriedly, the car stalled, what do we do? The chairman hastily replied, hurry. Let's hide in the cargo compartment. That spot has already been painted yellow. The 2 sisters hugged each other tightly and said fearfully, Dad is hurt. But the cargo compartment door. Chairman Zhuo whispered, don't speak. It shouldn't be able to find us. Light was shining in through a crack outside. Charlie cautiously approached to check. Under the reluctant gazes of her father and sister, she looked up, observing the glowing object. It looked like a ball of fire. It was the ghost horse's eye. Ling probably clamped her hand over her mouth in despair, feeling like she was about to die. She was surprised to suddenly see the general with his back to them. Does that mean it hasn't spotted us? The fairy Xianhua appeared out of nowhere, successfully drawing its attention. The horse kept stomping, looking very angry. The 3 of them hid in the corner. When they saw the unfamiliar figure, Lin Feng frowned in confusion. How could it be you, one of President Yuan's men? Anyway, let's hide first. He turned and called out to Xianhua. She understood instantly and immediately used her teleportation ability. The group vanished into thin air. At Sea City's border station number 13, a series of whimpering cries could be heard. Woo woo, my ghost spirit, definitely. The guild leader complained despondently. It took me so much effort to buy a second ghost spirit. And now there's only one left. His daughter beside him thanked him shyly. Lin Feng gently said, it's nothing. I was just passing by and the bandages are on, so we'll be leaving now. The guild leader suddenly shouted, please wait. He pleaded with an earnest expression. Please, you must ask President Yuan to take action and help us solve this problem. I will generously reward you for dealing with the headless general. Returning to 3 hours ago, the ghost den. System notification, battle 1. Killed a Brank evil spirit. Gained experience and bond points. Lin Feng gazed at the treasure he had just acquired, the ghost domain. It can actually be strengthened. This is the first I've heard of it. He picked up the piece of cloth and examined it. This outfit is a bit ugly. Let's try it on. Lin Feng then thought to himself in surprise. It's invisible, this is quite convenient too. He pondered, sensing the dense ghostly aura ahead. It's indeed a high-yield monster farming area. I wonder where this place leads. Systematically defeating various monsters and stealing treasures. Lin Feng's system continued this way, constantly prompting battle 1. Killed an rank evil spirit. Gained experience and bond points. He stroked his chin looking at the refined stone. Another ghost domain shard. But this one is blue. Is there a difference? Lin Feng said in great surprise. What is this ghost seaweed for? It's too big. He muttered to himself. It's not for feeding ghosts, is it? Forget its system notification. Tauntaun. Your Tauntaun can be upgraded. Requires 1 activated ghost spirit stone. Proceed. Lin Feng immediately agreed. Tauntaun successfully awakened a new ghost art mutation. Can be used in battle. Lasting for 100 seconds. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder, exclaiming. The mutated form seems very strong. He sank to the ground exhausted. Phew. Tonight's haul was bountiful. The association's internal intelligence was also very useful. In a few more days Xianhua will be able to reach Shrank. It was still raining outside. Lin Feng deduced that there was indeed an exit on the other side. But it's too far. Traveling at night would be inconvenient. I should go to the border station and get a motorcycle. He calculated that the fairy Zuanhua's teleportation ability, while allowing him to teleport instantly, could only be used within a small range, and it consumed a great deal of energy. If he wanted to travel a greater distance, he would still need a vehicle. If he could get the Headless General's ghost horse, that would be perfect. In the wilderness of this era, many places still had no roads, so cars couldn't drive. Riding a horse was more convenient instead. A loud noise came from a distance, piquing Lin Feng's curiosity. What's that sound? He approached and found that it was. Lin Feng was puzzled. The general. The Headless General. Could it be that so many people can't defeat him? No, it's not just the evil beast's rank. He also has the ability to control other ghost spirits. He frowned. It's certainly not simple. Information related to it is not very clear yet. We shouldn't act rashly. Let's go back to the city first. Suddenly a truck sped towards them. Lin Feng observed silently. Their car stalled. They might be discovered by the Headless General. Back to reality. He said. That's how it is. Everyone knows what happened next. President K choked. Thanks to this young man, my daughter and I were saved. Miss Yen sighed helplessly. I also heard about the battle situation here. That's why I rushed here to help. Unfortunately, I was still a step too late. He pleaded desperately with President K. You are a psychic. You must help us deal with that evil spirit. Otherwise, as vice president, how can I save face? She stammered in response. Regarding this, although I haven't shrank ghost spirit, but it's still evolving, I really can't guarantee anything. Lin Feng, what do you think? The name surprised President K. Lin Feng. Your Willow City's a rank genius youth. The two sisters were also surprised. So it's him. No wonder he's so composed despite his young age. Strong, handsome and young. Heaven is truly unfair, President K suggested. As long as you can help. I'm willing to offer 5 million contribution points. Lin Feng refused coldly. I don't lack money. He asked, puzzled. Then what do you want? Money or an official position? You whispered into her father's ear. You can even offer your daughter. President K said angrily. Shut up, what nonsense are you spouting? Who dares lay a hand on my daughter? Only over my dead body. Lin Feng cleared his throat. I can help you. But I have 3 conditions first. He thought to himself. I originally intended to deal with the Headless General anyway. I can just use this situation to my advantage, so he said. 1. You need to cooperate with us. Tell me everything you know about the Headless General too. Whether it's the plan or on the battlefield. All operations will be under my command. 3. After we win, all spoils of war belong to me. 4. President K stammered. The first 2 conditions are no problem. But the third condition, he thought. Ghost. The Headless General's ghost horse and ghost sword are both treasures. They're priceless. Just hand them over to this kid. Lin Feng reached a conclusion in his mind. It's exactly as I expected. President K also had his eye on that ghost horse head lost 7 times before. Maybe it's just to save his life. He whispered. I heard. President K lost a ghost spirit. Coincidentally, I have an unowned rank benevolent spirit. How about I let you have it? The father and daughter widened their eyes in shock. This an unowned benevolent spirit? He asked himself. This kid actually has such a treasure. He had just lost a ghost spirit and this was exactly what he urgently needed. This kid is really cunning. Lin Feng said sternly. Agree to the third condition. And he'll give you this unowned benevolent spirit. The price is 10 million. And he'll help deal with the Headless General. Otherwise there's nothing to discuss. You have 30 seconds to consider. President K was full of doubts. When did this kid become so decisive? The father and two daughters all fell into a daze. How shameful. A mere brat dares to pressure me like this. But 10 million is indeed very cheap. No one had ever put father in such a difficult position before. Lin Feng sternly reminded you only have 15 seconds left. President K in despair had no choice but to accept. All right, I agree. He thought to himself, this younger generation is truly formidable. Lin Feng, having heard him out, replied with satisfaction. All right, let's rest and recuperate. We'll act tomorrow. Warm water dripped down. Lin Feng sat on the bed deep and thought just as they had said. The headless general never once activated his ghost domain from beginning to end. And it's a direct attack. If a weakness is exposed, it will be defeated. You calculate it. But the ability to crush the ghost domain should come from that ghost steed. That has nothing to do with the headless general. The double ghost domain is not yet stable. So to ensure he can be trapped, a sufficiently powerful ghost domain is needed. Lin Feng suddenly remembered, that's right. Manhua activated the ghost domain. System notification. Host can use fragments for development. Lin Feng judged. Indeed, this is the boundary of Manhua's ghost domain. Beyond this is a void. Let's try using fragments for development. Looking at the smart screen, he exclaimed in surprise, oh. So different colors mean this. Since a ghost domain is to be used, it must be strengthened to the highest level, and set it to target the headless general's weaknesses. Lin Feng quickly chose this one first. Then he pressed the peach blossom forest form. The tree trunks began to grow wildly. Lin Feng praised in delight, excellent, keep going like this. The area was gradually perfected. Lin Feng kept exclaiming, it's so beautiful. It was already 10 times wider. He gently asked Manhua, do you like it? Lin Feng took plants out of his storage space. Next he tried them out, indeed they could be used. He placed it into the clear stream. After the roots embedded themselves in the soil, Lin Feng then asked Ghost Manhua to try controlling these aquatic plants. She obediently did as told. It really worked. The system is great. Lin Feng slowly formed a plan. The trap was now set. If the operation proceeds smoothly as planned, the headless general will have no way to escape. The next morning whispers spread. Look, the forum says. Last night over 30 people from the association went to room 2 in the North District to hunt down an evil spirit. As a result, more than 20 people died. Several men whispered, that's too exaggerated, isn't it? Hai Chang. Although hundreds of ghost masters die every year, those all die in ghost tides. Around the defense lines. How could just one evil spirit? Yeah, that's right. This happened inside the defense line. Hai Chang is probably going to be locked down soon, right? Lately. Don't go out. Just stay at home and celebrate the new year. The bald man with a sharp nose smiled lewdly. By the way, do you think the president can escape? If he dies, then those twin sisters will be mine. Do they even like you? Go take a piss and look at yourself in it. Meanwhile, at Haicheng border station number 13, the person in charge instructed. There's a half-hour safe period this afternoon. It's a good chance to go to last night's scene and look for clues. Everyone follow along, understood. Ling asked curiously, Dad, Lin Feng's aptitude seems pretty good, huh? Should we recruit him? He calmly replied. Can't you tell he's already President Yuan's man? Both sides are psychics. Why would they look favorably upon us? This time Dad will have to show them the vice president's true strength. Che Wu said with a smile. Dad, stop showing off. He's only 15. You're already old. Saving your life is what matters. Being vice president isn't that important. He could only complain dejectedly. My daughter's grown up and she's already starting to dislike her dad. On the other side, President Yan anxiously called Lin Feng. I have a total of 3 teams, 15 people. They're all elite forces. Are you listening? What are you thinking about? Lin Feng was startled. Oh. I'm listening, she asked in confusion. You didn't fall for those twins, did you? Men, indeed, never know how to be content with what they have. He replied blankly. How could I? I'm thinking about tactics. President Yan was very excited. I know you've planned everything. But, ultimately, we're going up against someone of a higher rank than us. We must be cautious. She boldly hugged Lin Feng and acted coyly. If you get hurt, you'll be heartbroken. Xiao Yun, who was driving, had to remind them loudly. President, please compose yourself. After driving for another 15 minutes, everyone received the order to stop. Lin Feng said, this is the place. The president seriously looked around, assessing. The scene was truly gruesome. Xiao Yun summoned Fengwu to track the traces. Jacqueline, follow her, you go too. Next to her was her younger sister, who was examining the scene. Traces remaining at the scene. It's too complicated, it might take some time. The president was surprised to see the ghost spirit approach. Hey, what is this thing? Xiaoyun asked anxiously. Fingwu, what's wrong? Have you discovered anything? The little girl took out a pure black feather. The president was immediately surprised. This is something from my golden feather ghost spirit. Yun deduced seriously. This ghost spirit must have been captured by the headless general. Taken away. It's that way. Fingwu can lead the way. President Yan said with satisfaction. Excellent. Get in the car, and a flashlight fell. What they found was an annihilated squad. Jackling declared that these people had just died. The headless general must be nearby. Jack Yu suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone look, there's a black dot moving. The president searched anxiously. Where? Lin Feng pursed his lips slightly deep and thought, it's too dark. Fortunately, I have triple vision. He saw it with surprise. It really is the headless general. He's rushing towards Supply Town. President Yan warned. There are many people in the town. We absolutely cannot let him get there. Xiaoyun asked curiously, do we pursue him? Lin Feng quickly retorted. No need, I have a way to deal with him here. He took out a comb from his pocket. He softly called out Xianhua's name, releasing ghost energy. As soon as the wedding dress bride appeared, it immediately left everyone in awe. The ghost energy is too strong. Several subordinates quickly noticed. Look, he changed direction. Lin Feng sneered. Indeed, as soon as Xianhua's aura emanated. Couldn't resist, could you? He commanded. Everyone. Immediately summon your ghost spirits, prepare for battle. If you don't enter Xianhua's ghost domain, you won't be able to summon them again. From the rear, President Yan ordered all vehicles to extinguish their lights. Turn around, but don't shut off the engines. Lin Feng led the way. He called out to President Yan and Xiaoyun. Yun. Follow me. President Jack's injury hasn't healed yet. Take everyone to secure the perimeter first. Everyone fully activate your ghost domains. President Yan said with a face full of surprise. Wow. This ghost domain has changed so much. Truly a rare ghost spirit. Lin Feng quietly assessed. The bride's ghost domain. It originally had the characteristic of suppressing other ghost spirits. After enhancement, it's equivalent to shrank. The general has already started infiltrating. 1,000 meters ahead. Lin Feng shouted, Tongtong, use hidden ghost. President Yan was puzzled. Aren't we engaging? He replied in a low voice. Well, hide here. First, clearly observe its movements. Lin Feng also added. I must confirm my hypotheses about the ghost domain and the ghost. The headless general's ghost horse broke through the main gate. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. He charged in relentlessly. This guy is too brazen. Lin Feng followed the trail. Indeed, he was looking for Xianhua. President Yan asked vaguely, strange, he's looking for someone. Why doesn't he dismount? He immediately replied, it seems my guess was correct. Once he dismounts, his strength will drop significantly. And this is the key point. Only then can we win. The ghost horse smashed through the stone wall with its head. The room inside was completely empty. Seeing this, the general. Immediately his aura erupted in anger. Lin Feng quickly gave the order. The ghost spirits he had subdued appeared. They want to control the entire area. Exactly, President. Notify all teams, go defeat those impish ghosts. He replied from behind the large bush. Understood, leave it to us. Wu sighed, how impressive. So many ghost spirits have already been released. Yet there's no ripple in the ghost domain. Lin Feng seized the moment, it's time to go. Xianhua. The bride shot up into the sky. The goal was to attract the headless general's attention. He immediately gave chase. Lin Feng observed from a distance, excellent. Next, the ghost steed will be dragged into the water by the water weeds. By then you'll have to dismount. It's estimated that this ghost steed is walking on the lake surface. And even faster, which is truly worrying. Will Xianhua get away? Lin Feng suddenly grinned playfully. How could she run? She's waiting for you. Lin Feng thought to himself. No matter how strong you are on the water surface. This is my home turf. He suddenly froze. What's going on? Lin Feng felt very confused. Is it because there's no movement on the lake surface? There's no way the ghost water weeds wouldn't grow out. Below, Xianhua was making some strange moves, which greatly perplexed Lin Feng. What in the world is happening? President Yan said, puzzled. Lin Feng's ghost spirit hasn't activated its skill yet. And the headless general has also slowed down. Meanwhile, Lin Feng speculated to himself. Could Xianhua be trying to use herself as bait? To lure the headless general into slowing down, and then manipulate the water weeds. The headless general has a marital engagement with her. So of course he wouldn't kill her directly. In that case, the time is right. Water weeds emerged from under the water, entangling the ghost steed's body. The bride clenched her fists. She tried hard to manipulate them, making the water weeds exert their maximum effect. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's great if the ghost steed were in a full-speed running state. It really might not have been entangled. Now that Xianhua lured it to stop, it fell right into the trap. He affirmed as expected. Land monsters once underwater will have their combat power drop by at least one level. These ghost water weeds don't look special at all. Yet at a crucial moment, they can produce such miraculous effects. A voice called out from afar, Lin Feng. All the remaining impish ghosts are going to support the headless general. He sternly instructed. Guard around the center of the lake. Don't let them in. The three evil spirits departed together, having received their orders. President Yan urgently shouted. Xiaohua, take us there too. She's currently in a state of metamorphosis. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. She can make plants grow, how interesting. It's just that name. The name President Yan gave his ghost spirit is truly unique. President Yan reminded him from behind. Be careful, that 8-armed ghost is a class. Tong Tong actually cut it down with one strike. System prompt battle victory. Defeated monster experience 2000. President Yan said, dumbfounded. It's only been a few days. And she's a class 2. The other ghost spirits were also not to be outdone. Within just a few minutes, they successively defeated almost all the monsters. Lin Feng looked at his companions, thinking with satisfaction, fantastic. The more experience the better. Xiao Yun was greatly surprised. I can't believe Lin Feng's 2 ghost spirits are so strong. Their power even far exceeds their own level. If this battle is won, he will be famous throughout the East. Yan Yan and his relationship. Maybe she can also benefit from it. Lin Feng was extremely anxious. Your subordinates are about to be wiped out. Aren't you going to dismount yet? He sternly ordered Tong Tong force his hand. The little girl also charged forward fiercely to attack. And there's also the evil spirit Xiaohua assisting, that's great. His vision was interfered with. Then Xianhua used the ghost water weeds. The headless general began to struggle violently. Lin Feng realized it was now. Tong Tong and Feng Wu attacked Heaton simultaneously. But they were blown away by an extremely powerful force. President Yan asked worriedly, we clearly hit him. How did we get hurt instead? Someone shouted in a panic. But the headless general is completely unharmed. President Yan said nervously. This armor also hides a problem. It might cause counterdamage, Xiao Yun stammered in reply. It actually has ghost energy defense properties. And such high quality. What should we do? The headless general aimed at the ghost spirit. Lin Feng roared. Tong Tong, look out. She quickly summoned her long blade to block, completely stopping the general in his tracks. Lin Feng pondered. Tong Tong has entered a mutated state. Her combat power has increased. But if we don't break the armor's properties, we can't attack, he said. Xianhua used ghost fire, he then thought to himself. Both the ghost palanquin and the marriage contract have this weakness. Might as well give it a try. The bride obediently complied. She created countless blue fireballs that floated in the air. All of them flew towards the brutal general. His entire body immediately burst into flames. This attack worked. Xiaohua and Tong Tong also joined in, each using different moves to attack with full force. The headless general fell to his knees. President Yan put away her worried expression. It's finally over. Lin Feng muttered softly, no, he's not dead yet. He pondered. Because there's no system notification sound yet. The hand holding the sword moved slightly. The headless general suddenly counterattacked. As expected, he was playing dead. Tong Tong. The ghost spirit swung her sword, slashing horizontally across his body. Lin Feng snatched the long blade, thanking her at the same time. He aimed at the empty neck and chopped down. System notification battle 1. Experience 4005 bond points. Completed dispel marriage contract mission. Obtained ghost sword. Causes continuous damage in armor. Listening to the rewards, Lin Feng secretly summarized. The sword, armor, cloak and ghost horse are all treasures. This isn't some headless general at all. He grinned. He's clearly just a treasure delivery boy. So Ling stiffly suggested. There hasn't been any movement from Dad's side for a while. Why don't we go help Lin Feng? He replied, startled. Hey, didn't you say before that staying alive was more important? He then mumbled to himself, having a daughter at home is like having a ticking time bomb. The scene before their eyes gradually blurred. The ghost realm disappeared. Did they succeed? Yet Su Wu pointed at his arm, filled with fear. 3 people over there said in extreme panic. The headless general. But then they realized, no, it's Lin Feng. A group of people shouted in confusion, everyone, don't be afraid, it's Lin Feng. But isn't this the headless general's ghost horse in armor? President Yan happily announced. The headless general has already been killed by Lin Feng. The team was surprised, clicking their tongues in wonder and filled with envy. The headless general. Who killed over 20 of us. Actually died just like that so. Lin Feng is really strong. So cool even the ghost horse was tamed. It seems it's true. President Su secretly cursed damn it. He achieved such success at just 15 years old. All the benefits went to him. He proposed to Lin Feng. Will you sell this ghost horse? Lin Feng bluntly refused. No one not selling, which enraged him. He'll offer 50 million contribution points. But it was still not enough. President Su continued to bid 80 million. No. He'll offer 100 million. Su Ling felt depressed inside. Is dad going crazy just to get this ghost horse? President Yan and Xiao Yun whispered to each other, pondering. Did I hear that right? Does President Su really have that many assets? He's from a prominent family in Haicheng. This amount of money probably means nothing to him. Enough for an ordinary family to spend. Their entire lives' savings would be used to buy a horse. Writing this too. Lin Feng said with disdain. Are you showing off something 100 years ago? In the old society money might have been supreme. But you and I both know. The most valuable things today cannot be bought with money. President Yan was probably choked up only managing to utter you. President Yan silently judged he's right. Today the most valuable thing is a powerful ghost master. Only they can lead humanity into the future. Lin Feng so young yet possessing such strength. How high will his achievements be in the future? Everyone had the same thought. This was a height they could never hope to reach. It couldn't be compared with money. It was even beyond their imagination. President Yan then asked Lin Feng curiously. Aren't you coming with us? He replied indifferently. You'll ride the ghost steed back and get familiar with it at the same time. She said with a smile. All right then. This time you've acquired an excellent means of transportation. Remember to take your big sister for a ride sometime too. Okay. Lin Feng readily agreed. He summoned Tong Tong and Xianhua onto the horse. Today I'll take you two for a ride. Congratulations Xianhua on regaining your single status. The three of them sat together on the ghost steed. This feels really good. Even on rough mountain roads it was so stable. Xianhua gradually leaned towards Lin Feng. Even the sound of its hooves was more pleasant than before. Following Tong Tong's guidance he sensed an evil spirit. Perfect. Ill try out the ghost steed's ability. They galloped forward, breaking through the barrier occupied by monsters. Lin Feng quickly dealt with it. Killed a brank evil spirit. Gained 1800 experience points. He said delightedly, the ghost steed and ghost sword are indeed useful. And I can gain experience, even without the evil spirit making a move. Looking at the city gate before him, Lin Feng exclaimed, oh, we've reached Haicheng so soon. He dismounted, muttering to himself. But it's better not to be so ostentatious when entering the city. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering. What should I do with this ghost steed though? Should I put it into the storage space? A system prompt suddenly startled him. I almost forgot about this. Level up. Lin Feng said excitedly. The Rubik's Cube space has become so spacious. If it were a bit bigger I could live in it. A changing room and a stable for the ghost steed have been generated inside. It can be fed with water weeds. Lin Feng did as told. He whispered, so it has this function too? He asked in surprise when he saw Tong Tong's worried expression. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Lin Feng turned his head and looked around. It's an evil spirit, but its ghostly aura is strange. It's even weaker than an rank benevolent spirit. He wondered, puzzled. Why hasn't it noticed me? Could it be a ghost with a kill mechanism? President Yan said, They only attack when their trigger conditions are met. And look at that thing's mailbag-like object. Could it be carrying some treasure? Lin Feng hurriedly motioned for Tong Tong to snatch its item. The two sides were at a stalemate. Sure enough, its ghostly aura surged instantly. While Lin Feng was still hesitating, he was bewilderedly shifted. They were back in the ghost cave. Did Xianhua use instant teleportation? He silently assessed. In other words, that letter-carrying ghost just now made Xianhua feel threatened. Who exactly was that guy? Lin Feng suddenly remembered. Oh right, let's open the bag and see what's inside. Receiving a piece of paper, Lin Feng exclaimed, oh, more incomprehensible symbols. Exactly like the marriage contract. But this time the handwriting is more elegant. Perhaps it was written by a female ghost. He whispered, finally it's useful Xianhua. Look, the handwriting was faintly visible, surprising Lin Feng. Is this a ghost's plea for help? He burst out laughing. The third ghost spirit has appeared. But with just a letter and not even a name. Is this an ancient version of online dating? It wouldn't be this casual, would it? A system prompt appeared. Bind task. Lin Feng mused, so that's how it is. If it doesn't affect other things then it's fine. What if I can exchange it for something better? Let's give it a try. He then helplessly held his head. Just snatched someone's bag. Now I have to ask him to deliver a letter. Heaven's justice is clear, yet they're interrogating Tongtong's bride. Can everyone defeat that evil spirit? Both sides showed expressions of refusal. Lin Feng had no choice but to pick up his pen and write. Finish writing the letter first, then we'll talk. The approaching figure made him a bit flustered. Chasing so fast. Lin Feng judged that the demonic aura was too overt. Quickly put the letter in the bag and throw it to him. The evil spirit paused slightly when it saw the object being thrown over. He caught it with both hands. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing it just left like that. Meanwhile, in the central region, Shi Qinghai's shouts rang out. Is the city lord here? We have an urgent matter to report. That subordinate respectfully reported to the city lord. We have received astonishing news. Last night, the two headless generals at the border have already been killed. The girl named Lu Ru said coldly. You mean Lin Feng, right? He's already subdued two rank evil spirits and even led a team. The Shrank Fiend Eradication Squad, such a genius. We already knew that. Yun Xiao next to her interjected, a hidden spirit body. Rarely seen in 100 years. How can we let the Exorcist Alliance have him? No matter what, we must recruit him at all costs. Inside a tavern in Haicheng's central region, curses rang out. How annoying. Two thugs shouted loudly. So noisy, it's all because of those headless generals. We don't even dare to leave the city to make money anymore. The association is useless. Hey, another round? The waiter said indifferently. Let me tell you something. I hacked into the Exorcist Association's internal system. The headless generals were killed last night. Guess who did it? Really, I haven't read much. Don't lie to us. The two thugs then gasped in astonishment. Lin Feng, how is that possible? He's only 15 years old. Slaying and shrank spirit entity. Even they couldn't do that. He probably broke a world record, didn't he? A few other people also spoke up. Some people are born strong and handsome, yet they work harder than you. You're all over 30. Still brank like us. What's the point of living? Why don't you just go home, get married and have kids? You definitely want loose to that kid when it comes to women. Yeah, he's barely even grown up yet. He probably hasn't even held a girl's hand. At this moment, shouts came from the small room. Lin Feng, wake up. He yawned lazily and asked drowsily, what is it? The president has been waiting for a long time, he said with a smile. Someone from the city lord's mansion is looking for you, and she's quite the beauty. Want to see her? Lu Ru sat calmly in the chair. She praised. I've heard so much about you. Meeting you today, I see. You are indeed a truly talented individual. Lin Feng replied gently. No need to be so polite. Is there something you need from me? She explained unhurriedly. Actually, back when I was in Lucheng, I already noticed you. It's just that the Exorcist Alliance snatched you away. This time you eliminated the headless generals. No matter what, I absolutely must invite you to join the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng frowned seriously. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lu Ru replied calmly. It's fine, wait until I'm finished. Then you can make your decision, okay? She explained. The alliance was originally founded by powerful exorcists, established in the north. My father also holds a position there. With your talent, the headquarters will definitely cultivate you well. They might even send you to the city with the most spirit entities. And you'd have to go support cities during ghost tides. But you would lose safety and freedom. Lin Feng asked excitedly. So that means joining you would be better. Lu Ru replied happily. Of course, and also, the conditions I'm offering are more than just being a subordinate in Haicheng. She further explained. My father is already 86 years old. He thought he would pass away in a few years. By then I would become Haicheng's new overlord. It's just that my strength isn't enough yet. I want to choose a powerful man as my husband. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this. To manage Haicheng with me. Lu Ru tilted her head and suggested. Originally Dad had also picked quite a few people for me. But I convinced him. As long as within a few years, you can become a Earth Fiend level Ghost Master, I can marry you. Then we'll inherit Haicheng. And half of it will be yours. What do you think? Lin Feng pondered. Is this the Haicheng Lord's beauty trap? No, this isn't simply offering a beauty. What she wants to give is the city. And it's one of the 6 major central cities. With a population of 8 million. 90 of Ghost Masters would immediately agree. But you pressed, sister, why me? Lu Ru suddenly blushed shyly. What did you just call me? Lin Feng scratched his head blankly. I'm only 15, if not sister, what else should I call you? Lu Ru chuckled, covering her mouth. You won't be 15 5 years from now. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you, okay? Anyway, you think about it first. I'm heading back now. Lin Feng watched her departing back, puzzled. Sister, did I say something wrong? President Yan looked at Lin Feng puzzled. What did you do to Miss Lu just now? Why was her face so red when she left? I didn't do anything. I just called her sister, darn it. You've never called me sister, is it because I'm not worthy, huh? The car sped along the highway. A subordinate quietly asked, Miss, do you need a towel? Luru impatiently shouted, leave me alone, she thought to herself. How embarrassing. Why didn't anyone tell me he was only 15? He clearly looks so handsome and mature. And this young lady is so young and beautiful. How can I feel so guilty? Like an old cow eating young grass. She suddenly thought again, but he will agree, right? Lin Feng curiously. Haicheng Lord's daughter is still so young. So why is he over 80 years old? President Yen echoed. Indeed. I heard the Haicheng Lord is also a strange old man. He was a dominant figure in his youth, never married. Until he realized he was getting old. And had no heir. Only then did he settle down. She added, Lu. Ru is a psychic body. She's the only one among all his children who can inherit the position of city lord. In my opinion, the Haicheng Lord won't live for many more years either. Living to 86 among ghost masters is already considered the limit. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then after the Haicheng Lord passes away, what will happen to his ghost spirit? President Yen explained. His ghost spirit is quite powerful. No one will be able to subdue it after his death. It will definitely run loose and cause great chaos, leading to disaster. So before he dies, he must leave Haicheng and go to the ghost spirit prison to eliminate the hidden danger. Lin Feng was startled. What is the ghost spirit prison? President Yen said. The Ghost Master Alliance headquarters has a prison made of gold. It holds evil spirits that have caused ghost tides for 100 years, as well as ghost spirits released after powerful ghost masters die. Before they enter the prison, they are completely sealed with gold. After the ghost master dies, the ghost spirit is naturally confined within. After many years, as the restraints weaken, other ghost masters can also try to subdue them. She said expectantly, once your contributions in the alliance reach a certain level as a ghost master, you'll definitely be able to go to the ghost spirit prison and capture one. And I've already chosen one for you. It's the slaughtering ghost spirit from the city number 55 that no one has ever been able to subdue. No one has been able to subdue it. It must be waiting for me, Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Sister, aren't you overthinking it? President Yen suggested in a playful, coaxing manner. So you must help me, sister, don't let anyone else snatch it away, okay? Got it? Lin Feng let out a dry laugh. I'll do my best. System notification. A ghoul letter has been detected heading your way. Please proceed to the West City no man's land and wait. Surprised, oh. A reply so fast. Moving to the designated location, Lin Feng muttered to himself, I'll wait here. A shadow is approaching. This time I'm receiving, not snatching. The mail delivering ghoul shouldn't attack me, right? The ghoul charged forward. It finally stopped. It handed over the letter with both hands and Lin Feng stammered, thank you. The ghoul seemed to be trying to convey something, leaving him puzzled. The letter's delivered, why isn't it leaving? The noisy ghoul had to do it instead. Lin Feng pondered, is this the reward I received? And was it even returned? He pursed his lips and said, never mind, let's read the letter first. The bride immediately deciphered the ghoul script. It read, Jizhou, southwest of Lucheng. Follow the ghoul aura. Lin Feng guessed, is it that wooden fish nunnery? Could the ghost girl from this letter also be trapped inside? Just like the bride's embroidered shoes. In that case, for a ghoul to be able to deliver a letter to Jizhou, that's quite impressive. He requested a few words are unclear, but the general meaning is to follow the ghoul aura on the letter. To the southwest of Lucheng. Can you take me there? The horse whinnied. Lin Feng's face was filled with determination. Alright then, I'll go subdue the third ghost spirit now. A desolate landscape gradually appeared ahead, almost at the no man's land. We should reach Lucheng tonight. The communicator chimed. It was a message from President Yen. Lin Feng, west of Lucheng. A large-scale ghoul tide has suddenly appeared. It's unstoppable. The Ghost Master Alliance sent me to provide support. You should retreat too, please. Ghoul tide. Caused by the attack of hundreds of ghouls. It's a mysterious disaster. The most destructive force of this era usually appears every few years. The surrounding areas are all defended and stopped by ghost masters. Cities usually have many outer defense lines. Although there are no city walls, detection equipment is set up, along with important strongholds for ghost masters. The closer to the outer defenses, the higher the rank. Once the defense fails, and the ghoul tide breaks through the lines, the entire city will face the crisis of annihilation. The teacher slowly said. Of course, ghoul tides. In Lucheng in the past, we have always successfully defended against them. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Below, students like to speak. Teacher Mom said. This ghoul tide is the largest in history. If the defense lines fall, will we die? I'm a ghost master too. Why can't I go out and fight the ghouls? The two teachers felt awkward and could only prevaricate. Oh well. Next class is a Simu. Teacher Wine's escape simulation. We'll answer your questions. Class dismissed. At Stronghold number 1 in Liacheng's North District. The hooded person pressed Old He. Are you still here? A group of people spoke sadly. I heard it's very dangerous this time. Let's go back to the city to defend. The ghoul tide is coming from the west, so it's relatively safe here. Let's go. We're also preparing to head back. Who knows how many ghost masters will die this time? One of them quickly noticed something amiss. The team shouted in panic. How can it be so fast? And a rank ghoul has already broken through the defense line. We're finished, let's fight him to the death. They summoned ghoul energy to investigate the situation. A horde of monsters charged together to attack. They were no match at all. This group of people was extremely panicked. We're going to die. Old He, did you hear hooves? The person hastily replied, I heard it. Where are the horses coming from? That monster was immediately struck down. The girl's face turned pale with fright. Oh no. This ghoul is even stronger than the previous one. Wait, look, the person on the horse is. Lin Feng and two allies appeared imposingly. That group of people recognized them in terror. They're ghost masters. They thanked him happily. Lin Feng pressed the others. Are you ghost masters from Lucheng? Yes, the ghost tide from the west has already infiltrated here. You should be careful too. Before he could finish, he saw 3 people leave. The girls suddenly remembered. Isn't that Lin Feng? They discussed it animatedly. I've seen him, it's definitely him. Didn't he just pass the ranking competition? How is he already so strong? And that horse? It's definitely not a living creature. The progress of the youth is truly terrifying. West of Lucheng, Lin Feng thought to himself, exhausted. There are indeed more ghosts outside. But it's a good opportunity to level up with the ghost tide. Look quickly, it's a ghost tide. There are already so many monsters in the first zone. One can imagine how fierce it is all around. Lin Feng remembered what Chairman Yen once said. The defense line is like a rope, getting thinner the further in you go. The outermost third zone has the most powerful ghost masters. But they only deal with high-level evil spirits. The second zone will filter the evil spirits again, while the first zone prevails by sheer numbers. This way, the ghost tide can be stopped layer by layer. No more hesitation. Let's have a major cleanup first then. Wherever Lin Feng went, battles were won. He estimated. Although the experience from Brank and below is meager. But the sheer quantity makes up for its system. Don't crash now. Hey, a scream came from elsewhere. Brother Yuan Feng, Team 3 has been completely wiped out. We can't hold on much longer. The young man anxiously called out to Han Shui. You stay here. I'll lure this rank evil spirit to the outpost. Be very careful. Yuan Feng looked ahead in surprise. What is that? Everything in its path was obliterated. He quickly drove the vehicle around to the left to dodge. Then he saw with dread. How is that possible? Another rank. 2 orbs of light collided, causing an explosion. Han Shui frantically called out Yuan Feng's name. Pushing off the ground with both legs, he leaped. Lin Feng successfully rescued the innocent person. He roughly threw him to the ground. His subordinates anxiously asked the captain, Are you all right? Yuan Feng replied painfully. Did you get a clear look at that ghost? Master Ming immediately said. Too fast. It must be a spirit medium sent by the association. Lin Feng checked his detector. Strange. It's impossible for the second zone to have so many rank evil spirits. His deduction indeed has a flaw. Let's hurry and leave. A large number of monsters swarmed forward. The system prompted victory and suggested upgrading. Lin Feng immediately agreed. Successfully upgraded Gui Xianhua to rank. Learned a new ability. Mist disorients the enemy's direction. Lin Feng said with satisfaction, excellent. Now to the outermost zone. A fierce battle is underway at the third zone. A subordinate called out to Elder Fei with a worried expression. The ghosts are getting more and more numerous. Has the Alliance's support not arrived yet? He replied decisively, regardless of whether support arrives or not. We must protect Lucheng. Suddenly a report came. An rank evil spirit is coming from the west. Making Elder Fei curse angrily. Damn it. Now I can't do 2 things at once. Lin Feng ventured deep into the shadowy forest where dark aura permeated. He cautiously observed his surroundings. He asked himself, this ghost realm hasn't been destroyed. Could it really be the anticipated rank evil spirit? It's called Black and White Bear. Lin Feng pondered in confusion. How does this evil spirit feel? Rather cute. The monster attacked suddenly and he quickly dodged. He roared, but it's too fierce. The Black and White Bear pursued frantically. Lin Feng hastily called upon Gue Xianhua to use mist. She immediately obeyed, releasing dense demonic energy from her palm. Next it was Tong's turn. Tong mutated form Swift Victory. The little girl gripped her greatsword tightly and charged at the black and white bear. With just a few strikes, the monster swayed and lost its balance. The black and white bear's body suddenly exploded. Lin Feng frowned, judging, is this a puppet? What's that small orb in the middle? A tiny figure emerged from within. Is that its true form? No wonder the ghostly aura hasn't dissipated yet. The space vibrated, causing Lin Feng to panic. Damn it, it's getting angry. Sharp branches erupted from the ground. Lin Feng exclaimed, shouting, the ghost domain has expanded again. On the other hand, the subordinates were in chaos. This is bad. The Shrank ghost domain has expanded to here. It's engulfing Elder Fei's area. Go notify him quickly. The hooded man called out in a low voice. Leave Elder Fei's side to us. Go deal with the Shrank evil spirit quickly. He replied coldly, all right. The black and white bear gnashed its teeth, seemingly very angry. Lin Feng grinned, speaking in a teasing manner. It's no use. I've long mastered the key points of ghost materialization like this. Daylily Bride used sacred fire. Streams of power intertwined, forming a containment mechanism, finally pouring down. System message: Battle 1. Killed Shrank evil spirit, gained 3,500 experience. Obtained 1 fragment. Elder Fei arrived just in time, thinking in surprise, why did the ghostly aura suddenly disappear? Seeing 3 figures in front. 2 evil spirits. Have the experts from the Ghost Exorcist Alliance arrived? Sunshine everywhere. Cheers erupted one after another. The daily half-hour safety period has arrived. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. A subordinate reported earnestly. Elder Fei, the casualty count has been tallied. A total of 13 squads died, including 5 rank Ghost Exorcists. In just a few hours, over 60 people were lost. He said calmly, thank you. If there hadn't been support this time, the number of casualties on our side would definitely have been much higher. Lin Feng replied indifferently. It's nothing. Elder Fei suddenly recalled, oh right. I heard the Alliance sent 2 squads. Why are you here alone? Lin Feng said calmly. I'm just a special commissioner operating alone. The official 5th squad hasn't arrived yet. Elder Fei sighed to himself. So strong even before the official 5th squad arrived. He praised. To have such strength at such a young age, I'm truly ashamed of my own inferiority. May I ask your name? Is just call me Lin Feng. 2 young people noticed them. Lin Feng. I've heard about you. I never expected to meet you in person this time. That's right. You're the one who dealt with the evil spirits that previously blockaded the city. The genius psychic. Same as above. Elder Fei immediately praised after hearing it. So that's it. Heroes emerge from the young. And as soon as he heard about the ghost tide in his hometown Willow City, he rushed back immediately. Young brother Lin, with such a sense of responsibility, I hope to befriend you. Half an hour later, the whole city became noisy. Elder Fei, the ghost tide is here. The green-haired man said worriedly, look. It's even fiercer this time. The number of evil spirits is overwhelmingly vast. Through the binoculars, the hooded man's face was filled with panic. Damn it, I checked the ghost aura detector's intelligence map. And Shrank evil spirit has appeared. The parameters on the router screen flickered. No, it's 2 Shranks. Elder Fei asked in surprise, how can this be? He thought to himself. My injuries haven't recovered yet, and we're already short-handed. We definitely can't win. Unless we transfer the Ghost Exorcists from the south. Another guy ran over to report. Elder Fei, this is bad news from the south. A ghost tide has appeared there too. 2 fortresses have already been completely destroyed. He panicked. What? The south? 2 misfortunes never come singly. Let everything end here. Elder Fei decisively called out, young brother Lin, this is too dangerous. Please get on your ghost steed and leave here immediately. He urged, a genius like you. Even if all of Willow City is gone. And don't die here in vain either. Leave it to a few old men. We will do our best to buy time. No, Elder Fei said sternly. If we sacrifice ourselves once you grow up, then help us avenge. Lin Feng calmly spoke. Wait, let me take a closer look. There were 2 massive spherical entities. On one side was an S-class black fiend spirit, and next to it was a white fiend. Lin Feng summarized 2 S-class, and they're bringing 8 class ones. There are also nearly 100 class around them. This is truly. He grinned cunningly because it was full of experience points. Lin Feng pressed Elder Fei to contain 1 class. Is there any problem? He was a bit puzzled but agreed. He praised with satisfaction, excellent. Leave the rest to me, he said, then entered the battle. Elder Fei looked at him in panic. What are you trying to do? Don't you dare do that. Lin Feng on horseback replied decisively. I am confident we can win. The squad launched their attack. Lin Feng calmly reminded Elder Fei the White's class. You just need to contain it for 15 minutes. He sighed. This kid actually has so much confidence, alright. He'll take a gamble with you. The commander shouted, load fire. Shells were fired one after another, roaring loudly. Elder Fei provided cover from the rear, simultaneously activating his ghost domain. The two massive spheres clashed. Everyone was incredibly anxious. This evil spirit is too strong. Provide full support to Elder Fei. Two people whispered worriedly. Look. Lin Feng is about to charge near the Black's class. Why hasn't he activated his ghost domain yet? If he gets devoured by the evil spirit, it's all over. Lin Feng hastily ordered Dong Dong. Rowdy Bride. Charge directly into its ghost domain with me. The three sprinted with all their might without hesitation. Lin Feng was certain in his heart. It was indeed as he had expected. Within this class evil spirit's ghost domain, the Black's class had Eta-class monsters. Moreover, they hadn't yet unleashed their ghost domains to fight. They were likely waiting for Black Fiend's command. He smiled cruelly. Perfect in martial arts, speed is paramount. Lin Feng led the way. He'll lure them out. Bride, use your ghost domain. Envelop those A-class evil spirits within it. Upon receiving the order, she immediately complied. Activate ghost domain. The crowd said in surprise. He can actually activate a ghost domain within N's class ghost domain. And activate his own ghost domain. And he's even trapped Eta-class ghost spirits. Be careful, you'll be blown to pieces. A worried person said. Does his spirit want to fight 2 against 8? This kid is too arrogant. Lin Feng realized they had fallen for it. They tried to activate ghost domains and ghost skills within range. Purple Rowdy. How is that possible? He shouted loudly for Dong Dong to strike. System notification: Eta-class ghost spirits defeated. Gained 12,000 experience points. The squad was completely stunned. Eta-class evil spirits were killed instantly. Is a spirit medium truly this extraordinary? The power is terrifying. Lin Feng happily praised the Rowdy Bride. Dong Dong, well done. He was suddenly startled by an unknown object. Attacking from behind. What, its movements are even faster. A huge explosion sounded and 2 ghost spirits observed with great concern. Standing within the barrier, Lin Feng sighed in relief. Phew. Luckily the damage was reflected. This armor's physical damage reflection activated. He looked at the Black Fiend and exclaimed, oh. You're smart too, you know how to use magic now. Lin Feng continued his counterattack. But I won't give you such an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the bride appeared behind the Black Fiend. And decisively cleaved down with her blade. She successfully split the evil beast in 2. Lin Feng thought happily. Rowdy Bride's teleportation is indeed effective. And the ghost blade can instantly appear in her hand too. System notification: Battle 1. Killed 1 class evil spirit, gained 3,800 experience. 2 bonds, gained tattered ghost aura. The commander called Elder Fei. What's the battle situation like now? He quickly replied, and getting too much interference over here. Old Fei roared weakly, I can't hold on anymore. Long Feng immediately intervened with 2 ghost spirits. Only 1 shrank white ghost spirit remained. Guema charged forward. You seized the opportunity to check the rift, although it wasn't completely shattered. It created a slight crack in its ghost domain. After Old Fei saw Lin Feng, he asked uneasily. Why are you still coming over, Old? I see my ghost domain is already broken. This evil spirit is even stronger than shrank. Victory is usually a long shot, the commander added. That's right, run. Well, cover you. Lin Feng stroked his chin and thought, only 900 more. A warning sound suddenly came from nearby. What are you still spacing out for? Current ghost spirit experience increased by 500. And a notification: Tong Tong can be transformed. Lin Feng said excitedly, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Level up successful. Tong Tong's level has risen to shrank. Obtained 20 restraints. A latent white fiend sensed something amiss. Everyone looked at each other confused and asked. Why did he stop? Could it be that he sensed a threat? At this moment Tong Tong became exceptionally powerful. And even her body became enormous. Lin Feng ordered Manhua to break through its ghost domain. The red orb crushed the enemy's power. Lin Feng coldly explained to Old Fei. Both of my ghost spirits have already reached shrank. Launching a counterattack. He stammered, what? 2 shranks. Can new abilities be obtained so easily in an instant? Tong Tong's figure attacked simultaneously. Lin Feng said with anticipation, now it's your time to kill. The white fiend waved its hand, signaling its companions to join the fight. Tong Tong's figure slaughtered wildly like this. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. These paper figures can actually create even larger evil spirits. One of them, taking advantage of Tong Tong's inattention, immediately launched an attack. Old Fei shouted sternly. Everyone coordinate with Lin Feng's attack. Guard the surroundings. This kid has a plan. Now it's trapped within Zuanhua's domain. The imps subdued by the cloak can now be put to use. And ordered them to deal with those paper figures. Countless evil spirits appeared, accompanied by bursts of mournful wails. They bound the designated targets. The minotaur-like monster angrily struggled violently, attempting to shake off these nobodies. The time has come, Lin Feng shouted with all his might. Tong Tong. Now! The white fiend suddenly made a strange move. Tong Tong's sword split the minotaur-like monster's body in two. The minotaur-like monster hadn't even had time to react before a white figure charged over. He used his power to counter Tong Tong's attack. The little girl opened her mouth wide and hoarsely cried out. The white fiend's body immediately shattered into pieces. Lin Feng remained silent, wondering to himself. It's dealt with. But why hasn't the system notification sound gone off yet? Old Fei looked at the locator and shouted in shock. It escaped. The purple dot was moving at an extremely high speed. Look, it's already 500 meters away. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He finally understood. Sure enough, it must have the ability to create clones. Lin Feng gently reminded Tong Tong. Don't chase it anymore. Protecting the city is more important. Before we find its pattern. Don't act rashly. That subordinate said in shock. And shrank. Ghost spirit couldn't win and ran away. This is the first time I've ever encountered such a thing. Old Fei snorted. Thanks to that kid we finally managed to hold on. He mused. So young, yet his accomplishments already far surpass mine. I truly am old. They all praised Lin Feng highly. Well done. I've never bowed down to anyone in my life. But I'm impressed by your ability to control two shrank ghost spirits. It's simply unbelievable. Old Fei placed great hopes on Lin Feng. Having a genius like you is an honor for humanity. Lin Feng replied happily. You flatter me, Old Fei. Compared to warriors like you who have guarded the border for years. What should I do? Is that a notification from the router? Old Fei sent a distress signal from Willow City. All 7 strongholds in the south of the city have been invaded. Some of the ghost tide has already reached the foot of Golden City. What exactly is he afraid of? Lin Feng pursed his lips, thinking. This ghost tide always attacks the weakest points. It seems completely unorganized. But it seems to have been calculated in advance. Every step is aimed at Willow City. The person on the other end of the phone shrieked. Prepare to destroy Willow City. His subordinates anxiously asked Old Fei, what should we do? Should we go to support them? My wife and children are all in the city. He desperately clutched his face. How can we support them? If we leave here, the ghost tide from the west will pour in, making Willow City even more perilous. Lin Feng firmly proposed. I'll go. Old Fei readily agreed. All right. Lin Feng is truly a young hero. That subordinate then pleaded. I'm entrusting my wife and children to you. He leaped onto his horse and continued his journey. Lin Feng speculated that this ghost tide was not accidental. There's an E-class malevolent spirit tactical organization. And it can control the imps around it. Can I find the answer by entering the city? Outside the west gate of Willow City he charged forward with great momentum. Lin Feng observed his surroundings, then assessed. The west city wall looks quite ordinary. A message came from the router. Junior Pingon, Senior Lin. Are you in Willow City? Can you come and save us? We're trapped in the mall's basement. It's full of malevolent spirits outside. We can't possibly run. Lin Feng immediately understood, thinking. The ghost tide has truly entered the city. A purple barrier flickered ahead. Is it a ghost domain? Relying on his memory of the map scope, Lin Feng drew a conclusion. It actually covers the entire center of Willow City. Is it really a malevolent spirit of class or higher? His body gradually infiltrated the wall of power. Lin Feng calmly observed. This ghost domain is too insidious. Easy to enter, hard to leave. And inside it still looks like the original city. By the time everyone realizes it, it'll be too late to escape. He glanced around. The school within the city has also been occupied. What a warehouse under the mall. The students whispered amongst themselves. Pingon, did you send out the distress signal? Already sent it long ago. But Senior Lin might not even be in Willow City. Pingon grew even more anxious. This ghost tide is so fierce this time. I'm afraid even he won't be able to handle it. The chubby boy said in despair, clutching his head. It's over. I knew I shouldn't have taken this mission. Now I'm trapped in this damned place. No one will even collect my body if I die. Lin Feng arrived at the main entrance at the same time. Such a big mall, where could it be? The chubby boy suddenly remembered. Oh right, Jiang Song. Isn't your dad an A-class spirit master? Why isn't he coming to save you? The girl choked out her reply, my dad is fighting on the southern front. He's not even responsible for this area. I can't reach him at all. Do you think maybe he's already? A sudden knocking sound came from the iron door. Jiang Song asked fearfully. Could it be Senior Lin? Lin Feng from outside called out, is anyone there? The iron sheet was struck and deformed. Monsters appeared, sending all the students into a panic. It's a malevolent spirit run. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also noticed something amiss. A hint of confusion and bewilderment was on his face. He muttered to himself, is that her? The woman held her son tightly in her arms. Lin Feng was shocked, it's mom. He recalled 8 years ago, when he excitedly shouted, Grandpa. Tong Tong, you're back. The sight in the room made Lin Feng panic. Grandpa, what are you doing? The old man replied gruffly. Cutting hair, of course, can't you see? Tong Tong said with a smile. Grandpa's skills are top-notch. Next time Guigui should try it too. Lin Feng angrily rebuked, don't call me that. After being abandoned by his parents, Lin Feng assimilated into the life of the slums, becoming part of a family not bound by blood, together with Grandpa Hu and Tong Tong. Grandpa Hu engaged in mechanical repairs and scrap collection. His catchphrase was, of course. He often helped the disabled by making prosthetics for them. The old man's daily life was filled with scolding. Tong Tong, watch out, you'll ruin the onions. Although he wasn't good at housework, he still took excellent care of the children. Tong Tong was also an abandoned child, but her personality was surprisingly generous and kind. Perhaps it was due to her grandpa's influence since childhood. The little girl cheerfully instructed. If Grandpa's coming home, hide me quickly. Although they were poor, they enjoyed the warmth of family every day. Lin Feng seemed to have forgotten his past suffering. Until that day. Curses came from outside. Hey, you old geezer, come out. The old man gently greeted the guest. Mr. Jean, how can I help you? The thug yelled angrily. Don't pretend you don't know about the sensor. I just had you replace it last week. And it's broken again today. He pointed at the car and said to the old man. Look at what happened to my precious car. You must have cut corners and replaced it with a faulty part. The old man explained fearfully. That's impossible. I old who have never done anything so disgraceful. Never done anything so disgraceful. Besides, a sensor at most would only cause insufficient vehicle power, not loss of steering and brake control. The thug demanded angrily. Are you saying we're lying? Grandpa, who tried hard to explain but in truly innocent. How about I check it first? He directly pushed the old man to the ground and yelled. You check. Who knows if you'll tamper with it? The two of them scoffed with a rogue's attitude, were ghost exorcists. If we say you did it, you did it. If you still want to make a living here, pay us. Grandpa, who stammered thighs, how could I possibly pay for that? Meanwhile, Tong Tong and Lin Feng also returned home. Hee, do you think Auntie gave us so much delicious food? Because she likes Grandpa. Let's go through the back door and give Grandpa a surprise. Shouting, you old geezer. You just wait. Lin Feng noticed what's going on. Tong Tong asked urgently, Grandpa, how did you get hurt? Grandpa, who coughed and replied. Don't worry. Lin Feng wondered, was it those two just now? Grandpa, who raised his middle finger and said indignantly, these bastards. They're using their status as ghost exorcists to bully us honest folk. Trying to extort money from me. Not so easy. Then he smiled bitterly, because even I don't know where the money is, haha. The setting sun bathed the city. 3 ghost exorcists were discussing serious matters from a high vantage point. Besides, that luxury car was damaged because he drove drunk and crashed it. Right, yeah, so what? These tool people deserve to be bullied, and although that old man dresses shabbily, all the good stuff outside the city gets collected by him. He's made a lot of money in recent years. And he lied saying he has no money. Like hell I'd believe that. The leader suddenly noticed, look, he's coming out. Good opportunity. The house door was smashed, accompanied by screams. Search everything. Lin Feng and Tong Tong were terrified. What do you want? The boy was held down by the tall man, but still desperately tried to resist. Don't touch Grandpa's things. Everything in the house was ransacked. The ghost exorcist said disappointedly. We've searched everywhere we could, and only found this small bag of silver pieces worth nothing. Nothing on my side either. The tall man grabbed Tong Tong by her hair and lifted her up. Then take this little girl. I know people at the private factory in South City. Selling her should be worth tens of thousands. Lin Feng decisively resisted, let her go. He bit hard into the tall man's hand with his teeth. He angrily threw the boy out, shouting loudly, this kid's asking for it. In the end, only a few groans remained. Lin Feng's voice calling for Tong Tong. Everything before his eyes blurred, then he tightly shut his eyes. Late at night, crying could be heard from the small house. Lin Feng was filled with self-reproach. It's all my fault for not protecting Tong Tong well enough. She won't die, will she? Old Hu gently comforted him, saying, don't worry. Well, go rescue the child right now. Is the information you heard accurate? He wiped his tears, sobbing, and replied, yes. It's some factory in the South City area, no specific name. It's in the industrial zone there. Old Hu quietly instructed Lin Feng. This is the only place with lights still on. Crawl into the vent to scout it out. And then come back. He obediently complied. Okay. The pipe was long and narrow, exhausting Lin Feng. He was panting. He inadvertently discovered he could look down from here. It was a ward. Tong Tong's hands were bound and she was forced to lie on the bed. Strangers surrounded her, shouting, hurry up. This kid's got a lot of strength. Panicking, Lin Feng accidentally dropped the knife he was carrying through a gap in the metal. The knife tip plunged directly into the white fabric, startling the enemies. They immediately said to each other, someone's up there. Quick, tell the boss he'll stop him. Lin Feng quickly turned around. I've been found, gotta get out of here first. A thug used equipment to cause destruction. The wall cracked and Lin Feng fell. He sat amidst the ruins, his eyes darting around. Several patients were being used for strange purposes. What exactly is this place? Or rather, this is Liacheng's secret cultivation facility. A man named Jose appeared out of nowhere and asked Ian, are you alright? A subordinate hurried forward to report, brother, they're here. We've already caught an intruder. Jose cursed furiously. I'd like to see who dares to be so bold. Lin Feng's eyes widened, because before him stood his parents. Old Hu heard the commotion and realized, damn, something's happened inside. Lin Feng whispered, Dad, Mom. He couldn't believe they were working here. The woman was speechless, stammering, Xiao Feng. How did you? Jose roughly beat Lin Feng and warned him. Don't yell nonsense, you brat. Who are your parents? I don't even know you. The nearby wall burst open. Old Hu appeared valiantly, weapon in hand, shouting loudly. You are not allowed to bully children. Little Lin Feng reported, Tong Tong has already been caught by them. The bearded man asked suspiciously, who are you? Old Hu threatened like a madman. Give me back my granddaughter. You brought that child here by force. The bearded man raised his gun and sneered, oh. You mean the child just arrived? All I know is she was bought with real money. Want to take her away, dream on. Old Hu dodged the first wave of bullets. He immediately counterattacked. At the same time he reminded Lin Feng, quick, take Tong Tong and get out of here. He watched the panicked fleeing figures, shouting loudly. A subordinate frantically shouted, boss. Those two kids escaped upstairs. The bearded man impatiently ordered, chase them. Hurried footsteps approached and the thugs cursed loudly. You brat, stop right there. Lin Feng's heart trembled with fear. Tong Tong asked in confusion, we're on the rooftop. What do we do now? A subordinate walked up from behind, motioning, don't bother. You have nowhere left to run. Lin Feng shielded Tong Tong with his hand, replying worriedly. Hell, get us out of here. The bearded man appeared at the same time, leisurely observing. Do you mean this useless old man? Both Lin Feng and Tong Tong were shocked. Sir, Old Hu pleaded painfully. Please let us go, we'll pay any price. The bearded man beat him, sneering contemptuously. Who cares about your petty cash? This is a place to cultivate ghost masters. It's my future fortune. To produce a psychic. That's enough for you for several lifetimes. He turned his attention to Lin Feng. All right, little one. As long as you come quietly. I promise I won't hurt you. The bearded man then sneered. Don't back away any further, it's dangerous. Old Hu broke free from his restraints. He suddenly launched an attack. His fingers successfully scratched the bearded man's face, leaving a long wound. Old Hu was violently kicked to the edge of the rooftop. Tong Tong anxiously cried out, Grandpa. The bearded man fired a shot at this moment. Cursing, die, old man. The bullet flew swiftly, then coldly pierced through the little girl's chest. Lin Feng's mouth gaped open in shock. He roared, Tong Tong, as he watched the grandfather and granddaughter fall. Their two bodies lay intertwined. Lin Feng seemed to freeze. No, it can't be. He knelt weakly on the ground among the crowd discussions. Buzz, damn it. The boss' heart is completely cold. What about the remaining kid? Should we just finish him off? The woman leaned in and whispered a few words into the bearded man's ear. He then instructed, let's go, let him fend for himself. That day Tong Tong died on the spot. Old Hu was paralyzed from the waist down. No one around dared to offer help. They all kept their distance, just like crushing an ant. It was already a miracle to have survived. What's even more ridiculous is that all of this was caused by Lin Feng's biological parents. In the end he understood a truth. Human hearts are more terrifying than the evil spirits outside. Later Lin Feng came to the refuge station and no longer made friends. Nor did he seek reliance. Because he wanted to become the strongest ghost master, capable of controlling people of all classes. Even though that was the type of person Lin Feng hated the most. The cry of Sir rang out, startling him awake. The woman earnestly asked, "You're a ghost master, aren't you? Please save us." Lin Feng thought expressionlessly. As expected, they don't recognize me anymore. In 8 years everything has changed. The woman explained, "We were attacked by evil spirits. My leg was injured. Which is why I'm hiding here with my child." Lin Feng grit his teeth and asked, "Where's your husband?" The woman stammered in reply. "He was separated from us by the evil spirits earlier. He abandoned my child and me and ran away." Lin Feng was full of disdain. Typical of that cold-blooded man. He secretly guessed. She still has the child with her in times of danger. She must have taken a liking to some talent in this child. If I don't save her, and she becomes an orphan, she might end up like me back then. Lin Feng's announcement came through the loudspeaker. "I've already dispatched a vanguard to rendezvous with you. They'll be there soon. Everyone needs to head to the residential area to escort the refugees. Please reply if you receive this." He replied gravely. "Understood," and near the back door of the mall, Lin Feng extended a helping hand. "Come with me." The woman thanked him joyfully. Allies were already waiting outside. Lin Feng softly said, "Have them get in the car first, and going to rescue the others, then he'll meet up with everyone." The woman poked her head out the car window and weakly said, "Wait, sir. I have one more request." She suddenly burst into tears. "My husband and I got separated on the 3rd floor of the mall. He might still be alive. Please save him." Lin Feng asked in surprise, "What? He abandoned you and you still want to save him?" The woman clenched her hands. "Please. No matter how wrong he was, he's still family." Soon after Lin Feng arrived at the designated area, he picked up an abandoned loudspeaker from the ground. Thinking, this is Ping An's communication device. Am I too late? I wonder if they managed to escape safely. Lin Feng quickly summoned Tonton, the noisy bride. "You two wait here for me, you'll go up and check." The glass ceiling cracked simultaneously. He asked himself in confusion the rooftop. Countless monsters were gathering above. The bearded man continuously fired his gun, ceaselessly cursing monsters. "Get out of here!" The pink evil spirit gradually approached. It immediately attacked the bearded man with its mouth. His face was twisted and contorted. But he remained defiant. "Get lost, stay away from me." Just then Lin Feng also arrived. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. The bearded man pleaded in agony. "Hey, young man over there, save me please. I have many contribution points and gold coins." Lin Feng fell silent. "It's him again." The bearded man fell to the ground roaring. "Save my life and I can make you incredibly powerful. The underground forces of Lucheng wealth. Power women. As long as you save me, I'll give you all of this." Lin Feng looked at him with disdain, thinking in the end, his mind is still only on these things. Possessed by an evil spirit, he's beyond saving. Joseph was pushed to the brink, revealing a threatening tone. "Save me now. Do you know how many ghost masters I've trained for Lucheng?" His left half of his body mutated, making him cry out in pain. "Arg. What's wrong with my hand?" The bearded man opened his mouth in despair. "I don't want to die. If I'm going to die, well, all die together." He fired a gun at Lin Feng, but none of his shots connected. The bearded man fell backward. He plummeted from thousands of meters high. After Joseph's body crashed to the ground, the evil spirits peeled away from him. Lin Feng turned away indifferently, letting them fight amongst themselves. He walked and thought, to meet such an end, you're just deserts. At the inner city's east exit, the mobile engine suddenly exploded with a roar. The remaining crowd was in a panic. The school bus exploded. "It's too close, turn around quickly." Flames burned fiercely. The wheels touched the road, emitting a piercing screech. The hooded man happily said Lon succeeded. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. That was too dangerous. Suddenly a monster attacked from the flames. The hooded man immediately summoned Sword Dance. "Stop that evil spirit." The teacher on the bus tried to reassure students, "Don't panic. Just hold on for a few more minutes." And well reached the Ghostmaster's residential area. The senior students and patrol officers. Their assessments will help us. As the engine slowly drove in, everyone was shocked. How can the residential area be like this? Countless monsters are chasing. Zhang Song and Ping and shouted together, "Run." "We barely managed to escape. But we still couldn't avoid it." Gao Shang panicked from behind. "Oh, my ghost spirit." The scene was suffocatingly chaotic. Zhang Song quickly gestured. "Look, there's a school bus ahead. Hurry, run to the inner city. There's still a glimmer of hope." The man said anxiously, "We can't wait any longer." "Run," the driver replied blankly. "This is the only road to the sanctuary." East of the city. Are we supposed to go back? A little boy called out, Teacher, what's that behind us? A gigantic object fell, causing a strong tremor. It had the shape of a deer. The crowd screamed in terror, it's an earthquake, the car's going to flip. The driver and the crowd were in chaos. What the hell is that thing? We're going to die. A smiling face train appeared from the sky, supporting the school bus. The teacher was stunned. What's happening? The deer-shaped evil spirit discovered its meal was snatched, and could only stomp its hooves in anger. Hoofbeats sounded, thump-thump, attacking fiercely together. Behind them spectral clamor provided cover. Human and horse figures flickered into view. The deer-shaped evil spirit was cut down by Linfeng with a single strike. Boom. An explosion immediately occurred. The crowd was utterly shocked. Did it just die like that? Who is he? Someone even declared, is he the savior? Everyone cheered in unison. We're saved. Ghost masters are too strong. Doesn't he look a bit familiar? Isn't that Linfeng from our class? A young man doubted. No way. This must be at least a rank expert. While Ping'an was thrilled. As expected of brother Lin, Linfeng jumped from the head area of the evil spirit. The ghost horse neighed seemingly in response. Linfeng shouted out instructions. Everyone bring the injured and follow me. The crowd's faces were filled with admiration. Linfeng is so handsome and he's my classmate. Why is there such a huge gap between him and me? The man joyfully cupped his hands and said, Linfeng, indeed I wasn't wrong about you. He then used his communicator. This is Linfeng. Notify everyone to get the injured civilians into the vehicles. Afterwards the teams on both sides escorted the students forward. His subordinate respectfully replied, understood. A massive convoy powerfully set in motion, led and cleared the way by Linfeng, towards the east gate outside the city. Finally we arrived. The commander ordered. Everyone form a line. Enter the shelter one by one. Linfeng showed a surprised expression. I didn't expect the inner city wall to have this kind of structure. Suddenly a sweet female voice rang out, Linfeng. Thank you so much this time. It was President Yun. She happily pressed, haven't seen you in a few days, did you miss your big sister? Linfeng's lips curved slightly, revealing a kind smile. It served as his answer. At the East City shelter, Linfeng curiously asked, what's the situation now? President Yun replied dejectedly. Although the inner city still has the Golden Wall, it can't withstand all the high-level evil spirits. The Alliance has already dispatched elite troops to deal with it. It should be under control by now, she added. But the outer South City wall was destroyed, causing most of the interior to fall, with only one fortress still holding out. Linfeng judged. It seems that to stop the ghost tide, ghost masters are the key. President Yun agreed. Exactly. Thousands of ghost masters have already died this time. The losses are too great. Oh, by the way, you came from the West Wing. Is the old man okay over there? Linfeng explained with a wry smile. Oh, I helped him deal with 3 shrank evil spirits. He should be fine now. President Yun was immediately startled upon hearing this. She unhappily scolded, oh come on Linfeng. You've actually learned to joke around with a straight face. Next. Are you planning to learn how to deceive? Girls. An urgent report came from a distant president. The situation in the south is urgent. 3 more shrank entities have infiltrated. She said worriedly. Understood Linfeng. Let's go together to the south to support the city lord. This left him a little bewildered. The city lord of Lu City. President Yun replied gravely. Exactly. He rarely makes an appearance, but he's considered a top-tier shrank ghost master. He's currently commanding the southern operations, Lu City's southern 3rd defense fortress. The commander cursed angrily. Damn it. This is the last fortress. All the evil spirits have surrounded us. The city lord summoned evil spirits and calmly said, everyone do not leave my ghost domain. Only intercept rank and above evil spirits and wait for reinforcements. The subordinate hurried forward to report. City lord, another shrank has appeared in the west. Seeing this he immediately roared, report what you fool. Did the country raise you to come here and report? You have time to run all the way here, but no time to chase. Go kill it. President Yun sat behind him, clicking her tongue in praise. Wow. This ghost horse is really comfortable to ride. Linfeng calmly reminded her, hold on tight. It's very fast. Look at the light spot on the communicator. There it is on the right side. Linfeng looked in the direction indicated and noticed something unusual. He recognized it as Bai Shaotsit. Linfeng said nervously, that's the one I mentioned before. The white paper figure that escaped. President Yun replied excitedly, oh that's great. It has the same attribute as my ghost spirit. They can devour each other. If I devour it, little Bai can level up too. He explained, it's very fast. Good at escaping. I'll ambush you, go lure it over, okay? Guildmaster Yen released a string of purple paper airplanes, successfully attracting White Fiend's attention. It chased frantically, finally stopping in an open area, having fallen into a trap. Lin Feng thought arrogantly. Under the suppression of the roar's range. Don't even think about escaping with your ghost domain or substitute. Tong Tong attacked from behind, finishing it with just one slash. The system prompted Battle 1. Shrank Evil Spirit killed EXP 3000. Second ally began collecting 10 of the spoils. Guildmaster Yen was stunned. This little flower hasn't even made a move yet. Could what he just said be true? Both of these ghost spirits really might be Shrank. Watching Lin Feng praise Tong Tong while stroking her head. My bride did a great job. She was very puzzled. But how is that possible? It's only been a few days since we last met and they've gotten stronger again. He suddenly crossed his arms and asked, how is it, do you like this gift? Guildmaster Yen smiled gently and replied, thank you. Thinking about it, it makes sense. He's no longer that little child. He no longer needs his older sister to protect him. Router reported to the Guildmaster. For Shrank Evil Spirits suddenly appeared in the southern chamber. Urgent support is needed. She quickly said, understood. We must get there within 5 minutes. The dots on the smart screen became increasingly dense. The commander complained. Good grief, why are there so many? An anomaly was discovered in the sky, surprising everyone. Look, what is that? A bizarre face materialized behind blue glass shards. The city lord anxiously warned. Be careful, this Shrank one's ability is very special. The dots changed color and the commander immediately reported to the city lord. The detection results for this evil spirit have suddenly turned orange. Could that bizarre face have appeared on all glass buildings? Anyone who saw it would fall into the same state of panic. What's going on? The city lord suddenly realized. Indeed, it has been lurking until now. Using this ghost tide, it successfully evolved into an abyssal rank evil spirit. Lin Feng asked Guildmaster Yen, what does purple turning orange mean? She propped her chin and thought seriously. The Guildmaster's brows were tightly furrowed due to nervousness. She stammered in reply. Orange signifies an abyssal rank evil spirit. The ghost mirror abyssal rank evil spirit first stage possesses a face that is neither human nor ghost, with incredibly sharp teeth. She added, and the forces before us don't have a spirit master of comparable strength yet. Let's return to the 3 angry men. The cloaked figure came to the city lord to report. City Lord Guildmaster Yen and Lin Feng have arrived. As soon as the two of them landed, someone quickly came to stop them. Sirs, the situation is critical. The city lord requests your presence. He seemed less than enthusiastic to welcome them. He glanced over, then asked Guildmaster Yen, you're already aware of the general situation, aren't you? She immediately replied, This abyssal rank evil spirit appeared very suddenly. Does the city lord have any assessment? He then reached out and pointed to the crowd. One thing is very strange. Previously, this ghost mirror has never participated in battle. Yet it evolved here, this means. The city lord said seriously without any hint of joking. It gained battle experience from other evil spirits. Lin Feng understood as soon as he heard it. It seems that this ghost mirror is the commander behind this ghost tide. This time he agreed, that's very likely. Then it is the key to breaking the stalemate. Guildmaster Yen looked down and asked, but since it's abyssal rank, why hasn't it activated its ghost domain yet? The city lord sighed helplessly. That's because the entire Willow City has already been covered by its ghost domain. That thing is much larger than Willow City's protective barrier. She widened her eyes in surprise. How can this be then? He guessed what she meant, but it was already too late to retreat. If it wanted to kill the ordinary people in the city, it'll only take a few minutes. So our best plan is to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The city lord had already made his calculations. It just evolved. It's the weakest first tier among the abyss-level entities. With my strength, I can temporarily hold it back, so it won't have time to bother the people in the city. As for a first-tier abyss entity, its ghost domain is unimaginably vast. The ghost mirror's ghost domain size is several times larger than Willow City's inner city? So I guess. But its other abilities are very weak. Thus a balance is achieved. The estimated data for the ghost mirror, including ghost chi, ghost domain growth, defense, destructive power, and speed. He stated his demands, and what you need to do is help me find its weakness? The two replied in unison, full of determination. All right. They galloped on horseback, fast as lightning. Lin Feng assigned, you take the east side. I'll take the west side. Let's deal with those 3 Shranks first. The president immediately replied, okay. Be careful. He walked a short distance and saw obstacles. He thought 3 shranks shouldn't be too difficult, but for some reason in the blink of an eye, those 3 had doubled. Am I seeing things? How did they suddenly turn into 6? Is this the ghost mirror's ability? The 2 went their separate ways, unable to rely on each other. This is even worse. If it's mirror magic, then we must find the true body. The president approached the monsters. She sent Xiao Hua to scout ahead. Xiao Hua accepted the order and released countless of her own petals to attack the monsters. This action enraged them. Her bubbles hit, and 2 monster bubbles pushed them a distance away. The president exclaimed in horror, both of them are real. The people on Willow City's side are also being surrounded. How is this possible? Report the number of ghost tides ahead has surged. They could only stand frozen watching the monsters approach menacingly. Damn it, Brank and Arank evil spirits have also been replicated. She drove rapidly, calmly proposing a countermeasure. Everyone pay attention. The ghost mirror's replication ability. This is not the magic of Willow City's ghost masters. Full support to the south. He held the walkie-talkie in his hand, and suddenly froze, realizing. In other words, the clones and the original bodies of these shrank evil spirits possess the same strength. She gritted her teeth and replied. That's right, Lin Feng. The ghost mirror's ability has already doubled. The ghost tide is completely illogical. If you can find a flaw, there might still be hope. His eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp. Instead of slowly searching for a weakness, why not just kill them all? Xianhua floated in midair. She released energy all around her, activating her ghost domain. She lunged at the monster. The bulging eye ghost spirit pierced through it, cutting it in half. Battle victory. Your ghost spirit has defeated and shrank evil spirit. EXP 3000. Only experience, no other rewards. Xianhua stood at a distance, laying down her intricate threads. Another monster was eliminated. Battle victory. Your ghost spirit has defeated and shrank evil spirit. EXP 3000. Bond 2. You obtain 10 ghost spirit orbs and 20 ghost domain fragments. Oh, this time it's the true body. Lin Feng stared blankly at the loot. So the mirror images might still lack some conditions of the original body, such as carried items, or even the size of the ghost spirit, and the duration of their state. So there's one more point to verify. He then ordered Tonton to activate her ghost eye, to see if she could identify the true body. Attack the true body first. The little girl quickly took the order and dutifully carried it out. The ghost eye on her forehead opened. From then on, Dong Dong began to investigate. She saw the true forms of those evil spirits. Indeed, she could distinguish them. The little girl rushed over and kicked the guy's head off. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed and shrank evil spirit. Experience increased by 2600. Bond increased by 1 point. You obtained a ghost realm shard and 10 exotic bone peaches. The ghost spirit continuously eliminated monsters single-handedly, taking on everything. Sure enough, with the main body dead, the reflections also disappear. This time it was simple. Xiaohua's ghost realm was quite chaotic. The ghost realm quickly surrounded the monsters, defeating them one by one. Some were already eroded by the ghost realm, their entire bodies stiff. Their bodies still suffered physical attacks, scaring them quite a bit. It turned out to be a rank Xiaobai. She zipped back and forth like sliding down a slide. But shrank Xiaohua, after unleashing her ghost realm, looked quite exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. The man joyfully shouted, City Lord Lin Feng, they're really amazing. They've already eliminated 6 shrank entities. But then he received no response. He looked back and was instantly alarmed. He found his City Lord struggling to hold on. City Lord, what's wrong? The City Lord, pale-faced, said breathlessly. My ghost realm can't hold on much longer. He then quickly sent an urgent plea for help in that direction. President Yan Lin Feng. The City Lord is about to leave the ghost realm, please provide immediate support. They replied in unison, understood. He arrived on horseback and immediately reined in. This is the ghost realm of the City Lord of Lucheng. At dusk it was romantically beautiful. Only the area below was bright with no sign of life. The world had turned into a series of mirrors. Lin Feng looked closely and discovered. Even the City Lord's ghost spirit had been copied. He quickly realized this isn't good, could it be? When he turned around he saw there were actually 3 Xiaohuas. 3 ghost spirits landed on the ground, some real, some fake. Lin Feng looked at the scene and instantly had a massive headache. Dong Dong and Xiaohua have been copied too. The City Lord, standing high up, shouted, warning Lin Feng to be careful. This ghost mirror can replicate any ghost spirit, including their special abilities. He replied understood, but his mind was in turmoil. It seems the ghost mirror won't attack directly but instead Uses this method to eliminate enemies. Lin Feng reached out and tried to command Dongdong and Xiaohua. Do not use special abilities for direct attacks. Lin Feng mused to himself. The Ghost Horse's Ghost Realm Impact ability is useless against the Ghost Mirror. On the contrary, dealing with his own Ghost Realm and the City Lords would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, he commanded his Ghost Horse. The Ghost Horse retreated. President Yan Fei. After hearing the warning on the walkie-talkie, the warhorse immediately changed direction. President Yan, delay your entry. There's a trap here. I'll let you know once I find the pattern. The little girl seemed to lose control. She tore apart the ghost spirits impersonating her. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed a reflection. Experience increased by 200. On the other side, Xiaohua did the same thing. Lin Feng heard the notification and suddenly realized, oh, killing one's own reflection gives experience too. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed a reflection. Experience increased by 200. They continuously gained achievements. Battle 1. He stood aside observing. He secretly rejoiced. It seems the combat power of these reflections is nothing special. The City Lord's face darkened. His eyes flashed and he said cautiously, "Don't be careless, the first wave was just a test." Those phantoms were then continuously created, completely surrounding Lin Feng. They appeared again so quickly. Two Xiaohuas drew their blades and swords fighting each other, neither giving way, evenly matched. After realizing their strength, his expression turned serious. This time they're even more like the real thing. But the ghost chi cannot be completely suppressed. The two young girls continued their winning streak, maintaining their peak performance. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed an illusion. Experience 500. Cheers erupted one after another. Battle 1. Lin Feng watched intently. Another wave of experience points was added. But if it replicates infinitely, the ghost energy will eventually run out. How can we break this? Suddenly the City Lord's ghost domain activated. But they started attacking each other. His image looked blurry. He grew more worried. No, this won't do. My ghost domain is about to collapse. Lin Feng immediately gave an order. Xianhua activated ghost domain of the same range. In an instant her ghost domain magic array rapidly expanded, confronting that area. He stood by observing the building thoughtfully. Xianhua's ghost domain was also covered by the mirror surface. This means it can replicate ghost spirits again. Xianhua and Tong Tong stood shoulder to shoulder with her. In front of them were countless replicas. Lin Feng's face was tauter than a violin string. Tong Tong used her mutated form. Xianhua used the ghost fire in her stomach, thinking, let me see just how far he can replicate. She gripped her blade in anger and lunged forward. With just one strike, Tong Tong successfully shattered the illusions. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed an illusion. Experience 500. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed an illusion. Experience 800. Xianhua's side was also successful, gaining 2 by 800 experience points. He just calculated it, it's almost time. The time between each replication is getting longer. It seems this ghost mirror consumes a lot of energy too. And with such a complex battle, it must be controlled from somewhere nearby, right? The City Lord like a puppet controlled by AI, but still retaining enough sanity. Lin Feng, be careful, here they come again. Sure enough, 4 new illusions appeared. I guessed right. The ghost energy cannot replicate instantly. The number just now was already greater. They floated in the air like lonely souls in July. The number has doubled again. This is already the 4th wave. We must end the battle quickly. Lin Feng decisively gave the order. Tong Tong, Xianhua, full attack. Eliminate all illusions, the 2 of them. They immediately circulated their profound internal energy, preparing for a desperate fight. He observed from a distance, growing more and more worried. How can a ghost spirit have so many forms? Who exactly is this young man? Xianhua released countless threads from her palm, subduing the illusions. It immediately took effect. They deformed and revealed their true forms. The City Lord's ghost spirits moved erratically. As a result, they were eliminated one by one. The system popped up notifications as if out of control. Battle 1. Your ghost spirit killed an illusion. Experience 1200. The ground cracked into pieces. She still wouldn't give up, relentlessly pursuing. With just a wave of her hand, all illusions turned to dust. A tremendous roar, shaking heaven and earth. Experience points continuously increased. The City Lord suddenly woke up at this moment. The explosion's power is terrifying. Even my own ghost spirit illusions were destroyed. Tong Tong's side looked even easier. The scene before her eyes was completely dim. She used her sharp claws to smash the wall in front of her. The 3 of them defended a side each. After the battle ended, The city returned to its original tranquility. Even the river was petrified, capable of reflecting itself. There are too many mirror surfaces in the ghost domain. It can hide anywhere. Lin Feng shouted. Xianhua, cover it with the second layer of the ghost domain. She put her palms together, her fingertips lightly touching. Dual ghost domain is the second layer of the ghost domain. It's the center of ghost power. It can cover the first layer, eliminating all destructive effects. Xianhua used her power to expand the spirit domain, shattering the ghost mirror into pieces. The river resumed its normal flow, and the tree canopy lost its protective layer, appearing much fresher. Success, it's been forced out. That ghoul flew up from beneath the water's surface, previously protected by reflected images, giving you time to cover the spirit domain with mirrors again. But now all the reflected images have been destroyed. You have nowhere left to run. As he gained the upper hand, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile, and he said calmly, Xianhua now. She had appeared behind the abominable blue ghoul at some point, calmly raising her sword. A single basic attack was enough to easily sever its head. Battle 1. Your Spectre has slain an evil. Abyss Tier Spectre. Spectre EXP 6000. Bond 5 points. Host obtained 20 spirit domain fragments. 10 ghost mirrors. The city lord hurried to Lin Feng's side, while he was still observing the battle. It's resolved. The mirror surface without any external force began to crack gradually on its own. It slowly descended to where the crowd was gathered. Lin Feng looked at the mirror with affection, smiling. This wave of EXP is nearly 20,000. This ghost mirror is truly a huge source of EXP. President Yen arrived just in time, asking Lin Feng in confusion, is the ghost mirror dead? The city lord then burst into laughter, calmly patting his shoulder. Yes, this time it's all thanks to Lin Feng. We were able to achieve victory. His people pointed at the gradually retreating crowd, telling everyone to look. The ghost tide is receding. Excellent, the crisis of Liacheng's destruction has been resolved. The city's residents rushed out to greet them, cheering, we're saved. It's all thanks to the city lord and Lin Feng. Look. Lin Feng is back. He received a celebrity-like ovation. Lin Feng, our great hero. Lin Feng is amazing. It was all endless praise and calls for him. Lin Feng is so handsome. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, a mother, holding her young son, watched him with sparkling eyes. He is Lin Feng. He relaxed his entire body amidst the crowd, as if being healed after the arduous battle. The shouts were ceaseless. Lin Feng. Behind the crowd, cheers continued unendingly. That name, Lin Feng. The mother and her son were still watching. The little one innocently pointed at the crowd and asked his mother, Mommy, do you know that big brother? The mother, without blinking, stammered, Mommy, She thought to herself, I've long since lost the right to be that child's relative. Stroking her son's head, she admonished, no, dear child. You must remember Lin Feng saved our lives. When you grow up, if you ever get the chance, you must repay Lin Feng, okay? The little one, not getting a satisfactory answer, seemed a bit unhappy. The city lord finally stood with President Yen, along with Lin Feng. With his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of confusion on his face, he said, although the crisis has been resolved in the city, there are still many ruins and bodies. Let's arrange for everyone to clear the battlefield. She replied, okay, I'll go assign tasks now. He, referring to Lin Feng, held the spoils of war in his hand, gazing intently at the city lord. So this ghost mirror. The city lord quickly demurred, smiling, you keep it. If it weren't for you in this battle, I wouldn't be alive right now. To resolve the crisis in Lucheng and rescue hundreds of thousands of citizens. Your contributions are countless. Tonight I'll even host a banquet to thank you. You must be there. The protagonist hadn't even had a chance to speak, barely having uttered 2 words. No need, ill. President Yen already clapped him on the shoulder, assuring, don't worry, city lord. Well, definitely be there on time. After a fierce battle, everyone had to go clear the ruins, including the remains of the unfortunate citizens. The damaged school sign was also repaired. Nerves on edge. You were sitting on a ruined building. She came looking for you. Oh, there you are. The two sat down to talk. The president spoke with a slight smile. You seem to have a lot on your mind today. If something's bothering you, tell your big sister Lin Feng. He just looked into the distance, avoiding the topic. It's nothing. I just feel very tired. His eyes were filled with melancholy. Ever since I was little, I've endured humiliation and carried heavy burdens, always wanting to climb higher, to become strong, to make everyone who looked down on me regret it. But now those people have long forgotten, and they don't care about me anymore. Images surfaced in his mind about his not-so-smooth childhood, being despised by people, spoken of pitifully. In the end, I was still left all alone. She seemed more optimistic, encouraging him. What nonsense are you saying? Haven't the people closest to you always been by your side? Right. This made him, who was immersed in sadness, freeze for a moment. Oh, hasn't that ghost been with you for 15 years? That thing has always been hanging around your neck. What they were referring to were Shenhua and Tongtong, always following Lin Feng. Although ghost spirits cannot speak, they silently protect us. They shouldn't just be tools for battle. Between us and them, we are clearly friends who care for each other. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit intimate. The president suddenly looked at him with loving eyes, cooing, "So don't say you're all alone anymore. You have 2 ghost spirits, and of course you have me." She painted a bright future. Just thinking about it made Lin Feng feel embarrassed. "I just hope that in the future you can protect your big sister. Help your big sister reach great heights." He looked at the ground again, but was already much more spirited. His eyes gleamed like a myriad of stars. "I don't really understand those things. But thank you, it seems I already have some motivation to keep going." The mission vehicles were still speeding along until dusk. On the road were Haiching's support troops. The man standing on the pickup truck turned back to report. "Reporting, President, we've reached border number 1. The white-haired old man was feeling very displeased. That was Chao Zhan, already 60 years old, president of the Earth Fiend Level Ghost Master Alliance. He cast a strange glance. "We haven't seen any ghosts on the way here. Has Lu Cheng already fallen? Have all the ghosts entered the city?" Yang Bai, 42, beside him, Haiching's rank Grand General, was holding monitoring equipment. He then said, "President, I just saw on Liacheng's local forum. It seems they're saying the ghost tide has been repelled." Chao Zhan, half believing and half doubting, kept rolling his eyes. "Not long ago. Wasn't it still on the brink of being destroyed? Is there some big shot in Lu Cheng?" The bespectacled young man, who seemed the most well-informed here, said, "It seems to be a ghost master named Lin Feng. He defeated an Abyssal-level spirit, which is why they won." He looked at Yang Bai, puzzled. Lin Feng, never heard of him. Yang Bai suddenly realized. "I remember there was a genius in Haicheng before, who was also named Lin Feng. He was even favored by the 3rd young miss. But he seemed to only be a rank. Let's go well know once we enter the city." The convoy continued driving on the road. At Lu Ru's private manor in Haicheng, the surrounding environment was unusually quiet. Only the figure of a young girl was present. Lu Ru was leisurely watering flowers, tending to her garden. At this moment a maid walked over, breaking the atmosphere. "Miss, something big has happened." She turned her head. "What's so urgent?" The maid stammered, unable to speak clearly. Frantically, "Lin Feng. Lin Feng." Lu Ru put down the watering can, waiting intently for the rest. Then, like a bolt from the blue, Lin Feng alone repelled Liacheng's ghost tide. This news has already spread widely in Haicheng. She opened her phone, and the latest news popped up with astonishing headlines. "Shocking, Liacheng's ghost tide repelled. Lin Feng defeats Abyssal-level evil spirit. City destruction crisis reversed by Lin Feng." Lu Ru read, full of disbelief. He actually defeated an Abyssal-level spirit already. His growth speed is truly astonishing. The maid beside her clearly showed an expression of joy and admiration. "Yes, and so young and beautiful too. He truly is the one Miss has her eyes on." Reading this news, she seemed a bit displeased. Instead, she pouted as if bickering with a lover. "A genius like that. If we don't seize him now, there's a good chance we'll never be able to." The maid beside her encouraged her to rest assured. Not only is Miss a peerless beauty, but she will also be the city lord in the future. The position of High City Lord's consort, even a Disha-level master, would surely be tempted. Lu Ru cupped her cheeks, blushing shyly, and said, "But that boy is only 15, what if he doesn't like it?" Her thoughts were interrupted. "Ah, what am I even thinking? How embarrassing." "Right." The maid suddenly remembered something and said seriously, "Oh right, those families in High City have been competing. If they guess that Miss has chosen Lin Feng, would it be detrimental to Lin Feng?" She crossed her arms, gritting her teeth. "They wouldn't dare. But just in case, send people to keep watch. Report any news to me immediately." "Yes, ma'am." At the City Lord's mansion, Lu City, Lin Feng and President Yan had already arrived at the entrance. They came at the City Lord's invitation. As soon as he entered, he looked around blankly. Everything was so unfamiliar. Old Fei, representing the host family, came out beaming to greet the guests. "Young Master Lin, long time no see." "Ha ha ha ha, Old Fei." The two embraced warmly as if they had never been apart. "You did brilliantly this time, young friend Lin Feng," he said delightedly. "And you're fine too, that's wonderful." He turned back and introduced "Oh right. These two came to support Lu City. Chairman Chao Zhan and General Yang Bai." Chao Zhan stood with his arms crossed. He had the air of someone in a high position. "So you're Lin Feng. You made me come all this way for nothing. It's an honor, he scratched his face awkwardly. But President Yen, who was beside him, had to smooth things over. Speaking for the chairman, she said, you jest. It's because we had all of you as our backing that we could face the battle with peace of mind. He then burst out laughing, haha. Well, it's fine even if I came for nothing. As long as Lu City's crisis is resolved, that's what matters. It would be best if the 7 industries prosper. That would forever prove peace under heaven. Yang Bai slowly extended his hand for a handshake. Young Master Lin is a genius. His future is limitless. I hope you can help me out in the future. Lin Feng returned the courtesy. General Yang, you're too kind. As they embraced, he already leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. The matter of Miss Lu choosing you as her consort has already reached the ears of the other competitors. It's best if you don't go to High City for a while. Upon hearing this, his face tightened. Do those competitors think I'm blocking their path? And will they come after me, eliminate me? Looking at the table full of lavish dishes, his heart remained unmoved. Why am I involved in this kind of thing again? Is that girl really determined to make me marry into her family? The city lord raised his glass and the banquet began. At this celebration banquet, Lin Feng is the protagonist. Lu City's safety is all thanks to him for turning the tide. He grinned from ear to ear, raising his voice. I announce to reward Lin Feng for his merits. On behalf of Lu City, I award 1 billion contribution points. In addition, there's a manor villa, rows of maids ready to welcome him, and the opportunity to freely choose 3 ghost artifacts from the warehouse. Ghost artifacts. At the same time, he is also granted the title of Lu City Guardian. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room cheered in unison. To the young hero. Glasses clinked, spirits soared, and everyone got roaring drunk. Lin Feng drank until he was completely disoriented. He couldn't even tell north from south. Leaning on President Yen, President Yen solicitously helped him along. Slow down, let's go to my place and rest for a bit first. This boy, it seems like it's his first time drinking so much. After drinking so much, he had already arrived at President Yan's home. Only the 2 of them were left. She was overjoyed. Haha, I, your older sister, am kindly taking you in. It was Lin Feng's turn to help her sobering up on the way. Then Yan Keicho in turn placed her on the bed and said coldly, go to sleep. Suddenly Yan Keicho grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve. To be precise, she was forcefully kissing a minor. Lin Feng hadn't even reacted, just stared with wide eyes. You look so alluring when you're drunk, that's enough. This is a reward for a great hero. Hey, why aren't you blushing at all? Don't you like it? Instead, Lin Feng leaned over the bed. He pinned Yan Keicho down and kissed her deeply. It was hard to tell who was truly blushing. It was her turn to be stunned and blush like a maiden in her early 20s. He began to move his naughty lips downwards to Yan Keicho's neck. She pouted and murmured Lin Feng's name. Her hands were clasped tightly together. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. As soon as Lin Feng woke up, he seemed to be feeling unwell from last night's hangover. He looked at the abundant food on the table and asked, good morning. Is this breakfast made by Xianhua? She leaned in the kitchen casually sipping coffee. Yan Keicho took a sip then replied. I woke up early, had nothing to do, so I made 2 portions eat up. Lin Feng unceremoniously sat straight down at the table. Staring at the food, he said, okay. Thanks. As soon as he put a bite of food into his mouth, his face turned green. She immediately asked, how is it? He could only force a dry laugh and mumbled, delicious, absolutely delicious. Thinking to himself, shouldn't cause trouble first thing in the morning. He wanted to slip away before his seat was even warm. Actually She cut him off, saying, first, alright. I still have to go on a business trip to West City. Remember to lock the door when you leave. She finished speaking and left without a trace of lingering, not even saying goodbye. As soon as she walked out of the room, her cheeks were already flushed crimson, as if she had been bullied. This naughty younger brother, how could he? I really can't face anyone now. Lin Feng had completely forgotten about yesterday's events. He scratched his face, only wanting to ask, is there any water? This is going to kill me. At the west gate of Lucheng, Lin Feng rode his warhorse out of the city. Now the ghost tide is over. I can continue tracking the 3rd ghost spirit now in Zhaoan. Xianhua appeared and he immediately asked, Xianhua, can you sense the direction of the ghost energy? After she looked, she shook her head helplessly. Has the aura of the book demon disappeared? What should I do? He frowned deeply, then came up with an idea. That's right, President Shua's daughter is good at finding clues. I can go and ask her. Now that I have the ghost steed, a trip to Haicheng should be easy. It should be easy. After speaking, Lin Feng galloped away on his horse. He had arrived at the Haicheng Ghost Tamer Association. As soon as he arrived, he spoke directly to President Zhua. I've come here this time because I have a favor to ask of you. He smiled politely. Oh, So you also have times when you need help. President Zhuo waved his hand and said kindly with a smile. Tell me quickly, I'll definitely do my best. Lin Feng clasped his hands together. He said seriously. Actually, I'm here for your two daughters, President. I hope they can help me find the trace of a ghost spirit. As soon as Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Yu heard him mention them, they reacted as if they had found a treasure. Lin Feng stood up, handed her the token, and then asked. It's this. Can you sense the origin of the ghost energy? Zhuo Yu took it and focused her spiritual energy using her spell to try. The sensation is very blurry, but I can confirm the general direction. He was overjoyed. Excellent, then he directly asked President Zhuo. Could I borrow Zhuo Yu for a few days? He immediately adjusted his glasses. His expression instantly turned serious and he frowned. Borrow for a few days this matter. Seeing him hesitate, Lin Feng reassured him, I want to invite Zhuo Yu. I just want to invite Zhuo Yu to come with me to search for the traces of this ghost. Please rest assured I will definitely protect her thoroughly. In reality, his worries were different. It wasn't a matter of safety or not. Entrusting his daughter to a young boy and having them stay together for a few days. What if my prize cabbage gets rooted around by a pig for a few days? But verbally he subtly masked his concern. You'll have to ask my daughter for her opinion on this. Who knew the girl would happily agree as soon as she heard it? Dad. I agree, Dad taught us to be grateful. Lin Feng helped us. Shouldn't we repay him? Not only Miss Charlie sat by, gently holding her sister's hand, she said. It'll go too big, Sis Xiaoyu is good at long-distance tracking, but for close range we still need you to pinpoint the location. Witnessing such a scene. At this awkward situation, the father could only weep silently in his heart. The chairman probably buried his face in his hands, utterly helpless. He secretly blamed himself. The pig hasn't even rooted around yet, and the cabbage has delivered itself to the door. And it's a buy-on-one free deal. My eldest daughter is practically a ticking time bomb. Yet he still had to agree aloud. All right. After Lin Feng finished his discussion with Chairman Jack, he left in a good mood. He even waved goodbye to the sisters. Thanks a lot. Then he'll pick you all up tomorrow morning. Let's go home. See you tomorrow. Unexpectedly, while walking on the road, a girl suddenly bumped into his arms. Their eyes met, and for a moment they were at a loss for words. Lin Feng stared intently at the other person. Miss Lu. Lu Ru looked as if she had seen her dream lover. Her cheeks as red as tomatoes. She managed to articulate her words with great difficulty. Lin Feng. I thought you were still inside. My father needs to see you. Upon hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up and he asked seriously. You mean City Lord Hai is looking for me? She dared not look Lin Feng directly in the eye. Only lowered her head and looked at the ground, saying, Yes. Father wishes for you to come to the City Lord's mansion with me. He has something he wants to discuss with you personally. He looked at her meaningfully. All right, I'll go with you. He also had a thought in mind. This was a good opportunity to inquire about the Jizhao convent from City Lord Hai. He has lived for so many years. He must know a lot about this world. The car's interior was spacious. Yet the two of them were seated very close to each other, which made Lin Feng feel very awkward. He glanced out the window. However, for City Lord Hai to seek me out, does he need his daughter to personally pick me up? In a flash, the car had arrived at its destination. The gate swung open and the vehicle drove in. He got out of the car first, and gentlemanly extended his hand to help Lu Ru alight. Waiting at the entrance was City Lord Hai, who walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression not particularly pleased. Lin Feng, we finally meet. The City Lord descended the steps. The two shook hands and City Lord Hai greeted him. City Lord Hai bent slightly at the waist. Not bad. Even smarter than I was back in my day. No wonder my daughter likes you. He led the way, leaving the young pair behind him. Follow me, I have something to show you. Lin Feng observed and thought. The City Lord looks so healthy. He doesn't look like someone who only has 5 years left to live at all. The two arrived at a place like a maze. The central section of the floor was elevated. City Lord Hai placed his hand in the center, unlocking it. An invisible door immediately opened before him. He said, Go on in. Lu Ru didn't even know this place existed. She fumbled around asking her father. Where is this even? I've never been here. He replied curtly, You'll know in a bit. He quickly realized the spot where he was standing was moving. He put his hand on the wall to keep his balance. It's starting to descend. It's an elevator. The elevator cabin continued to sink downwards as time steadily passed. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. It finally stopped, probably several hundred meters deep. Upon reaching the destination, the door opened. Both young people were captivated by everything before them, simultaneously raising their hands to shield their eyes. City Lord Hai stepped out frowning. Before them was a deep long corridor, with no end in sight. It was blindingly bright. Countless ox-head and horse-faced guardians hung from the ceiling. This was exactly High City's Golden Secret 7. Before them was High City's Golden Secret 7. Just as City Lord High had said. This was a Secret 7 accessible only to the City Lord. Inside there were some special ghost spirits. He continued to lead the way with his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Ru couldn't help but look around curiously. Lin Feng was no exception. Oh, he asked, surprised. Wouldn't that be like the golden prison of the Ghost Wielder Alliance? Lu Yunxiao shot him a dissatisfied glance. He felt a chill down his spine without even looking and let out a dry laugh. You sure know a lot, kid. However, to be more precise, it's more like the golden prison resembles this place. This secret cell number 7 was built by my father 85 years ago. Recalling the horrifying events of the past. Back then my father was the Lord of Sea City. He personally experienced a strange revival. In just 1 year evil spirits had taken over the entire world. Communications across various regions were cut off. But Sea City's population plummeted by 99. Fortunately my father had built a shelter. So the remaining people were able to survive. Through years of patience and self-discipline, he cultivated, including psychic ghost wielders. His first generation of ghost wielders. Only then did they gain the power to fight against evil spirits. Sea City also emerged as an underground power from then on. Its powerful might also made Sea City one of the few cities that continued to exist. After the strange revival, ghost wielders, at that time, could only forcefully rely on their innate talents to control evil spirits. But they often didn't live long. In many instances, after ghost wielders died, their ghost spirits would all backfire and harm people. That's why my father built the secret cell number 7. To imprison those ghost wielders who were about to die. Not long after I was born, he too walked into one of the rooms himself. And never came out again. Afterwards I inherited my father's dying wish. Continued to expand our defenses. And also discovered the method of creating benevolent spirits. That's how Sea City became what it is today. As for the Golden Prison, that was built after our time. When the Ghost Wielder Alliance was established, the Lord of Sea City came to room 005 and pressed the button by the door. This ghost spirit was only recently placed in by us. Through the surveillance feed, you can see that inside the room is a thorn ghost spirit hanging upside down from a branch and a pile of withered bones. It has no eyesight, but can perceive space. It kills with sound waves, and can mimic anyone's voice. Next he came to room 002. He continued to explain. Room 002 is very special. Except for its host, anyone who sees it will die. Looking at the real-time surveillance image of room 002, only to see a cute little box standing prominently in the center. So no one knows what it looks like to this day. Lin Feng was very confused by this. You die just by looking that amazing. So how did you manage to contain it? The Lord of Sea City explained, because it's too dangerous. We had originally planned to kill it directly. But then we developed the golden casket, which can absorb ghost spirits. So we decided, after completely sealing it in secret cell number 7, to lock it inside the casket. After the three of them had completed their tour, they sat back down at the table and began to talk seriously. The old man said, as you can see, quite a few powerful ghost spirits are imprisoned here. They possess the power to destroy Sea City. However, if one day humanity starts a war, they will become a killing force to protect Sea City. Lu Ru spoke up. Then start a war? Do you mean humanity will slaughter itself? The old man took a sip of water. What's so strange about that? Looking back at history, in times of danger humanity can unite as one. But once peace reigns, they will start fighting again. Even the strange revival 100 years ago, there were rumors that it was caused by great nations creating biochemical weapons. At this point, the Lord of Sea City expressed his indignation. So I'm saying, humanity is inherently a self-destructive race. Lin Feng tightly gripped the water glass in his hand, lost in thought. In other words, they seek death even when safe, and want to live when they're on the verge of death. Eventually it fell into an endless loop. Human nature truly cannot withstand the test. He pointed at you and said directly, Lin Feng, I've been observing you for a while now. You were suddenly a bit confused. Over the years I've seen all sorts of talented ghost masters, but most of them were merely fleeting successes. Some young people, in their quest to control higher-level ghost spirits, resort to any means. He crossed his arms and said, it's one thing to sacrifice their own lives, but they also drag an entire city down with them. Lu Yunxiao suddenly placed a hand on your shoulder, making you jump. Although you are young, your temperament is stable and responsible. You are also the most outstanding person I've met. Lin Feng humbly replied, "You flatter me, City Lord." Unexpectedly he then asked, "What do you think of Xiao Rao's proposal? How have you considered it?" Lu Rou, who was leisurely drinking water, immediately spat it out. It was as if a sore spot had been hit. Lin Feng also wanted to avoid the topic. He waved his hand vaguely, replying something so far off in the future. "I haven't considered it yet." He burst into laughter. "I know you don't want to marry into the family, right? But I've already thought it through these past few days. I plan to propose a different solution." Lu Yunxiao walked closer to you and lowered his voice. "Within 5 years, if you can become a dishalable ghost master and agree to marry Xiao Rou, I can give you the rarest ghost spirit here to help you become a Tiangong level. At that time you will be the city lord of Haicheng." Lin Feng's bones stiffened upon hearing this. Lu Rou hastily interjected, "Father, what are you talking about?" Lu Rou thought to herself. He actually wants to hand Haicheng directly over to Lin Feng. He waved his hand to soothe Xiao Rou. "Listen to me first. You are the only psychic in our family. But you are only an 11 ghost master. Now father's health isn't what it used to be. I'm afraid I won't live to see you grow up." His aged face was reflected in the wine glass. "Over these years, our Haicheng has always cultivated ghost masters independently and abided by the Ghost Master Alliance's agreements. But father knows, many people are wary of the Haicheng army. The Ghost Master Alliance wants to take over Haicheng's armed forces, Haicheng's governance. All the major families are also coveting the position of Haicheng City Lord. This foundation, including the underground forces, Haicheng's major families, the Ghost Master Alliance and the Haicheng army." Lu Yunxiao continued. "If father dies, and there's no strong leader for Haicheng, then this power struggle will plunge the millions of Haicheng citizens into war." Lu Rou was also deeply moved by her father's words, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Indeed, your daughter hadn't considered that." Lin Feng thought, although the logic is sound, the safety of Haicheng citizens shouldn't be my responsibility. Besides, I have my own upgrade system, and I don't need anyone else's help. He replied indifferently. If the goal is already to cultivate a powerful city lord, wouldn't it be better for Miss Lu to become a dishalable ghost master? Wouldn't that be enough? He found Lin Feng's words grating. "Are you joking?" The city lord expressed his displeasure. "You should know that above a level, even a psychic can't break through within a year or two." He patted his daughter's shoulder to comfort her. But this matter also reminded father. If Lin Feng already possesses a growth rate beyond ordinary people, Xiao Rou, you can also try your best. If you can truly succeed, the position of city lord can still be contended for. Lu Rou was encouraged and immediately perked up, smiling softly as she replied, They left the secret chamber of Haicheng. The city lord still tried to keep Lin Feng. "Even though I've told you the truth today, no matter what decision you make in the future, I still hope that you, the Lu family and Xiao Rou can remain friends." You replied, "Don't worry, city lord. I will consider it carefully. I will also keep everything here confidential." Bidding farewell, Lin Feng turned around at a 90-degree angle. "Oh, city lord, I still have something to ask. Please don't hesitate. Your eyes are very wary. Have you heard of Jizhao Nunnery?" He stroked his beard, gazing into the distance. Jizhao Nunnery. That name sounds a bit familiar. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Lu Wengxiu's hand paused, his expression somewhat unusual. "I remember now, that was a nunnery that was wiped out by a spirit 55 years ago. As I recall, Jizhao Nunnery was a nunnery with a long history. After a strange revival, it cultivated many powerful ghost masters. However, they only accepted female disciples. They had no contact with the outside world, so they always gave people a sense of mystery. 55 years ago I went to the north. While traveling, I suddenly sensed a terrifying ghostly aura. It came from the outskirts of the city. I only found out later that was a battle that took place at Jizhao Nunnery. I heard that after a powerful evil spirit lost control, the entire Jizhao Nunnery was wiped out and turned into ruins." Lin Feng rubbed his chin in thought. Jizhao Nunnery really existed. He continued to ask, "What happened after that? Did no one go there again?" He nodded. "That's right. That powerful evil spirit also never reappeared. Perhaps it's still in Jizhao Nunnery, and hundreds of unjustly deceased vengeful spirits lingering. Who would dare approach?" After that there was no more news. "If you hadn't brought it up, I would have forgotten." It was then that Lin Feng spoke. "I understand, thank you, city lord." The next day arrived. The sky was azure without a single cloud. He arrived at President Zhu's place as promised, to pick up his 2 daughters. "I won't keep you any longer, Lin Feng. I'm entrusting my 2 daughters to you. Please rest assured I will bring them back safely. He mounted the horse, then extended his hand to the 2 children, letting them grab on and climb up. Zhuoling, Zhuowu. Zhuoling, you go first, then can you pull your sister up and hold her? The 2 sisters were happily playing behind him. As for Zhuowu, she innocently leaned on her older sister, laughing loudly. The only one in distress was President Shua. As if he were marrying off his daughters, he was so moved he couldn't control himself. The horse had already galloped some distance. The children's voices still echoed. Goodbye, Daddy. They sped through the forest at a rapid pace. Lin Feng asked Zhuowu, the direction hasn't changed, has it? The little girl, while holding her older sister, observed with a doll in her hand. That's right. Still northwest. He briefly replied. Good. His mind was racing with thoughts. If City Lord Hai wasn't mistaken, the spiritual entity that destroyed Jizhao Nunnery must be incredibly powerful. Going there recklessly would be very dangerous. I must level up as soon as possible. He suddenly remembered, oh right. Last time Tong Xian leveled up, she also gained 2 lottery chances. Lin Feng opened the system and selected Inquire. Do you wish to draw? The Wheel of Fortune appeared. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability Fatal Wound Transfer. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability Mind Link. Fatal Wound Transfer. When the host receives a fatal wound, it will automatically transfer to a spirit. Scenario A: if the wound is ineffective against the spirit, for example an ordinary sharp weapon, it will not cause any damage to the spirit. Scenario B: if the wound is effective against the spirit, it will be collectively borne by all of the host's spirits. He recalled his past injuries. Oh, this ability is very powerful. It's equivalent to having an extra life. When I was assassinated at the ranking tournament, I almost lost my life. If I had this ability, it could have completely prevented the damage caused by others' sneak attacks. As for Mind Link, when facing certain opponents who use mental attacks, the host can link consciousness with their spirits. Mental power merges. Overall mental resistance is enhanced. At the same time, the host and the spirits can also directly comprehend each other. Lin Feng understood. Is it like a telepathic connection? And mental resistance. I'll verify the exact effects later. In the forest, a man in black clothes was running at rocket-like speed. His legs moved swiftly, a smile still on his face. Standing before the city gate, he suddenly came to a halt. He carefully stepped 1 foot in, gripping his backpack tightly as if afraid it would fall. The man slowly walked inside. A pink umbrella flew out, soaring into the air. It spun once and dropped a letter. He immediately recognized it. He respectfully extended his hands, his mouth agape, receiving information from the cosmos. Then for some unknown reason he threw it out again. He hopped joyfully out of the city. The umbrella suddenly opened and spun violently. The ghost spirit layer around the city seemed to be affected by something, and began to fluctuate violently. From the direction of the highest mountain peak, rows of umbrellas flew over like arrows. Each umbrella rib had a tassel hanging from it like those for New Year's decorations. They all opened in unison. The red color of the umbrellas gradually faded, until suddenly, all the umbrellas vanished, leaving only streaks of red air currents in the sky. The space continued to fluctuate like this, making sounds like lightning strikes. At the canyon west of Haicheng, a voice asked, Uncle Li, are you sure we should ambush them here? 3 men disguised as an unusual pile of grass were observing in the same direction. Lin Feng left Haicheng, heading west. According to his route, he will definitely pass through here. The man lying on the ground grinned and said, Don't worry, my marksmanship is among the best in Haicheng. No one can escape it. Your horse is wandering between 2 canyons. It's magnificent. Are you tired? Do you need to rest? Zhuoling shyly poked her head out from behind him and replied. A little tired, Lin Feng said after hearing this. In that case, let's pass through this canyon and find a place to set up camp. The people secretly tracking them had already seen them. They pointed and whispered, Look, we see him. Lin Feng has appeared. The man who had just boasted about his skill immediately drew his gun, aiming carefully and proudly. Leave it to me. Lin Feng's end has come. His sight was aimed precisely at the center of Lin Feng's head. The bullet fired instantly, speeding towards their direction of travel. It got closer and closer to the target. Danger was imminent. Suddenly, his sixth sense told him something was wrong. As the bullet neared Lin Feng, he sharply turned around. He knew he couldn't dodge it, so he activated Fatal Wound Transfer. Although he had anticipated this situation, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. An ambush. The ghost spirits on him began to act. Xian Hua and Tong Tong manifested, forming a protective circle around the few of them. Zhuo Wu and Zhuo Ling, their faces full of worry, kept asking, Lin Feng, what's wrong? Are you okay? He rubbed his chest while reassuring them, don't be afraid, I'm fine. Then he took out the item that had almost caused disaster. Looking at it, he thought, how could this thing? Luckily Tong Tong and Xianhua have already transferred the injury. The man who had attacked saw him unharmed. Unable to believe he had failed, he frowned. How is that possible? I clearly hit him. Lin Feng had already detected something amiss in that unusual pile of grass. Are the assassins there? Or are there more than one? To be able to ambush me when I pass Haicheng on a road I must take and almost kill me. They must be working as a team. Their identities are likely not simple. His eyes were sharp, revealing his resolve. What if there's a high-level spirit controller among them? Lin Feng thought while galloping on his horse. First, get to an open area. This would neutralize the enemy's geographical advantage. He shouted, Xianhua, activate the ghost domain. She and Tong Tong, one in front and one behind, escorted Lin Feng and the two young girls. The ghost domain was activated. The people on the cliff face watched their prey escape, furious that Lin Feng was hit, but he's fine. And he dares to activate the ghost domain. The man with glasses, however, sneered, humph. A mere ghost spirit dares to provoke like this. Now I'll go meet him myself. The three men dismounted. Zhuo Ling asked anxiously, Lin Feng, what do we do now? He didn't rush to answer, busy considering his strategy. The machinations behind the Battle of Lucheng. The news of my rank status is common knowledge. Yet these fellows still dare to show up. This proves they are absolutely confident. So there's only one possibility. The opponent must be a D-Sha rank ghost master. Exactly. The man leading them is Li Jing, D-Sha rank 1. They've emerged from their hiding place. If they return to their own cities, we won't be able to defeat them hidden. I can only bet on the remaining possibility. That is, they might not summon their ghost spirits before entering Xuanhua's ghost domain. The boy accompanying him looked a bit hesitant. He took a careful look before entering. Li Jing said impatiently, you brat, you don't know your place. Just because you have a bit of fame in Lucheng, you think you can command the wind and rain. We're going in. The boy looked at him with concern. Uncle Li, aren't we summoning ghost spirits? He replied, already a step ahead. No, there's no need to give him a chance to prepare. Li Jing, seeing no one, began to taunt. What are you afraid to come out? Is this how you treat your guests? You slowly rode out on your horse. Lin Feng awaits your arrival. Upon seeing him, Zhuo Ling said, Lin Feng, I know him. He's Senior Li, the deceased D-Sha rank ghost master from Haicheng. He commanded 3 ghost spirits. Li Jing approached them. As expected, you're quite talented, what a shame. Blame yourself for getting in someone else's way. To Li Jing's surprise, Lin Feng said with a grin, do you really think you're guaranteed to win? He squinted one eye confidently, arms crossed, observing the scene. Of course, if you had run away from the very beginning, then you'd still have a sliver of hope. But now it's too late. Remember this in your next life. A youngster should know when to be afraid. Ling couldn't help but ask Senior Li, her curiosity getting the better of her. Why are you attacking Lin Feng? Is there some misunderstanding? Li Jing said bluntly, there's no misunderstanding. However, given my friendship with Chairman Zhua, I originally didn't want to kill you sisters. It's a shame you followed that unlucky fellow. Lin Feng, we can only deal with him once and for all. He drew his weapon and yelled, go. He didn't know what went wrong. Li Jing's face contorted. All his previous confidence vanished. Lin Feng smirked contemptuously. Heh, did you just realize? Your ghost spirits aren't responding. Xuanhua emerged. She appeared behind them like a goddess. The person accompanying him also started to tremble. Impossible. Impossible. In an instant, her ghost domain had already pierced through their bodies, freezing them into 2 pitch-black statues. The 2 sisters witnessed this terrifying scene. They couldn't even blink. Senior Li's dead. Lin Feng explained coolly. If I hadn't acted and let him seize even a sliver of an opportunity, I would be the one dead. Lin Feng's party, after taking care of those who stood in their way, quickly departed. Let's go, I've already figured out his motive. It's not good to stay here for long. The 2 individuals from earlier only now descended the mountain and received bad news. Oh heavens, Uncle Li is dead. The old man heard this news as if struck by lightning. His face was clouded with worry. It's only been a few minutes. Could Lin Feng also be a D-Sha rank? We must inform the young master immediately. Anqing was in ruins. Houses and trees lay fallen everywhere, completely unrecognizable. He quickly traversed the only intact road. He said, it's getting dark. Let's rest here for the night and continue tomorrow. They stopped under a tree, still in the mood for jokes. This malevolent Spirit's hiding spot is quite suitable for camping. As night fell, the entire city was shrouded in darkness as Lin Feng and his group gathered around a bonfire. As soon as he finished grilling the skewers, he distributed them to Charlie. You haven't rested all day, are you hungry? Her eyes lit up when she saw the food and she thanked him. Charlie held the ample food in both hands, reluctant to eat it. Lin Feng said, surprised. How did you bring so much food? And the buns are still warm. He took out another chicken. He said, this storage space is simply a treasure from a spirit. Food placed inside won't spoil over time. It can always stay fresh. I also brought a few sets of mattresses and quilts. I'll give them to you later. As soon as Zhuo Ling finished listening, her eyes widened and she praised him continuously. That's amazing. It's incredible, she ate with relish, but then suddenly felt a hollowness in her heart. Oh right. Little sister has been in the restroom for so long, why isn't she back yet? Get up quickly, you'll go check. Lin Feng had just walked a short distance when he heard a scream. A sinister premonition. He rushed to where the sound came from. Juoyu was being attacked by a giant python. She screamed for help in fear. Help, a python. It opened its gaping bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs. It struck fear into anyone who saw it. The little girl was so scared her face turned purple, and instinctively she squeezed her eyes shut and screamed loudly. A timely kick knocked out all its teeth. The giant python monster was instantly knocked to the ground. As soon as Juoyu saw Lin Feng, she fearfully hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Wu Lin Feng. He stroked her head and comforted her. It's all right now. The two sisters entered the tent first to prepare the warm bedding. Lin Feng remained seated outside, instructing, go to sleep. We still have to travel tomorrow. Juoyu's cheeks flushed as she looked at him. He showed no intention of entering. Ah, Lin Feng. The little girl shyly suggested, I'm a little scared. Can you sleep inside? Juoyu had fallen into a deep sleep at some point. Her cheeks still held a faint blush. Lin Feng suddenly blushed, unable to look directly at her. He scratched his head and replied, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly lay down beside Juoyu. The little girl watched his tall figure curl up in a corner. She awkwardly asked, think you want it be too crowded? He replied firmly, no, it's not crowded. Finally, it was the next morning. The fire had burned out. Only embers lingered before the tree roots. Such a sight truly made one ponder. As Juoyu hugged Lin Feng tightly, her leg was also casually draped over him. And her older sister was not to be outdone. Her belly was exposed while she slept. Her legs were also flailing. She was a restless sleeper. It was Lin Feng whose eyes had dark circles. He crossed his arms, his face full of helplessness. Are girls always so unrestrained when they sleep? They set off quickly, crossing the stream. They were already over 500 kilometers away from Haichang. The ghost horse was spirited as if it had eaten something. Not far now, keep going in this direction. Another 10 kilometers and we should reach that hillside. The horses swiftly leaped over rocks. They still showed no signs of stopping. The three simultaneously looked blankly to one side. System notification. You have found the female ghost's abode. Unidentified binding quest 2 completed. Female ghost unidentified binding 5. Looking from a distance, they could already see the area surrounded by a ghost domain. Ah, as expected, it's a quest to reply to a letter and find clues. Previously, Lin Feng had pressed his lips together, monitoring with a determined gaze. Now the total binding points should be 8. But it's still not enough. They dismounted together. Zhuo Ling widened her eyes. A white temple, how beautiful. Could that be Jijiaoan? Lin Feng helped the little girl dismount. Familiar wooden fish sounds came from the eerie city. It should be. But something feels strange. Picking up her backpack, Shua Yu worriedly patted his shoulder, only saying a few words. Lin Feng. Ghost from the distant mist. A human figure like someone being chased by a dog ran towards them. Don't worry, it's Songling. It's Xiaoling. She was just bustling around. Shenhua appeared, having received a letter. The three of them leaned in together to read the letter. Lin Feng eagerly urged Shenhua to see what was written. A line of text appeared on the letter. Help the ghost umbrella. You mean those umbrellas that are fighting? System displays quest. Binding, help the orange umbrella escape. Reward unknown female ghost binding 10. Lin Feng carefully analyzed every detail. It's a binding quest as expected. It seems that orange umbrella is the third ghost spirit. The orange umbrella is over there. It looks like it's about to give out. Those umbrellas were gradually destroyed and burned to ashes. He realized something and immediately took action. That orange umbrella. We must help it escape the battlefield. Charlie hesitated a little. But I can feel that both sides are very strong. They're all steer or above. Lin Feng was stunned by that statement. He thought for a second. Right now Tonton hasn't leveled up to a Abyss tier yet. But Xianhua, you can use your skill. Thinking of Zhuanhua's powerful strength. Go guide that orange umbrella. Use teleportation to escape. He'll come back after 30 kilometers hiding with all his might. Xianhua obediently hurried to fly next to the only umbrella still showing signs of life. Even though one of its ribs was already broken, the ghost domain gradually spread its power outwards, shaking everything around it. The orange umbrella was already gone. It shrank and vanished. It disappeared as if it had never existed. You have helped the orange umbrella escape. Binding quest completed. Unknown female ghost binding. 10. She returned to his side after completing it. The three of them watched success. Zhuoling didn't understand why. Suddenly her eyes widened in terror. Pointing ahead. Lin Feng, look, the temple is moving. The ghost domain turned purple, spreading outwards as if evaporating. Lin Feng was shocked. Damn it, we've been discovered. Purple smoke spread, engulfing the area where the three of them were. The two girls had to cover their faces, unable to see anything clearly. He tried to find clues in the blurry smoke. The figures in the smoke dissipated. In front of them was already the entrance to a temple or castle. Tong Tong and Xianhua appeared. Lin Feng tightly held his forehead, his eyes dazed. He tried hard to move. It seems this isn't the real Jizhao nunnery, but a ghost domain. Zhuoling and Zhuoyu hugged their heads tightly, complaining, my head hurts so much. It's so uncomfortable. Xianhua and Tong Tong, the two girls, went forward to investigate. That wooden fish sound again. Damn it. This wooden fish sound can control other ghost spirits. He stretched out his hand, trying if this was a mental attack, to activate his psychic link ability. Then a cyan chain appeared, connecting Lin Feng and the two girls. He shouted, Tong Tong, Xianhua, come back quickly. So the two of them immediately stopped in their tracks. It really worked. Binding quest. For enter Jizhao nunnery to find the female ghost. Unknown reward. Unknown female ghost binding 10. He still felt hesitant after reading it. Wait, why is it still inside Jizhao nunnery? The ghost umbrella was rescued. Wasn't that the unknown female ghost? The three of them got closer and closer to that door. There was a huge hand there, slightly open enough to enter. He instructed Zhuoling and Zhuoyu, stabilize your minds. Let's go in and take a look. Touching the purplish red layer of air, Lin Feng's eyes were downcast. There were many people inside Jizhao nunnery. It was not simple at all, unlike how it looked from the outside. From a distance he could also recognize the person striking the wooden fish. The one wearing a striking white outfit was the wooden fish ghost. Nicole Ghost, is she the master of this ghost domain? Behind her was the ghost hag, the cat face that was sucked in earlier. Zhuoyu's face turned pale and she curled up instantly after just one look. Lin Feng, I'm so scared, it's stronger than ever. He held the two girls' hands tightly and soothed them, don't be afraid, stay close to me. His gaze was as if it could kill. They walked in steadily. 1 second later the hazy purple air current vanished. The scene returned to normal. What greeted their eyes was a Buddha statue sitting on a lotus pedestal. What's going on? Lin Feng turned around to look behind him, muttering to himself. The scenery around them had completely changed. The two sisters' worries also lessened a bit. A few people came out from inside to question them. Who are you people? Just as he was stammering, unsure how to respond, just before he could finish, the girls began to berate him sharply. You're a man, don't you know this is a nunnery? Master the abbess is here. That person immediately pulled something out of her sleeve. Her face furrowed. She shot a signal arrow into the sky. The signal went out. The people in Jizhao immediately stirred into commotion. What's happening? Are there spirits attacking? Go out and see quickly. They pointed and whispered, commenting that it was a man. He's quite handsome. And he's holding two girls' hands. He's definitely up to no good. I bet he's the ghost exorcist from Ping City. The nun pushed through the chattering crowd, clearing a path. The abbess is here. Lin Feng was indeed stunned, unable to utter a single word. That person was dressed in pure white robes, with a pair of emerald green eyes. She stepped forward and spoke. I am the abbess of Jizhao. My Dharma name is Master Qingzhu. She was the abbess of Jizhao. Master Qingzhu immediately asked, are you a ghost exorcist benefactor? Lin Feng was somewhat bewildered but still answered, no, that's right. But his mind was on something else. She's that nun ghost from earlier, but the feeling is completely different. Master Qingzhu frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased. What about them? For a moment he didn't know how to explain. He began to stammer. He thought, these girls seem to really dislike men. Ling quickly spoke up. We are his cousins being chased by spirits. Our cousin saved us and we fled here. Whispers immediately rose from the surroundings. Cousins? I thought they were women had abducted. If that's the case, then it makes sense. The abbess' face was expressionless. Qingzhu lowered her head and eyes, speaking slowly. You know the main gate of Jizaoan. That men are not permitted inside. You may leave. He cried out internally, we just barely made it here. How can we leave without clarifying the situation? Lin Feng apologized to the abbess. We came here from the distant port city. We weren't aware of this rule. Now outside there are spirits everywhere. We've been fleeing all the way and are utterly exhausted. My 2 younger sisters are also tired. Could they stay here for a few days? Ling quickly pressed her palms together to plead for him. We heard that Jizaoan takes in those who have nowhere else to go. That's why we presumptuously came to seek help. Please show us mercy, abbess. One of the nuns in the temple, along with a group of women, also expressed many differing opinions. They are both pitiful souls, one woman whispered. But with the abbess character, she definitely won't easily break the precepts. Unexpectedly, the abbess said to her disciple Xinlian, arrange 2 rooms for them. This person nodded in agreement. Yes, abbess. Everyone was discussing Jizaoan has never allowed a man to stay here in these past few years. She agreed so easily. What on earth is the abbess thinking? After Lin Feng and his companions were given permission, joy immediately appeared on their faces. Thank you, abbess. Xinlian pointed the way, inviting the 3, please follow me, honored guests. They walked past the area with the lotus-seated Buddha statue. Lin Feng quickly recognized this as the main hall, the place where he had previously seen the nun ghost tapping the wooden fish. The abbess introduced as she walked. Our Jizaoan is quite large in scale, with over 300 residents. Benefactors, please be careful not to get lost. This place is just like the boisterous home. Both have a gyroscopic structure, but much larger. The abbess respectfully reminded them. We've arrived, you all can stay at this Guyu villa. There are a few new blankets in the room. The dining hall is just behind. The 3 joined their palms together, adapting to local customs, and bowed at a 45-degree angle. Yes, thank you, Dharma Master, you're welcome, it's nothing. Just call me Xinlian, you all may rest. He held the connector in his hand. Can't even pick up your signal. Even the roundtable conference AI can receive signals, but it can't be viewed. It seems this place is completely detached from reality. Zhuo Ling's worry was clearly unnecessary. This is too strange. Jizhao nunnery was wiped out 55 years ago, yet it's so peaceful here. Everyone lives very realistically, not like their ghosts acting. Zhuo Wu immediately asked. We didn't actually time travel, did we? Lin Feng pondered, recalling past events. I've encountered similar situations in ghost realms before. A boisterous ghost realm. This must be an illusion created by that ghost. There are many ghost realms. They usually recreate a segment of its memory. Only by untying the knot in its memory can we escape? The 2 sisters suddenly understood and began to speculate. So is this the ghost realm of the abbess? She chose this memory. Then her deep-seated issue is. Suddenly the 3 said in unison. The Jizhao nunnery massacre. He abruptly stood up. This is urgent, Zhuo Ling, Zhuo Wu. Go greet the people in the nunnery. Try to gather some information. I'll go outside to verify this speculation. The women in Jizhao nunnery were washing clothes and preparing meals. Jizhao nunnery indeed took in many girls. Life here seems to have completely abandoned technology, but it can trade for safety. They chatted as they worked. Those ghost masters in Pingcheng are truly detestable. They actually lock up beautiful girls and use them as punching bags. Fortunately, the abbess led people to eliminate them. Indeed, no man is any good. The girl in the low-cut dress said while working. Exactly. Recently it seems there's also an alliance that appeared. Ghost masters seem to be managing all ghost masters. A voice from afar replied, never heard of it. As long as they don't bother our Jizhao nunnery. The 2 young women Zhuo Ling and Zhuo Wu diligently joined in. Sister, let me help you. Thank you. Zhuo Wu, looking at her reflection in the water, said with a smile. Sister, you're really beautiful. Sister, where are you from? Hearing this, the girl sadly recounted her past. I used to be from Pingcheng, but I was bullied by those ghost masters. Later the abbess saved us, so I stayed here. Zhuo Ling retorted, ghost masters can deal with evil spirits. They should be good people helping humanity. She immediately showed a dismissive attitude. You're ghost masters, aren't you? Of course you wouldn't understand the plight of us ordinary people. Like us. She frowned deeply. Although ghost masters are powerful and can repel evil spirits and save cities, they manipulate everything. From the moment they became rulers of a realm, they use ghosts, even the pretense of justice, to casually humiliate the common people. Ghosts killing people is already terrifying. But humans are two-faced and bully the weak. Sometimes they are even more terrifying than ghosts. Lin Feng meanwhile climbed onto the roof, just waiting to eavesdrop on passers-by. Have you heard? The abbess took in a man. And he's very handsome. Hee, you're not thinking of getting married, are you? Don't talk nonsense. He looked at the distant mountains and pursed his lips. The scenery outside Jijiao Nunnery had also changed. He wondered how large the area was. He thought, then leaped down in one agile bound. Walking on the scattered lawns which resembled steps. He seemed particularly relaxed. Lin Feng reached out to touch and something blocked him. Sure enough, this is the boundary of the ghost realm. Although I can see the scenery, I can't go out. After walking around for a bit, the three sat down together again. We generally understand now. I've also confirmed the ghost realm's barrier. It seems we can't go back for now, can we? Before Zhuo Wu could think too much, she made an okay gesture, her eyes twinkling with a smile. It's fine. We can stay a few more days, Dad will be fine by himself. At this moment a nun came over and called out to the three benefactors. Please follow me to the dining hall for your meal. Everyone has already gathered in the refectory. The three of them were given a separate seating area. Wow, this refectory is quite nice. And I'm hungry too. Just as Zhuo Ling picked up a bun to eat, someone reminded her. Wait, Lin Feng gently explained. This is spirit food. You shouldn't just eat it. Secretly toss the food into your storage space. Go back and eat the food we brought ourselves. The bun disappeared as soon as it went in. Sure enough, it instantly disappeared when thrown into the storage space. Because it's illusory. Abbess Qingju, the head nun, arrived. You're here, he quickly stood up. You two sit here for a moment, I'm going to find the abbess. The abbess sat alone eating her meal and Lin Feng walked over to speak with her. Abbess, thank you for taking us in. She merely glanced at him and said it's nothing. Then she calmly blew on her food like a noble. She's beautiful even without hair. This abbess' appearance could be described as flawless. Qingju saw that he remained seated with no intention of leaving. So she stopped and asked. Is there something you wish to tell me? Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly and stammered, yes. The ghost pursuing me is a powerful evil spirit. An abyss rank 1. I'm afraid it might bring trouble to your temple. The abbess paused. Abyss rank 1, you say? Qingzu's guess was unexpectedly sharp. For you to have survived, you must be at least in rank ghost master, right? Lin Feng answered somewhat guiltily, that's right. So I was thinking, wouldn't it be better if I left here sooner? The abbess spoke unhurriedly while eating. Don't worry if that abyssal ranked ghost comes here. I will deal with it. Tomorrow morning come find me at Ningxin Hall. Upon hearing these words his face instantly stiffened. Deal with an abyssal ranked. She says it so casually. Just how strong is she? Jijiao, if she's so strong, why was this place destroyed? Lin Feng walked beside the Buddha statue. He recalled that moment again. He thoughtfully replayed Abbess Qingzu's words in his mind. Tomorrow morning come find me at Ningxin Hall. The abbess was already seated waiting, tapping her wooden fish. Looking from afar he couldn't help but think. Just like that ghost nun indeed. Lin Feng politely greeted the abbess. Good morning. She didn't turn her head, merely glanced at him. Sit. He obediently sat in the spot the abbess had prepared. There's clearly a Buddha statue over there. Why are you tapping the wooden fish facing the wall? The abbess replied, twirling her prayer beads. In an era where lives are plunged into misery, it's better to rely on oneself than on God's. It's better to cultivate one's mind than to cultivate Buddhism. At this moment Lin Feng looked bewildered, his eyes glazed over. Oh. So abbess, is there something you wanted me for? The two remained one in front of the other. Abbess Qingju said nothing. She just kept tapping the wooden fish, minding her own business. An hour later they were still sitting motionless. Nothing had changed from before except the wind blew stronger. By now Lin Feng was growing somewhat restless. But he tried hard to suppress his curiosity. Why isn't she saying anything? Do I have to keep sitting here? 2 hours later. The hand tapping the wooden fish finally stopped. The abbess lowered her gaze and praised him for his patience. Lin Feng could only press his palms together and bow his head in greeting. Seeing how focused the abbess was, he couldn't bear to disturb her. When Qingju was done, she said, all right, you may go. Come back here again at this time tomorrow. Lin Feng stood up, understood. He said, I'm leaving now. But his mind was filled with doubt. What exactly does she want? Never mind, I won't ask. Perhaps she has her own plans. The next day the two sisters Zhuo Wu and Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling seemed to have already gotten used to life here. The younger sister asked, braiding her hair, sister, have you seen Lin Feng? Zhuo Ling replied, wringing out clothes. He went to Ningxin Hall again early this morning. The two sat in the same positions as yesterday. Silence reigned, broken only by the sound of the wooden fish. He quietly watched her back, guessing in his mind. This time she's tapping until noon, even longer. Qingju repeated the same words. Come again tomorrow. By the third day the rhythmic tapping of the wooden fish still resounded. Lin Feng felt much more comfortable meditating like this. He relaxed his body. The sound of the wooden fish. unlike the previous mental attacks, made one's heart incredibly calm and focused. Time seemed to fly by. But no matter what, it was still hard to understand. Is she testing me? How could it trigger the ghost domain's mechanism? Since she didn't drive me away, I'll just see what tricks you're up to. 7 days later one evening. As soon as Lin Feng entered, he saw the place adorned with lanterns. In back, the Zhe sisters were also very excited. Lin Feng looked quickly tomorrow. Senior sister Qingju and I made these wish lanterns by hand. Look up, Lin Feng, they're sparkling so beautiful. Yes, Xilian and Xin Yuan taught us how to make them. The two aunties, having finished their business, said their goodbyes and left. It was getting late. We're heading back. Layman Lin, you should also rest early. Zhe Wu waved goodbye, calling out as he waved. Come play again. Lin Feng was naturally happy inside. It seems everyone gets along very well. Zhe Wu agreed, of course. It's been almost 10 days. We've also gotten a clear understanding of Jizhao Nunnery. Oh, tell me about it. The nunnery's round table council was composed of the original 3 individuals. Everyone here believes they live in Jizhao Nunnery. It actually happened 55 years ago. The specific location is northwest of Haicheng, about 3 li south of Pingcheng. Zhe Lingdan counted on her fingers. This place has a total of 30 nuns. Among them are 10 ghost masters, responsible for protecting everyone. Their strength is very impressive. The little sister added, right. Just like Xinlian and Xin Yuan earlier. They are both strength ghost masters, and have already controlled 2 evil spirits. She even gesticulated with her hands. Lin Feng repeated, his face filled with confusion. 2 evil spirits. Zhe Ling lowered her voice and said, Ghost masters of this era all control evil spirits. But they've never lost control. I don't know how they do it. He stroked his chin and thought. Logically, during this period, ghost masters should have already started choosing to cultivate benevolent spirits. Because controlling evil spirits is unstable. And they don't live long. It seems Jizhao Nunnery is an exception. They haven't been backfired by evil spirits. Perhaps it's related to their cultivation. The abbess should also be controlling an evil spirit. Her meditating and striking the wooden fish should be a way of cultivating the mind. So when she told me to go over, was it to enhance my mental state? Lin Feng asked, have you found out the abbess background? The little girl was recalling Xin Yuan said that she was seemingly an orphan adopted by the old abbess. After growing up, she displayed extraordinary strength. She took over after the old abbess passed away. Zhe Ling added. Xinlian said she controls a total of 3 ghost spirits, but has only seen 1 Abyssal-level one. The other 2 have never been seen. His brow furrowed even deeper as expected. It's terrifying. Moreover, this is just the strength of a ghost master 55 years ago. Now that she's become a ghost nun, who knows what level of ghost she is. Mingxin Hall one morning. The grim Lin Feng walked over as usual. Seeing Auntie Qingju standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at her, puzzled. The abbess isn't knocking. The auntie stood there smiling slightly. Detected ghost spirit binding. Jizhao abbess unlocked task. Ghost spirit binding. You have meditated with Jizhao abbess for 10 days. Jizhao abbess binding 5. He widened his eyes. To actually trigger a 4th ghost spirit and have the chance to bind such a powerful abbess is truly unexpected. Nun Qingju smiled. To be able to persist for 10 days without a single complaint. You are even more excellent than I imagined. He walked closer to her. Thank you for the praise, abbess. Come with me. Her robes fluttered in the wind. The 2 walked in silence, neither speaking a word. They entered a paved stone path. Bamboo groves surrounded them. The bamboo forest was dense, interwoven and intertwined. Qingju. The nun led him to the end of the path, then turned and said, We're here. She placed her hand on the wall. Immediately the wall opened. The moment Lin Feng saw what was inside, he was instantly dumbfounded with surprise. Lin Feng followed behind. Qingju looked at the dazzling light before her and immediately exclaimed, Golden light. The mistress led him inside and said, This was originally the oldest grand hall, enshrining 3 pure gold Buddha statues. After the evil spirits ran rampant, Master refined the golden bodies of the great Buddhas into a mountain of gold, transforming this place into a refuge, so that those in the temple could survive. This surprised him. He recalled that this was actually a golden secret chamber. Who would have thought that these Buddha statues truly had the power to ward off evil? Suddenly the mistress asked him, Lin Feng, what do you think ghosts are? He then asked the abbess how she saw it. The mistress looked thoughtfully at the Buddha statues and said, I have been researching ghosts here. Ever since that strange resurgence appeared, the types of ghosts that have appeared in the world have already exceeded 100. Just then, behind the mistress, a ghost spirit appeared. Feeling the malevolent aura it emitted, he secretly thought this evil spirit is too terrifying. This is the ghost subdued by the abbess. The mistress moved her hand closer to the ghost and said, "Look, it's clearly a ghost I subdued. But as long as I get close to it, my hand becomes like this. As long as it's touched, anyone will die instantly, including me. So I've always been curious, what exactly are ghosts? Are they a special kind of energy? Or a law or a field? Even today, I still haven't found the structure and origin of ghosts. I brought you here today, mainly to show you this thing." After speaking, Qingzhu walked to a box in the center of the room, took out a scroll painting and gently unrolled it. What met his eyes was a portrait of a beautiful maiden. Lin Feng stared intently at the person in the painting. After a while, the mistress suddenly rolled up the painting under his surprised gaze. At this moment, the image of that demonic mistress suddenly appeared in his mind. The two continued to look at each other, not speaking. He secretly guessed in his heart, a powerful evil spirit lost control. And the annihilation of Jizhou nunnery 55 years ago, wasn't it caused by this painting ghost? This might be the key point to resolve the abbess' inner turmoil. Dispelling illusions. The mistress asked, "Well, do you agree to help me?" He nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, I'll give it a try." So the mistress warned him, "Thank you, subduing the painting ghost won't be easy. You need to get to know it little by little." The mistress opened the scroll again and said, "Today I will take you into the world of the painting ghost." Lin Feng asked curiously, "The world within the painting?" She clasped her hands together, casting a spell while saying, "That's right. The world within the painting can be considered a special ghost domain. It retains some of the painting ghost's memories." She handed him a handkerchief and continued, "This is a keepsake from my cousin. You'll be fine if you take it in with you. Go." He slowly walked forward, stepping into the painting without hesitation. After he walked through, the eerie atmosphere instantly astonished him. He thought, this is an apocalyptic scene. Is this the world of the painting ghost? No, the painting ghost is part of Jizhou nunnery's illusion. Not real. Then the world within the painting must also have been reconstructed by the nunnery. In any case, I should look around first. As he was walking, he suddenly stepped on a skull. He quickly turned around, observing the movements around him. He looked towards a discarded building, not far away, where 3 figures were hanging. He secretly pondered, this kind of field aura, these are not ordinary corpses. Suddenly something flew past him, but he quickly recognized it as a ghost master. He widened his eyes, watching it slowly approach the building. A strong gust of wind blew past. In the blink of an eye, more people were suspended in midair, scattered everywhere. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, thinking this hanged ghost is truly powerful. Suddenly a power was gradually absorbing the evil spirits of those people. One person after another simply vanished. Suddenly his eyes widened and he said, "This is..." That painting reappeared before his eyes. The painting was gradually absorbing everything. He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking it's the ghost painting. It was absorbing the evil spirits of the entire city. Everyone was being sucked into it. Before his eyes he saw Abbess Qingzhu again. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "You scared me to death, it's back." The abbess looked at him and said, "You saw it all, didn't you?" This was the scene from her last time. Sneaking out. He was still engrossed in his thoughts. To think it could run out on its own. There truly is a risk of it going out of control. But he still reacted to the abbess' words, and asked, "Is her behavior a form of hunting?" The abbess replied softly, "Yes. She has the ability to devour living beings. So she used the painting to envelop the entire city, capturing all the ghosts inside in one go. Even if there were people, they would be killed." A chill ran down his spine. Devouring living beings. Isn't that the same ability as Tauntaun's? No wonder it's so terrifying. She also knows how to fuse and combine with devouring living beings. There's a high probability of gaining the opponent's abilities, and can even fuse these abilities, turning them into even more terrifying new ones. It's a ghost with top-tier learning talent. He didn't know when, but the abbess had already drawn a talisman and said, "The ghost painting's most terrifying ability is to draw ghost marks." His expression immediately turned serious and he said, "Ghost marks are something I saw on the book Demon before. But they're not quite the same." The abbess explained, "Low-level ghost marks are similar to writing, only able to convey information. But the ghost marks that the ghost painting can draw can alter the flow path of spectral energy, just like you modifying incantations, repairing and re-editing them." He suddenly saw the light, and replied, "In other words, she can use ghost marks to strengthen her own ghost domain, and even invent new spells." He sighed inwardly. It's like a design blueprint with its own consciousness. The abbess chuckled and said exactly. That's the secret of the ghost painting. I didn't expect you to be so clever understanding so quickly. He thought with even greater surprise. I can't believe she disregarded natural laws. To create a ghost. That can learn, grow, invent and create. If she creates another ghost. Wouldn't that be an infinite loop? This is truly cheating, of course, compared to the system. It's nothing at all. Xingju retracted the painting. Then produced some items and put them into his hand, saying, "That's enough for what you learned yesterday. Tomorrow you will personally go to see her. Take these 2 items with you. This key can open the door to the main hall, as well as the treasury door. You must go in first. If you can't subdue it, don't force yourself. You can take these prayer beads and chant my Dharma name, and I will come to help you, don't worry. Even if she truly goes out of control and kills me, you'll be able to trap her before I die, and won't let her threaten you." Walking out the door, he turned back to bid farewell. "Thank you, Abbess, I'll be going now." At this moment the system's prompt sounded. "You have received the Chaoan Nunnery Abbess. Request for assistance. Subdue the ghost painting Chaoan Nunnery Abbess Bond 1. Lin Feng stared at the items the abbess had given him, and fell into thought. So many bond points. It seems my guess was correct. The ghost painting is the Chaoan Nunnery Abbess' lifelong masterpiece, and also the culprit that destroyed the Chaoan Nunnery. It's the abbess' deepest struggle. Even after death she never forgot. She seemed like that kind of person. But why did I feel a sense of sadness?" Returning to his own home, Lin Feng sat gazing at the memento and muttered to himself. "Right. Are the items the abbess gave me real or fake? Let me throw them into my storage space and see." Instantly the system prompted. "You have obtained a special ghost spirit relic, blood handkerchief. You have obtained a key mechanism item, golden key. You have obtained a special ghost spirit jade prayer beads." He said in astonishment. They didn't disappear. Moreover, the handkerchief and prayer beads are actually ghost spirit relics. The system displayed the description of the jade prayer beads item. Can be used to summon the abbess of Chaoan Temple. Can be used once every 10 days. If successful, binds Chaoan Temple. Can transform the host's ghost spirit relics. He said thoughtfully, so that's how it is. But to successfully bind the abbess, I'm afraid he'll have to deal with the ghost disaster first. But he couldn't help but murmur to himself. The 3rd ghost spirit hasn't been fully bound yet. The task for the Chaoan Temple abbess. For the prayer beads is the 4th ghost spirit. And the ghost disaster corresponding to the handkerchief is the 5th ghost spirit. I remember the system only supports simultaneously binding 3 ghost spirit tasks. Just then Zhu Yu and Zhu Ling returned. The little girl immediately ran to his side and said, "Lin Feng, you're back too." Lin Feng also asked with a smile, "Why are you two so happy?" The little girl happily picked up a string of beads and said, "Of course we're happy. Xi Lian and Xin Yuan gave us gifts." "Look," Zhu Ling also said, holding an object in her hand. "Do you think this one is real too?" He replied in surprise. "What a coincidence, throw it in and see." With that both of them threw the items in and the system immediately announced. "You have obtained a ghost spirit relic. Sandalwood pendant. You have obtained a ghost spirit relic, sandalwood prayer beads." He thought in surprise, it's actually real. These 2 items must be Xinlian's relic and Xinyuan's relic after turning into a ghost. They lived together for 10 days and made up for their bond with Zhu Ling and Zhu Yu. So they chose them as hosts. Their initial ghost spirits were good at tracking, but their combat power wasn't strong. This time it's another good thing. He picked up the 2 items, handed them to the 2 girls and said, "These ghost spirit relics are your opportunity to activate yourselves. Take them after we get out. You'll be able to have new ghost spirits." However, Zhu Yu said sadly, "As expected, Xi Lian and Xin Yuan will still turn into ghosts, won't they?" Zhu Ling quickly spoke up to comfort her. "But if you think about it differently, they'll become our ghost spirits, and will always be by our side from now on. That also counts as surviving." The little girl held back her tears and replied, "MHM." Then she turned to Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, thank you." Zhu Ling added, "If you hadn't brought us out, we wouldn't have had this opportunity." That night thunder roared incessantly. The 2 girls clung tightly to Lin Feng in fear. Zhu Ling huddled in his arms, whimpering, "Boo-hoo. I'm so scared." He held his head, thinking helplessly. How did it turn out like this again? Zhu Yu hugged him tightly, crying as she said, "Boo-hoo, it's still scary in the ghost realm. How are we supposed to sleep?" Zhu Ling seemed to sense something and immediately said, "Lin Feng, this thunder is too strange." He had already noticed it. Thinking, sure enough, I've had a bad feeling since daytime. Could something big really be happening? So he put on his jacket, got out of bed and said, "I'll go out and take a look." The little girl cried out reluctantly, "Boo-hoo, don't go." The moment he opened the door, Lin Feng exclaimed in alarm, "The ghostly aura is terrifying." Peals of thunder rang out. Zhu screamed in fear. "Ah, what is this oppressive feeling?" He thought in horror. The Jizhou Temple massacre is here. He then looked at the chaos in the sky. Lin Feng accidentally let out a surprised "ah." Suddenly he fell to the ground, his mind a blank. What happened? I remember passing out after being attacked by ghostly energy. Now the courtyard has turned into a gloomy ghost domain again. He suddenly remembered something. He rushed back to the room shouting, "Zhu Ling." Zhu Wu looked at the two girls lying unconscious on the ground. He thought to himself. Sure enough, the items in the room had vanished. He stepped forward. He shook Zhu Ling, telling her to wake up quickly. She slowly woke up, clutching her head, and spoke with discomfort. "Lin Feng, what happened to us?" He slowly said, "The illusion has disappeared." Hearing this, she suddenly sat up and said, "Disappeared? So where are we now?" Lin Feng cut in. "We have already escaped Jizhou Ans illusion. 55 years in the past, but still within the ghost nun's domain." He helped up Zhu Ling, who had already woken up. She replied sadly, "Is that so? We met so many friends. Are we not able to see them again?" The little girl saw her sister like this. She immediately took out a string of beads and said, "Sis, look, the gifts from Xianlian and the others are still here. Perhaps we can summon them back later." She immediately wiped away her tears and said with a smile, "How wonderful." Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still deep in thought. The storyline in the illusion. It has probably been fully activated now. So what should we do next? "Oh right, the abbess of the nunnery once said, even if the ghosts are killed, they will be trapped. Therefore the ghost might still be confined within the golden house." After figuring it out, he opened his mouth and said, "Let's go. Let's go out and see." The three walked around observing the desolate surroundings. Zhu Ling couldn't help but say, "There's not a single person in sight. Lin Feng, is the ghost's golden house inside?" He answered yes. Looking at the dead end before them, she said with a hint of bewilderment, "But we've already reached the end." Suddenly he remembered something and thought, that's right. The ghost can only be sealed within the golden house. Naturally it wouldn't be in the illusory ghost domain. Rather it's in the actual Jizhouan. Suddenly, the system displayed a task completion notification. Task 4, bind ghost girl unidentified. Enter Jizhouan to find the unidentified ghost girl. Reward unidentified ghost girl. Seeing this, he thought to himself, I almost forgot about this task. He turned around and said, "Zhu Wu, you try. See if you can sense that ghost girl. The ghost umbrella we saw earlier." She quickly agreed, okay. She quickly found it and said, "Found it, it's in that direction not far from here." The three quickly ran over. Lin Feng said happily, "Found it. Right in front of Zhao Wei." He found an orange umbrella. The system also showed task completion. You have found the unidentified ghost girl ghost umbrella. You received ghost umbrella binding 10. Task 5, bind ghost umbrella. Rescue the ghost umbrella's doppelganger from Jizhouan. Reward ghost umbrella binding 5. He curled his lips and chuckled, indeed. This ghost umbrella is the ghost girl who wrote the letter. And it even has a doppelganger. He was secretly pleased. I already have 33 binding points. She definitely won't let me down. Inside Zhaoyue, he looked around then said, "Another barrier, no wonder it couldn't get out." Lin Feng conjured his own umbrella. A female figure emerged. He looked at her and said, "Xianhua used teleportation to take us out of here." In the blink of an eye, everyone escaped outside. As he held the umbrella, the system prompted, "Task completed, you received ghost umbrella binding 5. Zhu Ling gazed blankly at the surrounding scenery, thinking to herself, where is this, it's so cold. Zhu Wu rubbed her hands trembling as she said, "I feel it too. Isn't it summer now?" Lin Feng replied with a deep frown. It is indeed very strange. The surrounding scenery looks like autumn. But clearly, we've only been at Jizhouan for a little over 10 days. Suddenly Zhu Ling pointed in a direction and said excitedly, there are people over there." He immediately replied, "Let's go ask them." 3 people were casually sitting in a car. The brown-haired man laughed heartily and said, what a great haul this time. We've already killed 2 low-level ghosts. And even obtained a ghost artifact. The blue-haired man immediately replied, "I heard that Pingcheng City's ghost-slaying achievements this year ranked first among the 5 major central cities." Suddenly the bald man who was driving looked at the scene before them and quickly said, "Look, what's that?" A blue-haired man sitting next to him said in horror, "What kind of horse is that? It's incredibly fast." Another man said, "It's not a horse, it's an evil spirit. Stop the car immediately." The 3 men ran over with their weapons, shouting loudly, "The ghostly aura is so strong. Stay alert." It was Lin Feng on horseback with 2 others. He walked up and asked, "Excuse me, where is this place?" The blue-haired man, seeing that it was a person, said dejectedly, "Ah, it's not a ghost after all." The bald man replied to him, "This is near Pingqing City. Who are you?" He introduced himself, "I am a ghost controller from Haicheng City." "Excuse me, do you know the location of Jizhou Nunnery?" The three men stammered, "Ghost. A ghost controller." They quickly turned to discuss amongst themselves. The bald man said, "He can control ghosts, that's so unusual. And he came all the way from Haicheng City to Pingqing City." The blue-haired man also replied in agreement. "This must be an important figure." The two turned back and replied, "Ah. Unfortunately, I've heard of that place named Jizhou Nunnery. But as for the exact location..." The brown-haired man looked at his phone and said, "I have some impression of it. It seems to be on Nujianshan Mountain in the 3 northern districts. See, we're here. And Nujianshan Mountain is in this area." Looking at the screen, he took out his phone, which showed July 10, 2136 Nujianshan Mountain. Then he shouted, "It's October of 36 now." Seeing his strange reaction, the other party asked in bewilderment, "Yes, sir. Is there a problem?" Lin Feng turned to Zhu Ling and the other person, saying loudly, "We entered Jizhou Nunnery in July of 35. Lin Feng shouted, "Isn't it July of 35? How can it be October of 36? Wait, that means the passage of time within the ghost domain of Jizhou Nunnery is different from the outside. We were only there for a little over 10 days. But a year and 3 months have passed outside." Zhu Ling and the other person cried out in unison, "How can this be?" He turned his horse around but didn't forget to say, "Thank you all," in leaving, watching their departing figures. The brown-haired man said blankly, "What was that guy talking about?" The bald man said regretfully, "Turns out he's got issues in the head. What a waste of 2 great beauties." Zhu Ling couldn't help but ask Lin Feng, "Are we going to Nujianshan Mountain to find Jizhou Nunnery now?" He glanced at her and replied, "Let's find a place to rest for the night first." Suddenly he said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I only intended to ask you for a few days' help." But instead Zhu Ling replied with a smile, "It's fine, nobody could have predicted this." Zhu Yu suddenly remembered something and said, "It's been over a year with no news. I wonder how Dad is doing." At Haicheng City Lord's Manor, the two sisters' father was currently dead drunk, weeping uncontrollably. "Why, give me back my precious daughters." In a grain store town in Pingqing City, the two looked at him and said with concern, "Lin Feng, we're going back to our room now. You should get some rest too." He softly replied, "Mem." Lying on the bed holding Xianhua, Lin Feng said comfortably, "Finally, I can get a good night's sleep in the real world. I'm sorry, Xianhua, in Jizhou Nunnery, I couldn't let you come out." Suddenly the orange umbrella hovered outside, then suddenly ignited itself. This was easily noticed by Xianhua. She jumped off him, causing him to ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" The umbrella slowly appeared before them. He surprisingly thought, "Is that the orange umbrella?" Xianhua saved it with teleportation. Suddenly it emitted a dazzling light. Lin Feng quickly shielded his eyes and turned away. But when he opened his eyes again, a golden city appeared before him. It filled him with awe. How magnificent! This is her ghost domain. Suddenly thousands of white umbrellas flew out. But an orange umbrella flew towards him, opening above Lin Feng's head. The system prompt sounded. "The final binding quest has been unlocked. Unknown female ghost umbrella. Rescue the 3rd ghost umbrella to complete the quest. Quest reward: ghost umbrella binding level 10. Hint: complete this binding quest. You will be able to bind the ghost umbrella." Lin Feng rubbed his chin, pondering the final quest. Indeed, this orange umbrella and the pink one belong to the same ghost. And this female ghost doesn't just have 2 avatars. There's also one imprisoned at the Ghost Master Alliance headquarters. Could it be the golden prison that President Yen mentioned? Indeed, some special ghosts are imprisoned, left for future generations to subdue. Is this a prison break? However, if this quest is completed, he'll be able to bind the ghost umbrella. It can create so many avatars. A collective attack would definitely be useful. Moreover, once the 3 umbrellas merge, it might even activate some hidden abilities. He reached out his hand towards the umbrella and said decisively, "You'll come with me first. I'll help you rescue the remaining umbrella. But when we go is up to me." In a blink of an eye, Lin Feng was back in his own room, at Ox Peak Mountain, riding that mount along with 2 other people. Lin Feng vaguely thought, "We're almost at Ox Peak Mountain. We should find Jichao Temple first. Then we can consider the next step." He spoke, saying, "This mountain is really huge. We've been looking all morning but still nothing." Zhu Yu pointed ahead and said, "Wow, what's that?" Lin Feng immediately explained, "It should be an ancient abandoned city wall, right? I heard they've been found in many places." They're thousands of years old. What's the use of such a low stone wall? It's not for defending against ghosts, it's for defending against people. People back then lived in a world without ghosts. How lucky they were. The little girl looked into the distance again and happily said, Lin Feng. There seems to be a temple behind that city wall. He immediately replied, let's go take a look. Upon arriving at the temple, Lin Feng said disappointedly, it's just a dilapidated temple. Relying on the butterfly in his hand, Zhu Ling said seriously, Lin Feng, there's a ghost. He wasn't scared at all, instead he said, perfect, now everyone can summon Xin Lian and Xin Yuan and use them for practice. The two dismounted from their mounts. Suddenly a voice sounded him. The two picked up their tokens and shouted Xin Lian, Xin Yuan. Instantly two figures appeared. Before the ghost could react, it suddenly charged forward. Xin Lian quickly made her move. In just a blink of an eye the ghost was knocked to the ground. The two shouted joyfully, it worked, how amazing. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but speculate. They haven't even activated their ghost domain and they killed these two Nico ghosts. This must be at least a class. Or even S-class. The little girl walked towards the two and softly said, Xin Lian and Xin Yuan meet again. Zhu Ling also said, it's a shame they no longer have consciousness. Where do you want to go? Seeing the two hearts leave, Lin Feng immediately replied, follow them. They must want to lead us to Jichao Temple. After chasing for a while, the two stopped and shouted happily. They stopped, we found Jichao Temple. Now be careful and defensive. Let's go in. But after entering, Lin Feng was instantly filled with emotion. How things have changed. There were many skeletal remains in the courtyard and the main hall. It seems the massacre during the ghost calamity back then was truly horrific. Zhu Ling seemed unconvinced. She immediately said, no, this isn't right. All the bones on the ground are male bones. Lin Feng leaned down to examine them and said, indeed, these bones